The Age of the Mecha, Fists That Shatter Stars. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Deciphered Successfully. Under the dense and shimmering divine radiation, these self-circulating ferns slowly climbed up to Li Yi's palm. Seeing this, Li Yi did not move and waited patiently. In his perception, the huge fern eye had already carried the two fragments of the immortal nucleus and approached the palm of his hand by 2 or 3 meters. At this moment, he activated the deformation characteristics, stretched his palm forward on the spot, crossed the distance of 2 meters, and under the cover of the self-circulating ferns, he suddenly grabbed the 2 fragments of the immortal nucleus hidden under the dense fern eyes, and then retracted his palm. At this moment, the self-circulating fern seemed to roll towards Li Yi in anger. Countless roots stretched out like steel needles, piercing this arm with fierce speed. However, these roots pierced Li Yi, but it was as if they pierced an invisible and intangible airflow, and were directly bounced away. Even if some of them could catch the gap and pierce through, they could not pierce Li Yi's arm after it was strengthened by the extremely hard characteristics. Soon, Li Yi's arm moved with his body, retreated, and pulled away. At the same time, the fragment of the immortal nucleus on the fingertips was bounced away, and was wrapped and closed by the opening of the pendant in front of the neck like a magic trick, and then put under the uniform. This uniform has a strong isolation effect on divine radiation. In a moment, the restless self-circulating ferns calmed down, as if they were confused because they could not feel the target. Li Yi did not relax and was still waiting for changes. On the surface of the pool, the self-circulating ferns slowly calmed down, and the fern eyes that were previously piled up also became scattered and uneven due to the destruction of their shape. Seeing this, Li Yi nodded slightly. Fortunately, things went smoothly. After all, there were only 2 fragments. Even if they were powerful, they would not affect the ecological changes inside the entire moon. However, although there was no change in the performance, he decided to observe more times in the next 2.5 days to prevent accidents. There should be 5 more fern eyes on the entire lunar fortress where the fragments of the immortal nucleus can be collected. However, these collection areas are either on the high walls or on the dome. As an outsider, he jumped up and down to find things in just 3 days, which really attracted attention. These fragments of the immortality nucleus should have been hidden in other places, and then in the past few hundred years, they were moved to various places by these self-circulating ferns. There are 6 places in total. I don't know if I didn't find all the pictures I originally had, or if there are too many of them here and they are scattered. By the way, Ningfiayu's parents are the technicians responsible for the maintenance of the local self-circulating ferns. Maybe I can start from them so that I won't be so abrupt. But I still need to think about this excuse carefully. After thinking for a moment, he stood there and observed for a while. After confirming that these self-circulating ferns had no other abnormal movements, he left the place. In the lower dormitory of Wakiaabao, Ningfiao walked out of the door in a daze and saw Li Yi leaning against the wall, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "It's so late, why did you come to me alone?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Ningfiao, do me a favor and introduce your parents to me." "Okay." Ningfiao blinked her clear eyes and said hesitantly, "Why do you want to meet my parents for no reason?" "We are just comrades in arms, not any other relationship," Li Yi said. "Of course. What other relationship can we have besides being comrades in arms?" Ningfiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's fine. If it were any other situation, I would be entangled. After all, I still have a lot of things to complete and I can't be distracted." Li Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, I'm not that bored." Ningfiao nodded. "Okay, what do you want to meet my parents for?" Li Yi said, "I want to learn about the self-circulating ferns. You may not know that I am a curious person. I will be more curious about rare things like self-circulating ferns. If he has the authority to take me to different areas of maintenance sites for on-site observation, I would be very grateful." Of course, what he cares about is not the authority, but the opportunity to go to various domes and high walls in broad daylight. It is much more normal to reach the location by the elevator of the maintenance personnel than to fly up and collect directly. This is not his home on the Yaochi ship after all, so he still needs to be low-key. Ningfiao nodded and said, "Okay, it's so late now, it may not be convenient to meet him. How about tomorrow?" Liu nodded and said, "Okay, that's the best." After that, the two separated and went back to their dormitories. Click. Liu opened his hand and lay straight on the bed. He felt strange and uncomfortable, as if he hadn't slept properly in a bed for a long time. Because their entire starship had to face inspections, his Pluto Mecha was the same. Therefore, this was the first time he had not spent the night in the cockpit of the Pluto Mecha for many days. Although he spent the night in the cockpit of the Pluto Mecha every day, it didn't mean that he slept badly. First of all, the cockpit was not narrow, but quite spacious. The driving position could be horizontal or vertical, lying on the back or lying down. It had the function of refreshing the air. People stayed in it for a long time without odor, which was quite convenient. He closed his eyes and stretched his waist for a while, then closed his eyes and entered the dream plane. After many days, he had a vague premonition that his decryption skills would finally be perfected by him. If not today, then tomorrow. Although the progress was delayed by various things, it would definitely work in these 2 days. Soon, in the dream plane, he grabbed the memory bubble that he had swiped out today, observed it for a moment, and then absorbed it into his body. He was still a little unsatisfied, so he waited for this one to be digested before continuing to grab other decryption memory fragments. At the same time, he also took out some of the accumulated memory fragments in one go. He absorbed them one by one, just like eating candy. In this way, when the amount digested was about to reach the limit of this dream. Buzz! At this moment, with the accumulation of decryption knowledge and skills, and repeated use, his mind seemed to break through a certain limit, and many things accumulated before were integrated at once. In an instant, a sense of enlightenment rose in his heart. From now on, unless there is no clue at all, he can immediately extract different rules from any unfamiliar language and text, quickly combine judgments, and figure out the general meaning. Because he has mastered a high level of analogy, no language exists independently. If there are some correlations in the languages he has mastered in the past, he can use these correlations to infer more information. Then, step by step, he can decipher the entire language from 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Originally, this process, the normal proficiency level deciphering, would take a lot of time to use some clues to deduce the corresponding information. But now, he can greatly reduce the time consumption and quickly draw conclusions when he sees the relevant materials. Of course, this perfect level of deciphering is not invincible. If a language has only a few text symbols, and it is irrelevant to the text he has mastered in the past, and there is no relevant reference material, real environment, or human environment reference, then he will still be at a loss. In general, it is mainly to greatly improve the success rate, accuracy, and efficiency of deciphering. 3 hours later, he woke up from his dream and quickly took out another part of the translucent paper he carried with him. It was the experimental data record obtained from the Guardman's notes that had never been deciphered. At this moment, he used his perfect deciphering skills to look at these complicated and difficult experimental records in front of him, and finally had the confidence to understand them. And every time he understood a part, his pupils shrank a little more. The content of this notebook is not only various data and proper nouns, but even the explanatory texts are encrypted in a way that scrambles the order and changes the text structure. Fortunately, he is now proficient in Guard language. Those encryption operations have only added some difficulty to him, but overall it has not affected his reading of the entire text. Basically, there are only a few proper nouns that cannot be fully understood. Liu calmed down and began to sort out some of the content that he could understand, and wrote the translation content in his notebook. Page 1. Detailed records of experiments on intelligent species. All intelligent creatures cannot escape the law of the birth of neural networks and the integration of brain organs. Even silicon-based intelligent species also need to have corresponding complex neural networks and centrally controlled brains. Only a very small number of creatures have brains all over their bodies, but it is difficult for such creatures to give birth to sufficient intelligence because they lack a central will, and it is difficult to give birth to a soul. For example, I have seen a giant tree intelligent species that is as big as a planet. It invades and plunders planets. Its peak can cover the stars. It is a spectacle and not easy to mess with. Experiment 1. An experiment on the fusion of brains and neural networks of different intelligent species. Experimental content. Various low-level intelligent species with brains and neural networks were captured from the surrounding star fields in advance, and the neural networks of low-level intelligent species were used to configure the brains of high-level intelligent species. There are a total of 7 comparison items and 1,000 test subjects. The species include XX, XX, etc. Experimental results, failure. The reason is that the transmission method of neural electrical signals is roughly the same, but the arrangement of neural networks is different. The abnormal reaction was very serious. Only 3 experimental subjects survived, and they were quite short-lived, surviving less than 0.0001 standard days. The following is a detailed operation record. Experiment 2. This experiment is a controlled variable variant experiment of Experiment 1, which aims to solve the problem of rejection reaction and needs to understand the cause of rejection. Experimental content. I still sent my reliable robot to collect and capture intelligent species in the surrounding star fields. Then, the variables involved are docking scale, similar species, docking position, docking method, docking cell type, etc. Experimental results, success. It has been found that no matter what kind of intelligent species, its neural network has the possibility of docking. But the docking port must be adjusted to the same scale, and it must be effectively fused at the nerve cell level. If this law is violated, it will quickly cause the intelligent creature's nerve disorder or even rapid brain death. Then how to achieve effective fusion at the nerve cell level? See the operation diagram below for details. Below this sentence, there are those thumbnail-like pictures. Liu looked carefully and quickly saw the specific operation process based on the small text around the thumbnail. There are 20 to 30 pages in total, and each page contains a lot of information. Even with the observation ability of ordinary upper-level evolvers, they would probably feel dizzy and unable to understand what it means. Before this, Liu could not decipher the introductory description in the previous text, so he could not understand what this thumbnail meant. Now, he immediately understood that the content of this thumbnail is the detailed process of using divinity to adjust nerve cells one by one so that the connection port of the neural network can be connected normally. It is very detailed and much more sophisticated than the current neural connection surgery of humans. You know, the current nanorobots of humans can only repair nerve cells. To achieve such in-depth adjustments, let alone whether they have such precision, even the specific process may not have been figured out. Liu realized that this set of techniques is very important, and he quickly memorized the entire operation technique in his mind. It's a pity that my divine control skills cannot reach the cellular scale for control. Liu felt a little sorry. This operation technique is very useful. Whether it is self-healing in critical moments or strengthening his nerve reaction speed, it has a strong reference rule. He estimated that at least he had to advance to the heavenly rank, further improve his soul strength, or possess similar characteristics, before he could complete the corresponding operation. As for now, he could only learn the essence first and wait for the future. The rich content of the first 2 experiments only occupied 2/3 of the first page. This shows the amount of information recorded and the convenience of this translucent paper. After all, although humans have storage methods such as hard disks, they need reading devices to see the content, and they are easy to damage. This translucent paper does not require reading devices or displays, which is convenient for spreading across a large period of time. Moreover, when Liu completely deciphered the content of the first 2 experiments and digested and absorbed it, one night passed just like that, which was really incredible. Well, I still have time. It would be better to get the fragments of the immortal nucleus left by the gourd man first. Liu only had 3 days to stay, so he naturally knew which matter was more urgent. The time I agreed with Ning Fei was at the 6th standard hour. Because her parents live in the southern area, it is quite far from here. It is estimated that it will take nearly 2 hours to take the internal direct rail car. Considering that the 2 elders have to go to work at the 9th standard hour, the 2 of them naturally have to leave early. After quietly leaving the dormitory, the 2 of them walked quickly, crossed an obstacle wall, jumped side by side to the station of the rail car, and stepped into the car quickly, which surprised the few people who were riding in the car. It is worth mentioning that when the 2 of them went out and jumped to the station of the rail car, outside the dormitory, Tan Haode, who got up early for a walk and exercise, saw the 2 people jumping away side by side. His eyes widened, and then his face was normal, and he walked towards the canteen. As a taciturn person in the group, he would not say much about this matter, which was also a fluke for Liu and the others. The journey took nearly 2 hours, and Liu did not talk for no reason. After getting in the car, he closed his eyes and recalled the experimental file records that he had deciphered before, carefully pondering some data and specific details. He wanted to see if these things could also activate the corresponding memory fragments. Ning Qiaoyu saw that Li Yi did not speak, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. In this way, the 2-hour journey was over in a flash. After the two got off the car one after another, Li Yi said, "This is the first time I meet the two elders. Do you need to bring some gifts?" Ning Qiaoyu smiled and said, "Why do you need to do so? What you want to do is just a small matter for them. This can be regarded as my repayment for your mercy last time. Otherwise, I may not be able to get the top 10 now." Li Yi nodded. This is also good, and he doesn't have to think hard about what gifts to give. After all, although he has rich life memories in his memory fragments, he is still not used to those traditional requests for help. It is still easier to save some unnecessary links. However, when he arrived at the door of Ning Qiaoyu's house, Li Yi observed for a moment and stopped. This is the living area inside the Moon Fortress, and the surrounding area is built along huge pillars to form high-rise buildings. Among the high-rise buildings, there is a row of low houses that look very shabby, like a village in the city. You need to walk a long distance into the alley to reach Ning Qiaoyu's home, a 3-story shabby old house. From these old houses, it can be seen that the Moon Fortress is indeed very old. The construction style of these houses is basically the type that was common 100 or 200 years ago, which is very different from the current style. But the old building in front of Li Yi looked more and more strange, and said, "Ning Qiaoyu, you told me that your parents are ordinary maintenance researchers." Ning Qiaoyu nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." Li Yi touched his chin and said, "But why do I feel that your parents are not ordinary maintenance researchers, but industry leaders?" Ning Qiaoyu was startled and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Even if I went to serve in the Hench ship a long time ago and can only come back once every 2 or 3 years, I am still very familiar with their situation." Li Yi pointed to the low self-circulating ferns in front of the house and said, "Take these self-circulating ferns for example. At first glance, the species is completely different from the common ones outside. It is full of vitality. It is estimated that it has been planted for no more than 3 days, but it has quickly covered the entire wall and reinforced the wall a lot. Coincidentally, I happen to be quite interested in this kind of self-circulating fern these 2 days. I have already seen most of the fortress. What I can tell you clearly is that this variety is definitely the most optimized and cultivated variety. Haven't you noticed that the oxygen freshness is much higher when you walk near your home?" Ning Qiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Indeed, what you said seems to make sense. But is it possible that this variety was accidentally left in my house, or just happened to be there?" Li Yi shook his head and said, "Judging from the traces on the ground, it should be an adult man who dug the soil with his bare hands and then completed the transplant. And the width and size of this palm, I estimated, should be consistent with the regular palm prints produced in daily life around your home. In other words, the person who planted this is none other than your father." Ning Qiaoyu was stunned, and after Li Yi's analysis, he actually became suspicious. "But why? They have no reason to hide it from me." Li Yi pondered and said, "Is it possible that they are just low-key and you happen to be not interested in this subject?" Ning Qiaoyu hesitated and said, "It's hard to say. Let's go in and take a look first. Moreover, even if they are big names in the field of self-circulating ferns, they are my parents. This fact cannot be changed." Li Yi smiled and said, "Sorry, I just feel a little suspicious." In fact, the reason why he wanted to verify with Ning Qiaoyu whether her parents were big names in the industry and ecological experts was because he was worried that he might not be able to hide the fragments of the longevity nucleus from the other party. Moreover, even from the excellent varieties he just saw at the door, Li Yi also had some doubts in his heart. Did this expert also discover the mystery of the fragments of the longevity nucleus? After all, he only saw the vitality of the self-circulating fern at the door yesterday on the self-circulating fern on the surface of the pool. While talking, Ning Qiaoyu had already unlocked the door directly through facial recognition, stood at the door and put the door panel on it, motioning Li Yi to follow. Li Yi nodded and stepped in. However, the moment they stepped into the door, their faces changed slightly. They could clearly smell a pungent odor. Why was there such a strong smell of blood in the broad daylight? Chapter 202 Wu Huanling. Ning Qiaoyu's heart tightened, and he quickly ran forward and jumped to the second floor. Li Yi followed closely behind. The rusty smell became stronger as he went inside. In the corridor, Li Yi noticed 3 recent footprints, and knew something was wrong, so he also jumped up the stairs. In front of him, Ning Qiaoyu pushed the door hard. Bang! Amidst a loud noise, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the window, and the speed was incredible. Ning Feiyu looked down and immediately saw two old men lying in a pool of blood. His eyes suddenly turned red, his sword eyebrows stood up, and he was shocked and angry, afraid and distressed. Li Yu rushed over from Ning Feiyu's side, and his eyes quickly scanned the whole place. Seeing the traces in the whole place, he knew what had happened, and immediately said, "The person is still alive, and the bleeding is not deep. I guess we got there by chance. You quickly take first aid measures, and I will go after them." Ning Feiyu was slightly happy, and immediately leaned down, took out the emergency medical kit he carried with him, and sealed the bleeding wounds of the two old men with lightning speed. On the other side, Li Yu's body had already quickly rushed out of the window, following the subtle traces around him, and leaped rapidly between these old buildings. When he saw the clear traces, the divine power behind his shoulder blades extended directly, turning into translucent knife-shaped long wings, quickly flapping the air, and at the same time, the wind and fire divine power was activated, boosting the airflow in front and speeding up the flight. In a moment, he flew to a height of several dozen meters, passed through rows of low houses, and saw a figure running fast between the streets and alleys. Immediately, his body leaned forward slightly, and the wind and fire divine power behind him burst out, generating strong airflow, and continued to accelerate the dive. Whoosh! This figure turned into a sharp white line, rushed down from the sky, and slammed into the black shadow. Bang! The airwave rolled wildly, and the accumulations in the alleys were directly blown away. When the black shadow noticed the movement, it was too late. He could only raise his hand reluctantly. The divine power flowed in his palm. The flame characteristics were just activated when it was broken by the huge force from top to bottom. His palm fell backwards like a collapse. Li Yu made a success with this attack. Before his body completely landed on the ground, he kicked forward. Swoosh! The instep cut through the air, making a violent humming sound, and kicked the injured shoulder of the black shadow like a heavy hammer. Boom! The black shadow's shoulder exploded directly, and then the body twisted in a completely uncontrolled way and smashed into the wall on the side, directly smashing through the thick and hard steel plate wall. Amid the sound of the steel plate shattering, the black shadow's body was pushed into the wall, half on this side of the wall and the other half behind the wall. This time, Li Yu saw that the black shadow's strength was extraordinary, most of which was a physique of 3 elements in one, so he attacked with normal full strength. Although the person did not die, this serious injury would require 3 to 5 days of repair in the medical cabin to recover. Li Yu observed for a moment, confirmed that the other party's coma was fine, walked forward, and took off the mask of the man in front of him. But it revealed a face he had never seen before. This man had rough features, a beard, and a thin scar on his forehead. He didn't look like a decent person. However, when the patrol car of the security team in the Moon Fortress heard the news and confirmed the other party's identity, Li Yu was slightly surprised. Li Yu frowned and said, "You mean, this person is a Mecha master with level 3 authority? He is also a business trip personnel who is transiting and maintaining the Moon Fortress this time." From the Fusion ship, the people of the security team acted very efficiently. He had only been fighting for more than 10 seconds. As soon as he took off the mask of the other party, he flew over with a hum. Because Li Yu smelled a strange smell at Ning Feiyu's house, he turned on the battle record function equipped on his uniform. Therefore, his fight in the street was quickly explained and was lightly let go by the patrol security team. Li Yu estimated that it was probably because his level 5 authority played a lot of role, so that the other party did not dare to easily control him. The guards nodded and said, "Yes, I have notified the other side's superiors to come and identify the person to see if the identity can be confirmed. Although our facial recognition equipment is generally fine, we cannot rule out the possibility that there are evolvers with strong camouflage abilities. After all, an evolver suddenly ran to a stranger's house and killed someone. This is very strange no matter how you look at it. Commander, do you have any clues?" Li Yu squatted down and fiddled with the body of this 3-in-1 strong man. After a while, he said, "This guy may be controlled by someone. I'm afraid it's another method like thought stamping. As for why, it depends on the situation on the injured side." The guards were surprised and said, "How did the commander know that he was controlled?" Li Yu said, "He has good skills and his body is in a state of being tempered. Although he only has level 3 authority, he is indeed a rare master. When he faced my combo, he clearly had some strength to fight back, but he let me beat him into the state. This shows that he may not have enough fighting spirit and was seeking defeat. The security team member immediately took out the equipment and carefully watched the battle video recorded by Li Yi's uniform. He kept slowing down the video and nodded slowly. After a while, it seems to be the case. This man's arm was broken by the first blow. When the commander kicked out before landing, he did hesitate whether to kick back. Li Yi said, in addition, it should be impossible for him to kill the two old men. After all, his physique is equivalent to that of a strong man with 3 elements in one. But the result is that he still has some energy left, which means that he hesitated when he attacked, or deliberately chose a position that would not be immediately fatal. Moreover, the knife he used for the assassination in his hand has not been wiped, leaving a lot of bright blood spots along the way. I am afraid he also wants to expose the matter as soon as possible. These doubts all prove that this person may not have completed this assassination mission out of his own heart. The security guard also thought it made sense and asked his partner to go to Ning Fiayu's house to investigate and confirm the situation. After a while, Ning Fiayu rushed over. My parents have recovered and are currently receiving treatment in the medical cabin to recover. This is also the benefit of the advanced medical technology in this era. As long as a normal person is still breathing, there is a great chance of being saved. Li Yi asked, do you have any idea about the assassination of your parents? Ning Fiayu shook her head and said, I can't imagine why ordinary technicians like them would be assassinated. The guard said at this time, Sir, you are the family of the injured. I have just checked. Your father and mother recently discovered a new self-circulating fern that may change the entire lunar fortress. It is very valuable. Maybe their assassination is related to this matter, because apart from this, your father and mother have nothing else that may cause concern. Ning Fiayu was silent immediately. Before she went home, she greeted the two old people, but she never heard them mention this matter. Did they think it was unimportant, or because she has never been interested in it, so the two did not mention it? When she thought that if she hadn't come back by chance today, maybe the bodies of the two old men would be discovered only after they were completely cold, and it would be too late by then, she was suddenly relieved and blamed herself. Li Yi was thinking, why is it so coincidental? Is there any inevitable connection between these two things? Thinking about it, he looked at the bearded man again, walked over, and simply stimulated him with microelectric characteristics to wake him up. Of course, in order to prevent this man from having any hidden killers, he kept his palm on his head. As long as the other party dared to activate it, he would instantly activate the absolute 0 degree characteristic. With his now doubled enhanced absolute 0 degree characteristic, I believe this person will be frozen soon. Zzzz. With a flash of fine arcs, the bearded man slowly opened his eyes. Tell me, why did you attack Expert Ning? Expert Ning? The bearded man's eyes were slightly confused for a while, and then he reacted, with a look of shock and pain in his eyes. He murmured, really? Have I already done it? Expert Ning is dead. While repeating these words, his body, which seemed to have been tempered by thousands of hammers, slowly shrank like a balloon leaking air and became soft. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank. What is going on? Ning Fiayu observed and said in surprise, his physique, which originally seemed to be equivalent to the integration of 3 elements, has actually fallen to the conventional upper level. What means is this? Li Yi asked. From your tone, it seems that you are not willing to kill Expert Ning. Tell me in detail what happened. The bearded man looked like he was heartbroken and said in a low voice, all this can be attributed to that nightmare man, Lin Huanwu. Hearing the name this time, Li Yi's eyes moved slightly. Isn't this the pseudonym that Wu Huanling used before? Could it be that this assassination is related to him again? The bearded man continued, I'm Gu Haoan, a member of the Fusion ship standing team. One day 3 months ago, while I was at a transit point responsible for escorting resources, I met a Mecha master who called himself Lin Huanwu. It was said that he was from the Sun Chaser. While waiting for transit supplies, he came over to talk to me. He knew everything about me. He claimed that he had heard a friend know about me and that he felt sorry that my soul was injured and could no longer make progress. He is a very charming man. I unknowingly regarded him as a confidant and believed that there would never be anyone who understood me better than him in this life. After that, even if we were separated and not on the same ship, we often kept in touch, until half a month ago, when he learned that I would be on a business trip to the moon in the near future to escort a batch of resources and carry out maintenance and updates on the small starship. He told me that there was a secret safe house he built privately in the lunar fortress. In it, there is a way to recover from my soul injury. I had already become his confidant by then, and I had a kind of faith in him that was like having been possessed by a demon. I had no doubts about him, and I had no doubt at all why he had the energy to build his own secret safe house in such a tight lunar fortress. 2 days ago, after I arrived on the moon, I followed the route he gave and arrived at the target location. There, I saw a huge machine, a complex machine that looked like a virtual reality mother machine. After arriving, he told me that my sole injury was essentially the inability to establish an effective connection between my ego and my superego, resulting in no further progress, and this virtual mother machine was specially commissioned by him by an expert to modify it for me. It is a rare treasure that belongs to me and is the greatest gift to me. At that time, I was deeply moved when I heard it, and without hesitation, I put on the mother machine's link helmet according to his arrangement. When I woke up, I found that I had a more fanatical trust in Lin Guotao. I felt something was wrong, but deep in my mind, I kept abandoning these doubts. This is not a thought stamp. I am more or less an upper-level evolver, so I am still wary of thought stamps. Hearing this, Liu asked, "So, after you woke up, you were strengthened from an ordinary upper-level evolver to a 3-in-1 evolver?" The bearded man's face became worse and worse. He coughed several times and said, "No, my body suddenly swelled up when I suddenly received an order from Lin Guotao asking me to assassinate Expert Ning and his wife in the middle of the night yesterday. But at that time, it was only slightly strengthened, not to the level of 3-in-1. The order also required me to rob their research materials, but when I received this news, I became a little alert. The only conscience left in my heart told me that I must stop myself from doing stupid things. In this resistance, my body became stronger and stronger, and as my body became stronger and stronger, my resistance became weaker and weaker. In this way, I dragged it until the 6th standard before I made up my mind to assassinate. I followed a route guided by Lin Guotao all the way and quickly went to the target location. You will know later. Not long after I started the attack and just got the information, you rushed over. After the attack, I was a little more sober. When I heard the noise, I panicked and jumped out of the window and ran away. Later, you beat me like this." At this point, Gu Haoyan coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and smiled bitterly. Liu nodded slightly. The timeline was temporarily matched, but there were still some doubts. For example, why did the assassination order happen to be issued last night? Ning Fiayu crossed his arms and kept a dangerous look in his eyes, and did not speak. The security guard was also recording the whole process. After listening, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What kind of character is this Lin Guotao, who is so cruel?" Liu thought for a moment and asked, "You said that the assassination order was received at midnight yesterday. So, at what time did you receive the order?" Gu Haoyan pondered for a while and said slowly, "It should be a few minutes in the early morning of last night." Hearing this, Liu's eyes moved slightly. This time is not the time when he took out the fragments of the immortal nucleus? Could it be that his actions triggered Wu Huanling's assassination order? In other words, Wu Huanling was also eyeing these fragments of the immortal nucleus? Moreover, the death of Lao Zhang at that time was also closely related to the gourd man. Liu immediately squatted down and searched Gu Haoyan. After a while, he found a storage card and a pass card. Is this pass card the door lock of Wu Huanling's secret safe house? Gu Haoyan nodded slowly and coughed again. The guard asked, "Sir, the body breath of this murderer seems to be not quite right. Do you want to put him in the medical cabin first and ask later?" Liu said, "Yes, his breath is indeed declining rapidly. It seems to be the sequelae of the temporary method of strengthening his body. Remember to keep an eye on him." As he said, he took out his personal communicator and inserted the storage card, ready to check whether there is anything in the information and why Wu Huanling attaches so much importance to it. At the same time, he also wanted to confirm whether this is related to the fragments of the immortal nucleus. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Information. Ning Fiao also came over, wanting to see how much her parents had hidden from her. Soon, the page unfolded, and a well-organized file directory appeared on the first page. The directory marked the names, characteristics, time and other information of many types of self-circulating ferns. The second page of the file was the titles of various papers, such as the upgrade attempt of Class A self-circulating ferns, the cycle optimization of Class A self-circulating ferns, the application scenarios of Class A self-circulating ferns, and other such paper contents. The third page was a detailed document on the training of Class A self-circulating ferns, recording the corresponding directory of the documents. According to the file time, this research should have started more than 10 years ago. From the 4th to the 12th pages, there were 100 document titles on each page, densely filling the entire page. Starting from the 13th page, there were some appendix materials, such as the pictures of different varieties in different periods, and the corresponding pictures of various items used in catalytic cultivation of high-quality varieties. Li Yu scrolled down and saw the picture of the fragments of the immortal nucleus, and his pupils shrank slightly. On the picture, a total of 12 fragments of the divine nucleus with different shapes but consistent textures were listed. 2 of them looked exactly like the ones Li Yu got last night. In this way, he was clear about one thing. At least the 2 fragments under the ecological pool were placed there by Ning Qiayu's parents. This connected them to Wu Huanling's assassination. Thinking of this, Li Yu carefully observed the pictures and information around him again. Fortunately, the divine radiation light of the longevity nucleus fragments was very subtle, just like the fluorescence of gemstones, not conspicuous, and it was easy to confuse them with common gemstones. The name information of the longevity nucleus fragments in the picture was annotated as life catalytic stone, suspected to be taken from the divine biological nucleus fragments. In addition, there were other stones of various shapes, or pictures of various resource materials mixed in, which made the longevity nucleus fragments seem inconspicuous. When Li Yu looked through several papers on the cultivation process, he slowly confirmed his previous guess. Ning Qiayu's parents did grasp the efficacy of the longevity nucleus fragments, and used them together with other materials to optimize the self-circulating fern varieties. After quickly looking through them, Li Yu logged into the website for academic achievement display and searched for academic articles that had been published. Following the clues, it was found that the fragment of the longevity nucleus did not appear in any published academic articles. Of course, there are many appendix pictures in the materials, which are also not published, which seems normal. While looking through them, Li Yu found that there was no trace of the longevity nucleus fragment in the breeding records of Ning Qiayu's parents since half a year ago. Moreover, there were fewer breeding records from half a year ago to 3 months ago. The breeding papers that were finally published, including the varieties, were all cultivated half a year ago. Although many experiments have been conducted in the past 6 months, they have basically failed. It seems that Ning Qiayu's parents have lost a fragment of the longevity nucleus since half a year ago. Could it be that someone else placed the fragment of the longevity nucleus in the self-circulating ferns in various places? Li Yu thought in his heart, no, the location where I found the 2 divine core fragments is clearly consistent with the location given on the map puzzle. That is to say, the 2 divine core fragments I got in my hand passed through the hands of Ning Qiayu's parents and finally returned to their original location. As for the time of returning to the original location, perhaps we only need to confirm when those fern eyes were formed. If they were formed half a year ago, I'm afraid they can match. What is the purpose of doing this? To ensure that the location of the fragments remains unchanged, or to wait for me, the destined person? No, this possibility should not be great. Maybe that location has a more important meaning. On the other side, while the 2 were looking through the information, the guard team on the side had already transported the medical cabin over and had just transported Gu Haoan into the medical cabin to start emergency treatment. Li Yu was moved and asked, Gu Haoan, where's the location of the secret safe house? At this time, Gu Haoan heard Li Yu's question and was about to stick his head out of the nutrient solution to answer the question. Suddenly, just when Gu Haoan was about to get up, with a puff, blood splattered. The facial features of the bearded man were all bleeding, his eyeballs were bleeding, his nose was bleeding, his mouth was bleeding, his ears were bleeding, and he was bleeding from all 7 orifices at once, and his breath was suddenly cut off. Then his body fell down the nutrient solution as if it had lost support, splashing water. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. The display screen on the medical cabin showed that the treatment had failed, followed by a series of error codes. Li Yu did not expect such a change, and quickly rushed forward to observe. With a glance, he confirmed that Gu Haoan was completely dead. He activated the microelectric characteristics descent slightly, and found that Gu Haoyan's brain was smashed like paste as if it had exploded. The sign of bleeding from all 7 orifices just now should be the brain being blown up by the impact force under the internal explosion. Could it be that this was Wu Huanling's backup plan to silence him? Using the enhanced and modified virtual mother machine to make his brain self-destruct? Can such a mysterious method really be done? After thinking for a moment, Li Yi asked the medic, who was still in a state of confusion, "What does this error code mean?" The medic finally came to his senses, exhaled, and replied, "This code means that the nanorobbit that entered the injured person's body has lost contact." Li Yi immediately said, "Check immediately to find out when the specific time of the loss of contact was." Including the specific startup time and the time when Gu Haoyan entered, his tone was full of majesty that was not easy to question. The tyrannical pressure of the upper evolution made the ordinary non-evolutionary immediately pale and said, "Okay, I'll check it right away, please wait." Soon, the medic squatted down, disassembled the packaging board at the bottom of the medical cabin, turned on a small screen display, and immediately operated it. After a while, the medic reported 3 different times. Among them, the nanorobbit lost contact at 21 minutes and 12 seconds in the 8th standard time. And Gu Haoyan entered the medical cabin at basically the same time, which was 2 minutes before the nanorobbit lost contact. If Li Yi remembered correctly, the moment when Gu Haoyan died of bleeding from all 7 orifices was almost the same as the time when the nanorobbit lost contact, with only a 0.1 second error. In other words, it was the nanorobbit that caused the explosion in Gu Haoyan's brain. Li Yi narrowed his eyes. The medical soldier was even more shocked and defended himself. "The functions of this medical cabin are all set by the system. I didn't do anything. The system log records are all recorded clearly." Li Yi said, "Whether it has anything to do with you, I believe the guards will find out. Don't panic." He didn't say more. According to the microelectromagnetic induction he just saw in Gu Haoyan's mind, this guy should have a very small fragment of an artifact hidden in his mind. These fragments are mostly some kind of trigger bomb, which will explode as long as the nanorobbit is detected to enter the body for repair. He shared this guess with the guards and asked them to arrange a craniotomy and autopsy so that the cause of death could be confirmed. Then, he left his communication method with the guards and went to the medical center with Ningfiao. Since this happened, it was obviously impossible for him to immediately leave Ningfiao alone to collect the remaining fragments of the immortality nucleus. Moreover, Li Yi also wanted to see how the 2 old men were doing now. If they were awake, perhaps he could ask them how they got these fragments of the immortality nucleus. In the bright and clean medical center, Li Yi accompanied Ningfiao to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department, the severe injury treatment department. Although this is a space fortress, due to the location, combat readiness training is often maintained, but there is no real combat. Therefore, the entire severe injury treatment department, even if it undertakes the task of treating the severe injuries of the entire population of the moon, still does not see many people. After entering the interior under the guidance of the bionic man, Li Yi saw Ning's father and mother, who were still lying in bed. Both of them have relatively thin faces, and harmonious facial features. At first glance, they look like Ningfiao, and they look like family. After asking the medical soldiers, I learned that it would take several days for the 2 to recover completely, and they should not be awake during this period. After all, he was a non-evolver. Although his physique was improved by various potions, it was still not strong. Being able to survive such a serious injury was a blessing in disguise. After all, not everyone could become an evolver by relying on the radiation of the divine nucleus. Even the bunch of wild evolvers that he met in the heritage ruins before, their talents were relatively outstanding. It was just because of more or less circumstances that they were not selected as Mecha Masters. Even for Li Yi, if he had not met Lin Guotao in the last round of the interview on the Yaoqi ship, I am afraid that he might not be able to enter the Yaoqi ship so steadily just by virtue of his excellent fighting skills. Li Yi said to Ningfiao, "Please take care of the 2 elders for the next 2 days. As for the things I asked you to do before, since things have calmed to this point, there is no need to bother. I will just go around the surrounding area by myself." Ningfiao thanked him and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Li Yi. If it weren't for you, I might not have noticed that there was still a chance to save my parents." Li Yi smiled slightly. "No, even if I didn't remind you, I believe you wouldn't give up. I'm leaving first, you take good care of yourself, and we'll meet again when we set off again." Since it has come to this point, there is no need to accompany him any longer. He still has his own things to do. First, he has to search for Wu Huanling's secret safe house. Then, using this name, he can collect other fragments of the immortal nucleus. Since he has personally experienced this incident, it is legitimate for him to investigate the surrounding situation. Although this legitimate reason is not so wonderful, Li Yu naturally cannot give up the pursuit of Wu Huanling because of choking. Soon, Li Yu used microelectric characteristics to stimulate his eyes all the way, and tried his best to chase the tiny traces that Gu Haoyan had left along the way, and kept jumping on the road. He was not on the control state of the divine mecha now, and could not activate the microscopic analysis skills under the detection system, so the tracking efficiency was not very great. After all, the ground here is made of steel, which is very hard. The traces that a human body can leave when falling on this kind of ground are almost non-existent. It is very difficult to track. Fortunately, Li Yu's tracking skills have been perfected. Even if there is a lack of clues, he can guess and guess according to various situations, and still not lose the clues, and come to the reception area of the foreigner fort. When he came here, he was also slightly startled. It's here. The reason why he was so surprised was purely because the place could be seen at a glance, and it was impossible to hide a private place at all. Unless Wu Huanling hides his secret safe house in a public building in the reception area. But in this way, both his search difficulty and Wu Huanling's construction difficulty will also increase greatly. Theoretically, it should be unlikely. Li Yu pondered in his heart, no, this should be just Gu Haoyan's temporary residence. He stayed here before yesterday, and the time when he received the control of the enhanced virtual mother machine should be earlier, that is to say, we must trace back 1 day's journey from here. At this point, he already felt a little difficult. The traces were too shallow. Without the help of the detection system's subtle function, his observation ability could not see more details. Either he could control the Pluto Mecha to fly openly around here and directly obtain a large amount of information for screening. Or, he could only hope that the security team could find out Gu Haoyan's specific itinerary in the past 2 days through monitoring and find the secret safe house. Li Yu knew that he had found a bottleneck at present, so he simply stopped thinking about it and went to collect the fragments of the immortal nucleus under the name of investigation. He did it as he thought, and he turned around and set off immediately. Time passed in a blink of an eye and it was 2 days later. Li Yu's next collection activity went smoothly. As a level 5 authority, with the name of investigating the stabbing of his friend's parents, no one had any other opinions about his abnormal actions. Moreover, his actions of collecting were also very covert. Not only did he specifically pick the blind spots of the surveillance cameras, but he also used the increasing number of fragments of the immortal nucleus in his hands to quickly attract the self-circulating ferns to approach and complete the operation in one fell swoop. The efficiency was amazing. So far, he had a total of 16 fragments of the immortal nucleus, and the overall volume should have increased from the size of quail eggs to the size of goose eggs. With this batch of high-quality divine radiation, I believe he will be able to condense the second immortal divine gene soon, which is good news. However, in the matter of investigating Wu Huanling's password safe house, the guard team and he were both in a temporary dilemma. Especially the guard team, they have checked the surveillance completely and confirmed all the movements of Gu Haoyan after entering the ship. Except for the day of the assassination, it was basically a straight line between 2 points, from the maintenance dock to the reception area dormitory, and the route basically did not change. In this regard, Li Yu directly asked the security officer on the communication, in this case, is it possible that the secret safe house is hidden in these 2 places, or along the way? The security officer shook his head and said, we have searched carefully. All the places are well encapsulated fixed modules. Although they are different buildings, in fact, the buildings are all cast in one piece, and there is no such thing as a hidden basement. Li Yu thought for a moment and asked, in this case, can you make an application for me to let me control the divine mecha and borrow the information detection system to explore again? The security officer was stunned for a moment and said, there is no precedent for this. Except in special wartime, foreign divine mechas, except for the bridge fortress landing garage, are not allowed to enter the fortress. Li Yu thought for a moment and said, how about this? Do you have any divine mechas in your company that are temporarily unmanned? Let me try. That should be okay, right? Logically speaking, a war base of the level of the lunar fortress should have a large number of ownerless divine mechas in reserve, right? and I have a lot of military merits. Even if the worst happens, I can exchange it for a divine mecha from you." The guard was stunned again and asked, "One person controls two mechas? Is that possible?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Others probably can't do it, but I'm taking a compound route, so theoretically it's possible." The guard said, "But I don't have the authority, sir." Li Yi said, "If it's convenient for you, please introduce me to the officer in charge of the mecha warehouse of your mecha team, and I'll talk to him." The guard nodded and said, "That's good, I'll try, then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 204 King of Heaven. With the introduction of the guard, Li Yi soon met Bei Hayton, the captain of the first team of the Moon Fortress mecha team. Bei Hayton also had level 5 authority, so the two were equal. The meeting place was outside the training ground of the Moon mecha team. After a brief briefing, Li Yi and the guard obtained temporary access and walked in. For this kind of training ground, if it is not training time, Li Yi's level 5 authority can naturally go unimpeded. But if it is normal training time, you need to get permission from the person in charge to enter. This is also a common means to avoid the leakage of the core secrets of the mecha team. Click. The automatic door closed, and Li Yi saw at first glance that on a large gravity generator, there were hundreds of junior and middle-level evolvers doing various basic training. Or pull-ups, or push-ups, or squats, or shuttle runs, or basic fighting sets, panting, sweating. It was so lively. It seems that this standing team is also implementing the same personalized training strategy as the Yaoqi ship's special class, and fine-tuning the training items at any time based on the AI's judgment of the physical state. The standing team of the Yaoqi ship, however, does not have the conditions to use such a large gravity generator. In the Yaoqi ship, only the mid-level evolvers or members of the special class have sufficient time to use the gravity generator. And it is the old type, and the fine-tuning effect is not sensitive enough. Li Yi said, "You are really rich and powerful. The standing team alone has such equipment. Would the training equipment of the special class be better?" The guard wiped his sweat and said, "Sir, I am just an ordinary mid-level evolver, and I have been working hard for decades. I don't know much about the things here." As he was speaking, Bei Hayton, who was supervising the team's training in front, saw the two and walked over immediately. Bei Hayton was a sturdy man with a strong back and a heroic face. He walked with a breeze and a smile on his face. "Welcome the champion of this year's Youth Mecha Master competition to come to our Moon Fortress Mecha team for guidance. I am Bei Hayton. I have just communicated with you." Li Yi did not expect the other party to be so enthusiastic, so he smiled and said, "Captain Bei, I wonder if the thing I talked to you about before." Bei Hayton waved his hand and said with a smile, "No problem. Mecha Master Li is a golden signboard. It is our honor to exchange divine mechas with us. However, there is a rule in this. If you don't have our territorial identity, you can exchange materials, but you can't exchange divine mechas. But I also know that Mecha Master Li is sincere in tracking down the murderer. Why not? You can choose to be affiliated with us. In this way, you can exchange divine mechas with a legitimate reason and will not be blocked from the establishment." Li Yi was speechless. Good guy. It turns out that this is what he is waiting for. Seeing Li Yi's expression, Bei Hayton immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "This kind of job affiliation is actually quite common for a celestial level Mecha Master, or a Mecha Master who is expected to reach the celestial level. After all, the strong always have many assembly missions and business trips, and they may not stay in their own fleet all year round. Affiliation does not require Master Li to spend too much time on it. He only needs to participate in our online meetings when necessary and provide some combat guidance and strategy guidance. As for the treatment, the minimum monthly salary is 500,000 star coins, and the combat merit subsidy is 500 per month. In addition, you can also enjoy a housing quota in the core area of the Earth. And the secret database inside the Lunar Fortress, at least 95% of the content can be read free of charge. Moreover, affiliation does not mean that Master Li's treatment in this ship will be affected. This is actually a win-win situation. With the affiliation of a strong man, the closeness of the connection will be greatly increased, and the two sides will be able to send exchanges and learn from each other's experience in the future. And when there are ruins that need to be developed, and when there are wandering aliens on certain planets, they can also cooperate in development and fight together. This is a great thing to promote the mutual improvement of the mecha teams of both sides. Besides, our Lunar Fortress has several round-trip contacts with the Yaoqi ship where Li Mecha Division came from a year, so it is inherently more closely connected than other fleets. As he spoke, Beihaitan became more and more affectionate. As if even his persuasion words were filled with some earnest emotions. It must be said that although this guy looks rough, he is indeed a good persuader, and Li Yu was also somewhat moved when he heard it. At the same time, thinking of the relationship between the Yaoqi ship and the Kufuziri ship, it is indeed true that when needed, the connection is much closer than other ships. After thinking for a moment, Li Yu asked, Captain Bei has the Moon Fortress behind him, with a wealth of talents and abundant resources. Why does he need an outsider like me to rely on him? Moreover, this affiliation does not sound very binding on me, and it seems that I can't give you much benefit. Why do you give such generous treatment? Beihaitan smiled and said, Master Li Mecha Master, if it was the first young Mecha Master in previous years, we would naturally not do this, but for a 20-year-old like you who can make such outstanding achievements and has repeatedly used C-class mechas to fight against A-class powerful figures, our policy is naturally to try our best to win you over, not to mention the heritage ruins that you led the team to discover. For many years, no one has been able to discover the heritage ruins. Why did you discover it as soon as you went there? This is definitely not a matter of luck, but it must be because of your unique vision, accurate judgment, and wise decision-making. Others are proud of being the first in the competition, but you can make the competition proud of you. For talents like you, the day of turning into dragon will not be too far away. What's wrong with us investing in advance? Li Yu understood that the so-called investment was all the so-called benefits in the early stage, which were all given to him for free. The guards beside him knew that Li Yu had a great background, but after all, his position was different and he had left the system of Mecha Masters, so he didn't have a deep understanding of Li Yu's value. Now, after listening to Beihaitan's detailed explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned, and was glad that he had been responsible and dedicated in his previous response, and there was no disrespect. Li Yu pondered and said, after the affiliation, are there any disadvantages that we need to pay attention to? For example, how to arrange when the affairs of the two parties conflict? Beihaitan smiled slightly and said, it depends on how high Master Li can grow in the future. The higher the level, the more problems can be solved. Li Yu looked at Beihaitan in surprise and praised, Captain Bei is very insightful. Beihaitan said, I dare not claim to be insightful, but I can see clearly. In this case, let's go to the Mecha warehouse to pick and see if there is anything suitable for Master Li. Our lunar fortress doesn't have much else, but there are many divine mechas. After all, the entire interior of the moon was a giant relic. At least 1/3 of the divine mechas of most of the current fleets of the Federation came from here. Then, after Master Li picks the right one, we will go through the affiliation procedures. It will definitely be very fast and will not delay you at all. In the future, Master Li will be one of us. After entering our fortress, there will be no need to be so troublesome in the future. It will be very easy. Beihaitan didn't say he didn't want to lead the way, but he was very good at talking and explained the relevant matters very clearly. Moreover, he never asked Li Yi if he could control the other one since he obviously had another divine mecha. He's a wonderful person. Ahead is the mecha hangar of the lunar fortress. To get here, you need to take the elevator down to a depth of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The guard did not have enough authority and was not from the mecha team, so he naturally did not follow. Li Yi, led by Beihaitan, went down all the way and then needed to be transferred by a rail car for 3 minutes before he could arrive. The internal layout is quite similar to the divine mecha hangar of Yaoqi, but it's a pity that there is no red guard fairy AI there to guide. The whole hangar is full of straight men, and even the voice of the guiding AI is very mechanical. Talking about this, Beihaitan said, in fact, our lunar base has introduced beautiful AIS before. After all, many of these beautiful AIS are perfect female templates, so good and popular. But if we introduce too many of them, it will easily affect our marriage and childbearing rate, so you know. Li Yu laughed immediately. No wonder the younger generation of the Yaoqi ship was basically recruited from outside. It turned out that there were too many beautiful AIS. While joking, Li Yu clicked on the page list and began to check the detailed information of the divine mechas that existed here. In front of him, there were at least hundreds of divine mechas stocked, but they were mainly C and D class, and the proportion of B class and above was a little more than that of the Yaoqi ship. There were a lot more A class than the Yaoqi ship, and there were 5 S class in the corner. The shape was basically the mainstream style of the human side, with humanoid proportions and various close-fitting and cool armors, either knife-shaped or horn-shaped, full of sharpness, which was in line with the basic aesthetics of humans. The basic data of various mechas began to be refreshed on the list. Liu did not plan to replace the Pluto Mecha, but he took the compound route, holding another machine, and adding a long-term enhanced main divinity, which is completely feasible. Others can't do it because they must maintain the purity of divinity in the early stage to reduce the possibility of interference by other divine genes. Moreover, exchanging a new divine mecha is twice the cost of the same divine core for others, and ordinary people rarely accumulate this war merit. It is better to wait for the upgrade pool, so that the war merits that need to be accumulated do not need to be too much, just right. But Liu has a lot of war merits, and he can exchange 2S level machines, so he doesn't care about it. The first thing he looked at was undoubtedly the A-level mecha. Now that he has a heavenly physique, he can certainly bear the load of the A-level mecha. However, after thinking for a moment, he still didn't choose the A-level mecha to exchange. First, he just has a heavenly physique now, and driving the A-level mecha can't actually play his concealment advantage. When the opponent sees his height, he will naturally be on guard, so his success rate of using the 3 axes to reverse the opponent will naturally be much lower. Second, the comprehensive load of the A-class mecha is not low. If it is forced to drive now, the comprehensive endurance will probably be reduced to only 1 or 2 hours in a short period of time, which is not good for long-term combat. Therefore, although he was very envious of the A-class mecha, he did not choose to start after all. Of course, it is also because these A-class mechas are all the 4 common sequences of wind, fire, thunder and ice. He already has a lot of corresponding A and B-class cores, so there is really no need to waste this opportunity of main divinity. As for B-class Celestial God Sequence, King Mecha, 132 meters, once A-class, fell because of the driver's poor driving. The characteristics involve space, lightning and other powers, and the combat power is extremely strong. Liu fell in love with this mecha at first sight. Whether it involves special characteristics or corresponding height, it just suits his needs. Looking at the exchange price, 9.4 W, at the top of B-class, close to the number of A-class, it is normal. Immediately, Liu pointed to the page of the Heavenly King Mecha and said with a smile, "This name sounds like it's related to my Pluto Mecha, so this is it?" Beihayten was shocked by Liu's choice. There is no other reason. This 132-meter height can only be controlled by the 3 elements integration, and the best of the 3 elements integration. Did Liu just become an upper-level evolver not long ago? However, Beihayten quickly thought of Liu's record of defeating the A-level, and he felt that it was reasonable. The 3 elements integration evolvers may not be able to defeat the A-level. Since Liu can do it, maybe this 132-meter divine mecha is still his conservative choice. Beihayten immediately said, "If Master Li is sure, you can try the matching degree first. If the matching degree is not enough, we can still choose." "There is no rush," Liu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a hunch that it should work. He is certainly not aimless. It's not like when he first controlled the Pluto Mecha, he had no genetic skills and a low matching rate. Now, he has many divine genes in his body to support him. There are 3 divine genes of the Thunder God sequence alone. Since this Heavenly King Mecha is related to the characteristics of lightning, I believe that even if his matching degree is poor, it will not be a problem to control it. Even if there is a problem, he can still enter the dream to refresh his memory. He is not worried about not being able to control it. The Heavenly King Mecha in front of him is really majestic. The proportion of his body is tall, strong and muscular. The 2 square plates on the chest outline the sky-white neat lines, dividing the left and right torsos into 2 perfectly symmetrical parts. His arms are clenched into fists, and there is a frosted streamline armor plate on the back of each fist. It is obviously a combination of offense and defense, which is very suitable for operators who are good at boxing. The face is a handsome steel humanoid face, with phoenix eyes slanting, and a pale white steel helmet between the eyebrows, and the lines are as straight as a knife and an axe. There are long and sharp horns extending from both sides of the forehead. The surface of the horns is extremely smooth, reflecting the cold light. At first glance, it is very hard, as if it can break through the sky. The body is covered with simple and close-fitting light armor, cloud-shaped waistcoat, and sharp-edged arm and leg armor, which makes the Heavenly King Mecha majestic and fierce. The overall shape is very pleasing to Li Yi. When Li Yi activated the lightning characteristics and put his hand on the Heavenly King Mecha, he really felt a subtle resonance. Okay, immediately, He jumped up and climbed onto the insertion cabin. On the other side, Beihayton, who was standing at the center console, asked loudly, "Mechanic Master Li, do I need to equip you with an insertion cabin with spiritual elements to increase the success rate of the initial activation?" Li Yu shook his head and said, "No need." As he said that, the insertion cabin had been closed. With a snap, as Li Yu entered, the Heavenly King Mecha actually responded quickly, and the long Danfeng eyes opened slightly. Immediately afterwards, countless cyclones in the air rose up automatically without wind. Moreover, there were countless electric arcs that appeared randomly and flashed continuously with crackling sounds. After a while, in Beihayton's surprised eyes, the Danfeng eyes of the Heavenly King Mecha opened completely and shot out dazzling scarlet. Next, Li Yu exchanged for a B-level gravity thruster and a land skateboard, and spent tens of thousands of military merits to equip the basic equipment of the Heavenly King Mecha. From now on, he can carry 2 divine mechas when traveling, and he feels happy just thinking about it. As for the divine weapons, he can use the C-level armor-piercing knife and the B-level building-cutting knife in turn, but he is not worried. In fact, he can also equip the gravity thruster of the Pluto Mecha with the Heavenly King Mecha, but it is easy to lose the chain at a critical moment if he keeps changing it. It's still a bit more expensive. He believes that as his strength grows, it will be easier for him to obtain these things. Of course, if the Pluto Mecha has not found a suitable upgrade pool in the later stage, then he can only replace the Pluto Mecha with military merits to exchange for other divine mechas. If there's an upgrade pool, it will be much simpler, and you can take them all. After all, even if you condense the divine core and control the divine mecha, it can also play a role in the cultivation of the divine core. Whoosh! Above the moon fortress, the King of Heaven Mecha cut through the air and circled over the outer bridge fortress. This rare situation also caused many uninformed people to go out and pay attention, looking up at the sky. After all, generally without permission, the divine mecha will only move in designated areas. Soon, Li Yu gradually became familiar with the subtle difference in physical sensation between the King of Heaven Mecha and the Pluto Mecha, and found traces of Gu Haoan's activities in the detection system. Chapter 205 Mother Machine. Interesting, these footprints are actually consistent with the trajectory given by the surveillance. In the cockpit, Li Yu's eyes showed a strange look. Before that, due to the feedback given by the security guard, he once thought that the surveillance was hacked, which caused problems with Gu Haoan's actions at that time. But now it seems that since the almost undetectable footprints are consistent with the surveillance, there is only one possibility. That is, it can only be in the maintenance dock, the reception center, or 1 kilometer along the 2 areas. The key is where exactly it is hidden, so that the security team has searched repeatedly and failed to find the location. This is the key to the problem. Among these 3, Li Yu believes that the possibility of being in the maintenance dock is the greatest. At this moment, Li Yu controls the Xianwang Mecha, turns the direction, flies over the reception center, and flies to the maintenance dock. After a while, the Xianwang Mecha landed over the maintenance dock. Boom! The Xianwang Mecha did not slow down too much, and it hit the ground heavily, shaking many small flying cars around it and bouncing up slightly. In the cockpit, Li Yu felt the vibrations transmitted back from the ground frequency and smiled slightly. Sure enough, it was in the maintenance dock. Moreover, it was hidden in a small starship that had exceeded its service life and was ready to be scrapped and dismantled. No wonder the guards didn't find it. Who would have thought that the so-called safe house was actually in a small starship parked in the maintenance area, where not only various dangerous instruments were slowly cutting, but also many robots frequently went in and out. After notifying the guards of the specific location, Li Yu also docked the Xianwang Mecha, ejected the insertion cabin, jumped off the ground, and prepared to stop the dismantling of the small starship. If the dismantling work progressed too quickly and the enhanced virtual mother machine was dismantled, there would be no clues about Wu Huanling. Because of the clues about Lin Huanwu of the fusion ship provided by Gu Haoan before, the guards had already called the other fusion ship to question it, but the result was that there was no such person. In other words, Wu Huanling successfully changed his identity again. No one sanctioned him, and he was rampant like a ghost in the deep space fleet. Li Yu quickly stepped into the interior, using his new identity as the consultant of the Lunar Fortress Mecha Corps. He broke through various checkpoints and came to the scrapping area inside. The scrapping area is different from the maintenance area in front. Some of the various steel creations inside have already shown obvious signs of rust, and the aging is quite serious. Moreover, The light is slightly dim and not bright enough. Various disassembled devices, disassembled iron sheets and other old objects are placed in a disorderly manner around. There is also an unpleasant pungent smell in the air, which is probably the odor of various aging coatings. The overall environment is like an old sweatshop. There are almost no obvious paths for people to walk on the ground. No wonder this place basically only has robots and bionic people working, and the few who command robots to work will probably not stay here for too long and will evacuate. Click. Li Yu stepped on a half-broken piece of iron, covered his nose, and walked in. Then, a huge ship that was half disassembled and still extremely majestic came into view. The nearly 1,000-meter-long small starship had been stripped of its outer shell, exposing the front half of its steel keel and a crossframe made of special alloys. It was like the skeleton of a giant beast, stretching across the front. At Li Yu's current height, even this small starship had a sense of oppression comparable to that of a giant beast. Especially when all kinds of coatings and steel protective layers were removed, the hideous skeleton revealed did give a sense of shock, as if a giant whale appeared in front of him. However, this sense of shock only lasted for a moment. After all, Li Yu had seen a lot of big scenes, although many of them were seen in divine mechas, so the sense of oppression was not that strong. He was not too distracted. After entering this place, he shouted, "All machines and bionic people, in the name of the consultant of the Lunar Mecha Corps, I ask you to immediately stop the dismantling of this small starship, stop activities immediately." After hearing the order, following Li Yu's order, most of the machines stopped moving. However, one of the bionic people did not stop at all. Instead, it suddenly woke up from its numb state as if it had received a signal. Its face suddenly became smart, and it jumped into the undisassembled part of the rear end of the small starship, and quickly rushed in through the gap between a pile of fallen iron sheets. In the blink of an eye, the whole body was completely blocked by a batch of half-disassembled iron sheets, and it was difficult to see its trace. Li Yu looked at it, but he could not see the specific movement of the bionic person at all. He could only hear the snapping sound of the bionic person's feet on the ground. Is this Wu Huanling's backup, used to destroy the mother machine? Li Yu's eyes moved slightly, raised his palm, estimated the opponent's speed and direction, and activated the repulsion characteristic. Bang! An invisible thrust suddenly flew out and hit the half-disassembled iron sheet, directly knocking out a dent and driving the iron sheet to eject inward. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the bionic man in the form of a man was hit by the bouncing iron sheet, and flew out of the small starship skeleton, slammed into the wall, and fell apart. After several reinforcements of the characteristic spire and the increase in the total amount of divinity, even with only one divine gene, the repulsive characteristic has shown a good long-range attack and killing power. Although it is far weaker than the hand-rubbed divine energy cannon he currently has, the launch efficiency is obviously higher. However, although the bionic man's body fell apart, the main body seemed to be intact and still wanted to crawl into the starship. Moreover, there was a strong microelectric reaction on the bionic man's head, which seemed to be likely to explode at any time. Sensing this, Li Yu did not hesitate, flew on the spot, and his body crossed a distance of 20 meters. His legs landed in front of the bionic man's forehead with a thump. Then, his body moved down, his arms were ready to fire, his fists clenched, aiming at the bionic man's head, and suddenly punched down. There was a crackling sound, and the bionic man's head was easily pierced by Li Yu's punch. Swish, swish, swish. The object that could explode at any time was directly shattered by Li Yu's precise blow. And there was no time to launch any explosion. Moreover, Li Yu's punch was very particular. The location of the punch accurately avoided the memory element of the bionic man, so that enough clues could be retained to track down Wu Huanling. No matter what instructions Wu Huanling set in the bionic man's mind, he could find out directly through this memory element. After a simple cleanup, Li Yu stepped into the interior of the small starship that had not been disassembled. Avoiding layer after layer of fallen iron sheets and various cut iron filings, he found the enhanced virtual mother machine. The shape is basically the same as the dream virtual mother machine in the heritage ruins, with various thick power lines entangled, and various electronic components that are not encapsulated and can see rough welding marks everywhere. Li Yu observed it a little and saw that the modification time of this thing would not exceed half a month. In other words, Wu Huanling learned from Gu Haoan that he would transit to the moon and maintain the small starship, so he temporarily modified this thing. After thinking for a moment, Li Yu called the supervisor of the scrapping area, who came after hearing the news and asked, "Excuse me, can you help me find out when the starship was put into storage?" The supervisor quickly replied, "Sir, this small starship has been in storage for 2 months." Li Yu was surprised. "Scrap a small starship, and it hasn't been half completed in 2 months." The supervisor said, "That's right, sir. Although this starship is called a small starship, it is also a big guy that can sail across galaxies and carry more than a dozen divine mechas. The amount of dismantling work is not low, because our Federation has not had many starships that have reached the scrap standard in recent years. The operating capacity of our scrapping area is not strong. The robots are all old-fashioned machines with weak basic strength and simple systems, and the working speed is indeed slow. Also, about half a month ago, the large splitter responsible for dismantling had some malfunctions. It was only debugged a few days ago and can be operated again." Li Yu nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Yes, the Federation is still in the booming period of the interstellar era. It has just transitioned from the era of artificial starships to the era of super starships with semi-divine technology and semi-artificial technology. There are really not many starships that need to be scrapped. It is estimated that those who come to this scrap area on a regular basis are basically those flying cars, rail cars or space shuttles that carry less than 100 people. Like this small starship with a length of nearly 1,000 meters, although it is far inferior to the main ship of the Deep Space Fleet, it is also a common weapon for Mecha divisions to go on business trips. Li Yu thought about it. If Wu Huanling sent this small starship in 2 months ago and completed the modification hastily half a month ago, then, at least in this 1.5 months, Wu Huanling should still be active in the lunar fortress. It is absolutely impossible for an outsider with an ordinary identity to stay here for so long. Either Wu Huanling used some means to change his identity, or he hid here for a month and a half. Li Yu naturally prefers the former. According to Wu Huanling's past style, changing his identity is probably not a difficult task. Moreover, he did not know in advance that Gu Haoyan would come, and it was unlikely that he was hiding here just to transform Gu Haoyan into his own fanatic. It just so happened that the guards also hurriedly arrived at this time. Li Yu asked about this question. The familiar guard said, "Sir, what you mean is, are there any other missing cases in the Moon Fortress in the past half month?" Li Yu nodded. The guard shook his head and said, "No, sir, our internal security on the Moon has always been very good. Except for the Mecha trainees who often fight and train, everyone else has their own work to do. There is no case of missing for many days without being reported. This is strange." Li Yu touched his chin and thought, since no one is missing, could it be that Wu Huanling has another identity that can be perfectly replaced? Or, Wu Huanling has not actually left? Is he still in the Moon Fortress? When he thought of this possibility, Li Yu's heart moved slightly. Yes, this possibility is very high. So, where would he hide? Li Yu thought and walked towards the enhanced virtual mother machine to observe its basic structure on the outside. With his complete knowledge of virtual reality, he roughly understood the basic functions of this thing. The main function is the dream virtual mother machine, but it should have a strong enhancement effect on dreams. Most likely, it can make the entrant wearing the Link helmet have an illusion that the dream is real. Then, it will also assist in inserting a small control device to assist in controlling the brain reaction of the corresponding character, and directly stimulate the other party's brain when the other party has doubts. As for the function of strengthening the body at one time, Li Yu can't see how it is achieved for the time being. In terms of the level of virtual reality knowledge, he has probably surpassed Xia Zhuang, and is even better in comprehensiveness. However, facing the founder of this dream virtual reality system, Li Yu feels that he is still far inferior to Wu Huanling. That kind of mysterious means is indeed fearful, and it is more permeable than the thought stamp. During the observation, Li Yu found the traces of the modifier's hands. It is very shallow and has been wiped, but it is still there in some corners of the machine. Thinking, he took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket and started writing and drawing quickly. The guard looked over curiously and found that it was a picture of a human palm print, including palm prints and fingerprints. Some parts were extremely clear, while others were clean. This is the palm print of Wu Huanling, or Lin Guotao as Gu Haoyan mentioned, which I drew. Some of it is incomplete. Please take a picture and check your database to see who the holder of this palm print is. The guard took it and looked at it, and said, although the drawing is very good, sir, there is still a lot of missing information. I'm not sure if I can find it out, Li Yu said. It doesn't matter. It's okay if you can find some similar people. Hurry. I'm about to leave. After 2 or 3 days, Li Yu's starship was only 2 or 3 hours away from departure. He couldn't delay here for too long. The guard took action immediately. This guard is quite responsible. His name is Zhao Ziaochuan. Li Yu asked his age. This guy is almost 60 years old. He looks like a young man in his 20s. He's thin, flexible, and full of energy. Moreover, he only advanced to the middle-level evolver a few years ago. His maintenance level is really amazing. Li Yu looked at Zhao Ziaochuan's departing figure and fell into thought. If there are no missing persons recently, it means that Wu Huanling's current identity is mostly still in the public eye, and he has cleverly hidden the replacement perfectly or completely destroyed the body. On the lunar fortress, basic information related to identity characteristics such as fingerprints, faces, irises, and genes will be fully recorded. This information is also needed for daily travel. In general situations, as long as the information of the first 3 is available and the authority is confirmed, you can pass. In some confidential situations, you can pass normally only when there is no problem with the 4 and 1. In other words, Wu Huanling has at least mastered the same transformation characteristics as him and can perfectly transform into someone else. 5 minutes before Li Yu loaded the Xianwang Mecha and the enhanced version of the Dream Virtual Mother Machine onto the starship and prepared to set off, Zhao Ziaochuan finally sent a message to inform Li Yi that there was no similar person in the palm print information check, not even one. Has the clue been cut off again? Li Yu felt a little sorry. Fortunately, this time it was not a waste of gains. At least Ning Fiayu's family was rescued, and 12 pieces of immortality core fragments, as well as an enhanced version of the Dream Virtual Mother Machine, and some undisclosed information about a self-circulating fern were earned. If he did not have this consultant identity, he really could not take away the seized items. But with this identity, he only needed to make an application, and the higher-ups did not make it difficult, and directly approved the items to him. After all, this was an item seized by Li Yi himself, and there were no experts in virtual reality in the fortress, only maintenance personnel. Therefore, this enhanced version of the Dream Virtual Mother Machine that should have been dormant in the seized material warehouse of the Lunar Fortress was obtained by him openly. The familiar people were also amazed. Liang Zhishan said with emotion, "So it was you who drove the Xianwang Mecha that day. Li Yi, you are really amazing. You can get such treatment in such a high-end lunar fortress." Su Weilu also praised, "Captain Li, you have a good eye for mechas. They are handsome and powerful, which suits you very well." As he spoke, the starship took off from the outer bridge fortress, flying straight towards the Earth with a huge amount of flames. By the window, Li Yu stared at the lunar fortress and fell into thought. He always felt that he had missed something at the level of thinking. Chapter 206 Earth. Li Yu rarely feels that he has missed something. He immediately reviewed all the memories he had experienced before, no matter how big or small. Maybe, I have met Wu Huanling, but I'm not sure who it was. Li Yu recalled all the passers-by he had seen in the lunar fortress, but he didn't judge the right person from them. Everyone stayed at that time seemed normal. This disguise method is indeed clever, and most of the acting skills are also very clever. It's easy to integrate into the role. No wonder he can enter and exit various main ships at will. Li Yu thought to himself that he could also complete the same operation with his deformation characteristics, and make others unable to tell the flaws. If you focus on observing, there is still a possibility of discovering the flaws, but if you just pass by, I'm afraid it's impossible to see through this guy. He became more vigilant. Next time if you go to a strange place, you must observe all strangers carefully. This approach is very demanding on your brain, but Li Yu thinks it's worth it. He can completely turn brain superlifting into a daily means of use, so that he can maintain a stronger observation ability and use brain superlifting to continuously improve the foundation of the brain. Only in this way can the power of the soul be fully exerted. Otherwise, Wu Huanling might be hanging around in front of him without knowing it. This kind of person is too destructive, and his purpose is probably to get the immortal nucleus, which is in direct conflict with him. However, that passerby may just be his fanatic, or one of the successfully transformed puppets. It may not be him. After all, with Wu Huanling's skills, he probably wouldn't transform the dream virtual reality so crudely. Most likely it's the result of Wu Huanling's remote control. However, This still can't explain the problem that the palm prints can't be matched in the moon fortress. While thinking, Ningfiayu came up. Why do you look so depressed? Li Yu shook his head and said, that's not the case. I just feel a little regretful for not catching Wu Huanling. Ningfiayu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, a guy like Wu Huanling won't be proud for long. Li Yu lacked clues in his hands, so he simply stopped thinking about this person and asked, how is it? Are your parents awake? Ningfiayu said, they woke up, and they asked me to thank you very much. Li Yu said, then what did they say about the situation I asked you to ask for them before? Ningfiayu said, there was indeed a theft half a year ago, in which some of their research materials were stolen. Moreover, due to the theft of key research materials, their research has stagnated in the past 6 months. Also because of the stagnation of research, they had to publish the self-circulating fern varieties that have not yet been fully perfected. Otherwise, according to their plan, they will probably have to optimize at least 3 or 4 versions before they can make them public. Li Yu nodded and said, even so, your parents are quite amazing. They have such great achievements in their hands, but they can still endure loneliness and live quietly in that ordinary old house. Ningfiayu's face also showed a bit of strangeness, and said, according to them, the research environment in the moon fortress is not very good now. If you stand out too early, you will easily be targeted by various spotlights, which will greatly affect the progress of your research. For them, life itself is already satisfying enough. Their lifelong wish is to do this solid research well. Li Yu understood that Ning's father and mother did have the integrity and persistence to do research, which was indeed admirable. After thinking for a while, he asked again, so, do your parents have any clue about the assassination? Ningfiayu shook his head and said, before this, they didn't know anyone like Wu Huanling or Lin Huangwu. Even the new species of self-circulating ferns they published is actually a great benefit to the lunar ecological environment. It can greatly increase the scope of the living area and improve the average life expectancy. They have studied that if such a species is spread over a large area, as long as it lasts for 2 or 3 generations, the average physical fitness of the people inside the moon will be improved by a small level. Not only that, in the carbon-oxygen cycle environment produced by this self-circulating fern, the evolutionary potential of mankind will also be improved, so when the results were published, they became famous in one fell swoop. The only people who will be offended may be the researchers of the previous type of self-circulating fern species and the corresponding capital groups. It's just that this capital group should have no so-called connection with Wu Huanling. Li Yu pondered and said, then, how did they get the lost research materials? Ningfiayu said, I asked them, too. They said they found it from the lunar soil excavation company. At that time, they wanted to try the breeding effect of lunar soil, so they went to the excavation company to find a lot of samples. Basically, they have been preparing and debugging many of these samples since I was born. Li Yu understood. This made sense. The immortal nucleus should have been buried in some ground by the gourd man, just like the 3 he found last time. Then, humans developed the moon and built a lunar fortress. During the 300 years of construction, they finally dug it deep underground for hundreds of meters, and the fragments were also excavated decades ago. However, because Ning's father and mother did not have the qualifications of an evolver, it is estimated that they had been exposed to divine radiation for a long time, and at most their physique was strengthened. Then by chance, this fragment and the variety optimization effect produced by the combination of other items were discovered. In any case, this decades-long persistence is indeed awe-inspiring. After thinking about it, Li Yu said to Ningfiayu solemnly, your parents are very admirable people. It is my honor to save them by chance. With that, he turned and left, ready to start daily training. Ningfiayu was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and suddenly her eyes were moist. It was a complex emotion caused by her guilt towards her parents and the joy of being recognized. The beautiful planet in front of her, where azure and emerald green intertwined, is the cradle of mankind. Everyone stood at the cockpit door with great anticipation, admiring it up close. Everyone put down the training activities at hand and looked at this great planet seriously. Coincidentally, none of the top 10% had ever been to Earth. Everyone's background was basically average, except for Long Jinjin, who had a father of the heavenly rank. Among the others, Su Weilu had the best family, whose parents were both upper-level mecha masters. The second was Le Guangyao, the 4th cousin of the heavenly rank Quan clan, who had a father who was an upper-level evolver. Liang Zhishan was surprised by this and said with a smile, the Earth is just ahead. I am really excited to think about it. I didn't expect that my half-baked level could actually enter the top 10. Our session should be a relatively rare poor champion group. I remember that when I participated in the competition a few years ago, many of the top 10 masters were direct descendants of the Xianwei Quan family, Tan Heod said lightly. After all, our group occupies the positions of those good families. This is normal. Among the top 10 in the second round, people like Yan, Xiao Doixun, Zhao Yingying, Wang Jiaxin, etc. are basically direct descendants of double Xianwei couples. Zhang Pengting and Lin Huai in their group are also direct descendants of Xianwei, but their parents are both their predecessors who were promoted to Xianwei, so their innate foundation is not very strong. In addition, they are relatively young, so their performance in this competition can only be considered average. Su Weilu held a cup of hot tea, drank it slowly, and then said elegantly, among the top 10, some people have first-mover advantages, such as upgrading their mechas earlier, or they don't need to upgrade and can directly exchange for suitable upper-level mechas. If these advantages are eliminated, in fact, the strength of many people is just like that. In terms of real technical and tactical level, we have gone through many battles and are the first to enjoy various enhancements of the heritage relics. We may not be worse than the previous top 10, Liang Zhishan nodded and said, that's right. Among the top 10 in the previous sessions, I was impressed by the predecessors of the 138th session. The others, I feel, are just ordinary and powerful, Su Weilu said. Are you talking about the session where Yang Ziliu and Ke Guangxu competed for supremacy? Liang Zhishan said, yes, these two big guys, didn't they successfully advance to the heavenly position in the past few years, and their strength was able to reverse and kill masters who were 1 or 2 levels higher, and they were very popular. Su Weilu nodded, these two are indeed amazing, but I feel that they are still a lot worse than our Captain Li. Li Yi smiled and waved his hand and said, don't flatter me. You always compare yourself with your seniors. If they get out, they will think I am arrogant and want to teach me a lesson. Su Weilu smiled slightly, slowly put her lips close to the teacup, sipped it carefully, and stopped talking. It's no wonder that Su Weilu's temperament and behavior are now more elegant and calm than before. After the cruise ship entry inspection on Earth and the final scan of the starship finally flew into the long-awaited Earth. The first stop was the Kinling base. In the atmosphere, the starship cut through the sky, emitting red and yellow flames, and flew in as fast as a meteor. Everyone has strong physical fitness, so they didn't wear seat belts, but relied on their own strong endurance, each standing in a corner, waiting to land. Li Yi stood by the window, looking through the blazing flames and overlooking the sky above the Earth. The mountain range in front of them, which was crisscrossed like a huge fold on the ground, must be the Kinling Mountains. On the Kinling Mountains, tall trees shade the ground, green forests are everywhere, and large birds with wingspans of more than 7 or 8 meters are wandering around in the sky. The entire mountain range is still in the state of a primeval forest. Only by looking back and forth to the north and south can you find that the areas close to the plains on both sides have begun to have more outlines of modern urban high-rise buildings. Turning your sight back to the Kinling Mountains, the microelectric characteristics stimulate the periphery of the eyeballs, and soon you can see some small-sized, but obviously divine creatures wandering around. Interesting, are these a batch of small-sized divine creatures artificially bred and then released into the natural environment for long-term observation? Li Yi looked for a moment and saw some familiar divine creature forms. Many of the divine creatures encountered in the Xianxu ruins actually have corresponding scaled-down versions that appear here. I just don't know whether these scaled-down versions of divine creatures existed before the development of the Xianxu ruins, or were they cultivated after that. If it is the latter, it means that the efficiency of the Earth ruins is still very high. The starship quickly landed at the entrance of the Kinling base and slowly docked. Maybe it was because they had gone through a lot of inspection procedures, but after landing, no inspection personnel came. Instead, a Xianwei strongman named Chen Tongjin, with 2 3-in-1 masters, came to greet everyone. Welcome all the outstanding young people to the Kinling base. I finally waited for you to come. Chen Tongjin smiled and was very enthusiastic, without any airs of a Xianwei master. I'll prepare dinner for you, just to welcome you and let you wash away the hardship of the journey. The 2 3-in-1 masters next to Chen Tongjin were named Chen Jianhu and Chen Jianbao, one thin and one fat. The thin Chen Jianhu was serious and had a cold face. The fat one smiled throughout the whole process and greeted everyone very friendly. Not long after, Zheng Xiaoquan, who was also a tall and fat man, became familiar with Chen Jianbao. Why are there so few people in the Kinling base? We are the only starship in the entire hangar? Chen Jianbao smiled. It's normal. Everyone is busy exploring the ruins. In the major military bases of our Earth's ruins, there are generally upper-level evolvers, but exploring the ruins requires queuing up and studying strategies, so they definitely won't stay idle in the base. Besides, there are many benefits in the ruins. If we hadn't come to pick you up today, we would definitely prefer to stay in the ruins. By the way, I heard that there is a master among you who has obtained the golden light of enlightenment. Is it the handsome Master Li? Zheng Xiaoquan was surprised and said, yes, you have a sweet mouth. You are praising him so quickly. Chen Jianbao smiled and said, this golden thigh is here, we must hug him quickly. With a holder of the golden light of enlightenment, subsequent exploration will be easier, Zheng Xiaoquan said. That's great. Can you give us a detailed introduction to the current situation? How should we arrange the 10 of us in the future to maximize the benefits? Chen Jianbao coughed lightly and smiled. Then you have to listen carefully. The Earth Ruins has 7 major divisions. I believe you should have heard of it more or less, right? Zheng Xiaoquan nodded slightly. Chen Jianbao said, the 7 major divisions also represent the 7 most powerful divinities. Therefore, before exploring, it is best to confirm whether you need to obtain the corresponding most powerful divinity and whether this conflicts with your originally planned evolutionary route. If there is no conflict, then it is best to challenge the division as soon as possible and set a level, so that you can initially enjoy a little bit of the radiation of the most powerful divinity. Su Weilu came up at this time and said in surprise, in other words, you can get the radiation of the most powerful divinity now? So good. Chen Jianbao smiled bitterly, yes, but only a little bit, just to give you a taste and entice you to continue to challenge. Understand, how should I put it? Although it is very good, it is not so wonderful for people with insufficient potential for advancement. Everyone immediately became curious. Chapter 207 Introduction. Chen Jianbao said, we all know that if you want to be promoted from a higher position to a heavenly position, what you need to do is condense the divine nucleus. If you want to be promoted from a heavenly position to a position above the heavenly position, you must either accept the radiation of the strongest divinity, transform your own nucleus into the strongest nucleus, and thus possess the strongest divinity, or follow the original plan and use the 3-core method to condense the strongest divinity by yourself. Right, everyone knows that the 3-core method should be used first, and then accept the radiation of the strongest divinity to condense dual strongest or even multiple strongest nuclei to become stronger. But the reality is that the 3-core method is difficult, and the more difficult it is in the later stages, then, for a person who knows that he lacks potential, does he have no choice but to accept the strongest divinity immediately after entering the heavenly position and transform his nucleus into the strongest nucleus? Everyone listened to Chen Jianbao's words and nodded slowly. Chen Jianbao shook his head and said, however, this method is wrong, very wrong. The fact is, only those who are strong enough can obtain enough radiation from the strongest divinity here. If you receive the strongest divinity to transform the nucleus from the beginning, then the characteristics will be weakened accordingly during this long period of time. The strongest divinity has just been conceived, but the original means are gone. How can the combat power be high? Think about it, how can you get enough strongest divinity like this? So, in the early stage, the end result is the same. First, find A-level radiation or S-level radiation that has a counter effect on the target strongest divinity to increase the nourishment of the divinity nucleus as much as possible. Hearing this, Su Weilu was slightly surprised and said, isn't the strongest divinity the S-level divinity? Chen Jianbao shook his head and said, this is the case in other places, but here, the strongest divinity is not ordinary S-level radiation, it is a radiation quality that is higher than S-level radiation. For example, think about it, why can that person receive the strongest divinity after condensing the Yuan nucleus by the 3-nuclear method? This shows that the Yuan nucleus condensed by the 3-nuclear method is generally half a level weaker than the strongest divinity of the Earth Ruins. Otherwise, the Earth Ruins would not become the cradle of the strongest of mankind. It's just that, because the 3-nuclear method can calmly receive the strongest divinity and achieve double supremacy after it has been practiced, this is the real reason why it is respected by the strong. Everyone suddenly realized. Li Yu asked, so, among us humans, are there any who have achieved the heavenly rank using the quad-core method or pentacore method? Chen Jianbao's eyes lit up, and he approached Li Yi and said, Mecha Master Li is worthy of being the number one of this young generation. His ambition is so lofty. I admire you, however, your question really stumped me, because as far as I know, among the current strong men in our human race, there may be people who are trying the quad-core or even pentacore method, but they have definitely not succeeded yet. After all, there are only a very small number of people who can succeed with the tri-core method. Liang Zhishan said. Hearing what you said, I became curious. Is there anyone who condenses half of the 3 cores and then receives the strongest divinity? Would that mean that 3 strongest elemental nuclei can be condensed in this way? Chen Jianbao said, that's not impossible, but it's more difficult, and it's so difficult that people dare not try it, because you have a condensed half of the 3 cores. It means that your strength is not strong enough, and the strongest divinity you receive is simply not enough. Think about it, a half-baked one, and there are 3 to share the strongest divinity. Wouldn't it take 3 times as long? Moreover, the 3 cores are half-condensed, and the strength has not changed dramatically, and the total amount that can be increased is not much. Under the same combat power, the strongest radiation that can be accepted is constant. In this way, won't both steps waste a lot of time, and may not be able to do it until death? Liang Zhishan was stunned by the question and said, indeed, this method of not pleasing both sides seems to be more troublesome. Unless the combat power is against the sky, you can consider it this way. Chen Jianbao shook his head and said, no, in fact, even if the combat power is against the sky, it is still recommended to make arrangements after the 3 cores are combined into one. Because even if you have strong combat power and can earn a lot of strongest divine radiation, it will slowly be transformed into an incompatible match because your physique is not fully matched. At this time, the physique will naturally be more inclined to the strongest divinity, and then your original proud means will naturally be weakened. In this way, the strongest divine radiation that can be obtained will decline. Only when the 3 cores are integrated into one, and the strength has reached a new level, the weakened combat power will still not affect the overall situation. Only then can the situation be stabilized. Everyone nodded slowly. It did make some sense. Tan Haod asked, then, aren't there quite a few strong men above the heavenly rank in our federation who don't rely on the 3-core method, but directly transform into the strongest divine nature? How is this done? After all, according to what you said, it seems that only by practicing the 3-core method first can you succeed. Chen Jianbao smiled slightly. The situation just mentioned is all for general situations. In fact, there are different ways to play, that is to cooperate with those strong men with higher challenges, and focus on attacking some group battle areas. This can also increase the individual strongest divinity quota, then accumulate a little to a lot, and then rely on yourself to clear some personal challenge areas, or puzzle challenge areas, and obtain the corresponding quota, and this method is generally suitable for those who have strong combat power. Especially those who rely less on characteristics and have strong skills and tactics. You must be able to fight in order to take a 2-pronged approach and obtain a sufficient amount of the strongest divine nature quota, so that you can hope to succeed in this way. Basically, those who don't have the confidence to use the 3-core method will cooperate with the old predecessors of this ship early on, of course. It is also possible to develop new areas, but that is more difficult. If it is not strong enough, then let's not consider it. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and the basic situation was roughly understood. Lin Guotao asked, so, we haven't become heavenly yet, and it seems that we are still far from the strongest divinity, right? What's the use of knowing it now? Chen Jianbao smiled and said, no, you can. In the 7 divisions, the weakest can start from the upper evolution, because there is not only the strongest divinity in the 7 divisions, in the corresponding divisions, there are also many lower-level S and A-level divine radiations, which can enhance your cultivation progress. Basically, all the divinity sequences that humans have ever had are here. You don't have to worry about your divinity sequence being too rare and unable to obtain the corresponding high-quality radiation. Even if you need to combine 3 elements into one, you can shorten the process through enough high-quality radiation. Starting tomorrow, everyone can receive a little bit of the strongest divinity and judge which one has a higher degree of compatibility with you. It is also feasible and will not affect your original unique route. As for those who are taking the composite route now, it doesn't matter even more. In short, remember to confirm which division is the most important to adapt to in the early stage, and then take root in that division and challenge it. Next, everyone asked questions about the challenges in each division, and asked a lot of detailed questions about each situation. Li Yi thought about it, He had accumulated a lot of divine characteristics. Theoretically, let alone the 4-core method, he might even have hope for the 9-core method and the 12-core method. Of course, a higher level godhood can accommodate multiple characteristics. For example, the godhood of Pluto can accommodate at least 3 characteristics: freezing, ice prison, and gravity, which can also form a core. Like the Thor sequence, it can also fuse magnetic explosions, microelectricity, repulsion and other characteristics into one core. Moreover, the divine nuclei fused with different characteristics should also represent different heavenly characteristics. Liu thought in his heart, thinking about it this way, many of my characteristics can be melted into one core, which also avoids the system from being too chaotic. Let's temporarily set 9 cores as the basic goal, or 12 cores as the challenge goal. All bottlenecks depend on the growth rate of soul strength. Secondly, it depends on how much high-quality divine radiation can be obtained with the height of combat power. I have both of these. I just need to challenge each division with all my strength, and I believe I can get a high enough progress speed. As for the cooperation that Hitomian and I mentioned last time, I will first meet several seniors of the Yaochi ship to confirm whether to cooperate. After all, my Wuxian Jingyuan can only allow me to travel freely in the Jingyuan division, and I am not sure how well the Jingyuan divinity matches me. However, since it can give me Wuxian Jingyuan, maybe the matching degree should not be low, so that at least there is a kind of strongest divinity. While walking and listening to Chen Jianbao's explanation, everyone also came to the local canteen, one after another, and walked into the private room area in the canteen. The style of this private room is very simple, and all kinds of items are not luxurious. There is a little natural beauty in the low-key. This also shows the overall good style of the earth relics. The welcoming dinner arranged by Chen Tongchen for everyone began. The dishes served were actually dishes cooked with the flesh and blood of various divine creatures. Steamed, fried, stewed, pan-fried, roasted, and stewed, all kinds of methods, but they are very delicious. The dishes were quickly served, and Chen Tongchen smiled and raised his glass and said, "I am here to show my hospitality as a host. Everyone, please don't be polite. These are all edible divine creatures that we specially breed. The taste and the rich energy contained in them are not inferior to those genuine giant divine creatures. Everyone, eat more and enjoy our local specialties. Starting tomorrow, we basically won't have such a good feast. Basically, we won't be able to leave the various ruins divisions for 10 days or half a month. By then, basically everyone will be beaten to pulp." When everyone heard this, they laughed. Liu raised his glass in response and said with a smile, "Captain Chen, what you said is as if it would not be the case if we explored other ruins." Chen Tongchen nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. The intensity of the battles inside the earth ruins is not ordinary, and it really tests your endurance. Maybe some masters are very good at bursting out instantly and can reverse the strong men who are 2 or 3 levels higher, but if the endurance is weak, or the price of bursting out is the reduction of endurance, then it will be uncomfortable." Many people glanced at Li Yi. Isn't Li Yi a typical example of using compressed endurance in exchange for high burst? On this side, Li Yi ignored everyone's expressions and asked, "Captain Chen, how long do you need to persist at least?" Chen Tongchen said, "You need to persist for at least a week to get a high-intensity penetration of A-level divine radiation. Persist for at least 2 weeks to get high-intensity penetration of S-level divine radiation. Persist for at least a month to get high-intensity penetration of the strongest divine radiation. Therefore, it is also very important to strike a reasonable balance between high burst and high endurance." Ningfei was slightly surprised. This kind of high-intensity penetration, is it said that the effect is stronger than ordinary conventional radiation? Chen Tongchen nodded and said, "Yes. This is why you have to be able to fight and persist at the same time. The high-intensity combat of driving a divine mecha can greatly stimulate your growth. Add to that a high-intensity penetration of high-level divine radiation, and the speed of generating divine genes will be much faster. In this way, even if you achieve the heavenly position through a single route, you can overcome the problem of insufficient divine radiation, and slowly accumulate enough for the other 2 cores." Ningfei suddenly realized, no wonder so many heavenly rank powerhouses gather here. It turns out that exploring these earth ruins can give you a better chance of advancing to heavenly rank. Chen Tongchen smiled and said, "But don't think it's easy. It's already amazing for you newcomers to be able to obtain a high-intensity penetration of Class A radiation once within 3 months, including your predecessors who performed very well in previous sessions, Yang Ziliu and Ke Guangsu. They only accomplished it before the end of the second month and the beginning of the third month respectively. Don't be so stressed at the beginning, take your time and adapt for a while. After that, you will slowly enter the high-speed lane of rapid improvement and enjoy the pleasure of extraordinary progress. To be honest, the reason why we humans have been able to hold out for such a long time under such a powerful alien force is due to the entire Earth ruins. Actually, I'm very optimistic about your session. I know about your battle records. They're great. It is estimated that after 5 or 6 years of hard work, there will probably be 2 or 3 heavenly rank powerhouses among your group. As he spoke, Chen Tongjian glanced at Li Yi's face imperceptibly. Lin Guotao was surprised and said, "There is a chance to enter the heavenly rank in 5 or 6 years? This is really great. Generally speaking, for the upper limit of a single route, it takes more than 10 to 20 years to successfully achieve the 3 elements integration. This is the case for those with medium and upper talents. Only a few people with good talents can shorten it to about 10 years. For example, Zhou Bingying, whom Li Yi met in the Inheritance Ruins last time, had been on Earth for 5 years before being rotated to the Border Star, and spent another 5 or 6 years. Finally, with the help of the Spiral Spire, she successfully completed the 3 elements integration. During this period, almost 10 years is already a very remarkable data. After all, there are many upper evolutionists who can live to be 200 years old, and there are many who can reach the age of 140 or 50, or even close to 200 years before being promoted to the heavenly rank. Originally, Li Yi thought that Chen Tongjian was so enthusiastic and would talk about cooperation. Unexpectedly, he was just supplementing Chen Jianbao's explanation throughout the whole process, which was very dedicated and responsible. After the meal, everyone felt that the energy received by their bodies was good, and they all planned to go to the training ground to digest the food. As a result, Chen Jianbao told them that there was no gravity training ground in the Qingling base. Liang Zhishan was surprised and said, "Such a large base doesn't even have a gravity training ground. How can the new recruits do daily training?" Chen Jianbao smiled and said, "It's okay. In the several areas occupied by us humans, there are many areas similar to gravity training grounds, and they are more intelligent and can be adjusted according to your physical condition at any time. Our human gravity training device was also built by imitating the ideas here. So on Earth, there is no need to use high-quality imitations." Everyone understood. Su Weilu said, "Then let's not train for now. How about we go around the surrounding area? Can we go to the city outside the base?" Chen Jianbao said, "Of course, but you can't drive the divine mecha over there. It's too disturbing and will be complained. There are many puzzle-solving experts in the city, and they have bad tempers." Su Weilu said, "It's okay. I've heard about it before. Can we borrow a flying cart to go there?" Chen Jianbao waved his hand and said, "No problem. I have a private 7-seater car, and my brother also has one. You can split the 2 and go together. By the way, don't think my brother doesn't talk much. In fact, his throat was injured in a battle. It's a genetic injury, so he can't say much. Please forgive me." On the side, Chen Jianhu, who had always maintained a cool face, nodded silently. Immediately, everyone took the keys and prepared to set off. Li Yi said, "I think a new divine gene is about to be generated, so I can't go with you. You can go by yourselves." Ning Feiyu also said, "What a coincidence. I am also going to try the 3 elements integration. I want to find the feeling during this period, so I won't go either." The 2 masters said they would not go, and everyone's interest was immediately reduced by half. Lin Xiu also said indifferently, "I also want to practice alone, so I can't accompany you for the time being." Liang Zhishan spread his hands and said, "Okay, I also have to think about the 3 elements integration. Why don't we wait until we have practiced successfully next time before going to the Earth to have a look?" There was no other way. Even if there were people like Su Weilu who were eager to see the cradle of mankind, there was nothing they could do. They could only practice with a crowd. In the training ground, some A-level and B-level nuclei brought by Li Yi on the ship, the nuclei that looked like huge millstones, were placed around the training ground. Since most people in the Qingling base were not there, there were many vacant training grounds. So he used his authority to apply for a training ground exclusively for him, where he could place these divine nuclei. In this way, he could use them whenever he needed to receive these divine radiations. At this moment, large tracts of high-quality divinity continued to radiate over, and Li Yi finally condensed the 22nd divine gene after a week. What a coincidence, it's another immortal divine gene, so my endurance can be improved. It seems that it is probably these fragments of immortal nuclei obtained in the lunar fortress, superimposed on my previous accumulation, that I have this new one. Liu closed his eyes and felt slightly, and found that his vitality was much stronger. Although every time a divine gene is condensed, the body will become stronger and increase the standard gravity tolerance by 1 to 2 times. But now, he found that not only his body became stronger, but it seemed that there was a strange and vigorous vitality deep in his body, which was constantly gushing out. It was really a wonderful feeling. He faintly felt that just the generation of this immortal divine gene alone could allow him to live decades longer than other people of the same level. After trying the challenge zone of this earth ruins and obtaining a high-penetration divine radiation, we will set out to look for other fragments of the immortal core hidden on Earth. According to the instructions on the star map puzzle, there are at least 20 to 30 of them hidden on Earth. Chapter 208 Preliminary Test. The 7 major divisions of the Earth relics are the Jin'ai division of Kunlun Base, the Hangming division of Taihang Base, the Taipei division of Changbei Base, the Yuhong division around Dangsha Base, and the Nanling division of Xiaoguang division, as well as the Longhu division of Taishan Base and the Xingmeng division of Qinling Base. They have been occupied by humans and have become the main places for human training and improvement. It is also a coincidence that these major relic divisions are all in the East Asian region. There are also some small relics in other continental plates, but their scale and strength are far less than the 7 divisions. As for why those small relics cannot be listed as the main part of the Earth relics, it is also very simple, because the patterns inside the relics are completely different. Only these 7 divisions can produce the strongest divinity. Other small relics are at most the last technological products of some divine civilizations, with few resources and items, and are very poor. In addition, the Wuxian Jingyuan hidden in Li Yi's body is the key to the Jin'ai division. The Wuxian maze that we experienced on the Kunlun ship was from one of the puzzle divisions in the Jin'ai division. It is said that the thought steel nails of the human side are also mainly produced in the Jin'ai division. In other relics, thought steel nails are rarely found. Li Yi and his team are currently at the Qinling base, so they are not in a hurry to go far away. Anyway, they have to go through all 7 divisions, so they are going to try their hand at the nearby Xingmeng division the next morning. As for the Jin'ai division, they can go there later. Before leaving, Li Yi met with Yikai Ongying, who had been hiding, to understand the other parties' dynamic arrangements. The bodyguards who came with Yikai Ongying were originally auxiliary personnel on the ship and did not have a quota to enter the Earth, so after completing the pickup mission, they had to return to the border star. On the way, they will also carry a batch of resources to the border star, which can be regarded as a dual purpose of one ship. As for Yikai Ongying, as a strong person of the heavenly rank, she naturally has the authority to enter the Earth, so after everyone left, she immediately removed her disguise and got off the ship alone. Now that they are on Earth, there is no cult left, and Yikai Ongying's bodyguard mission is basically complete. Fortunately, the cult did not send out a stronger force, or it may be that they saw that there was a strong person protecting them, so the force they arranged was strong but not lethal enough. Maybe they chose to investigate through other channels, but this is none of Li Yi's business. Anyway, it is the old fox Li Guangzi who wants to fish. After the two of them briefly greeted each other, Li Yi asked about each other's plans. Yikai Ongying said, I have been here many times before, so I am familiar with this place. You can follow the people from Qinling base first. After you have a preliminary understanding, we can team up to go to other divisions. I happen to have a group battle division to conquer, and I can drag you over to fight when the time comes, but don't worry. Several of my old friends haven't come out of another group battle division yet. We'll go over there after we confirm. That group of people are all in the middle and high levels of the heavenly rank, and they are quite powerful. Li Yi nodded and said, so what's Chief He's schedule now? Yikai Ongying said, I'm going to Changsha City to play and rest for a few days. It's not far away. I always miss the stinky tofu there. I plan to buy a lot of ingredients and fry it myself. Li Yi smiled and said, stinky tofu? I didn't expect that there are still such snacks on Earth nowadays. I must try Chief He's tofu someday if I have the chance. Yikai Ongying rolled her eyes at Li Yi, covered her mouth with her hands and smiled charmingly. Boy, you just made me lose your temper with your serious face a while ago. As for now, I just think it's boring no matter how you talk. You either do it yourself or stop being a hero with just words. Li Yu blinked and said, "Sir, my fighting skills are very strong. I have practiced to the level that my tongue can pierce steel plates. Do you want to know more?" Hikaiyongying was frightened by Li Yu's fierceness. After all, she really knew that Li Yu had a physique that was not inferior to the heavenly level when he was in the upper position. Knowing shit. "You are awesome, I'm leaving." She almost ran away. Li Yu also laughed. This girl only talked about meat and vegetables, but she still exposed her true nature when she met the real thing. Of course, this mode only applies to Hikaiyongying. He is still very normal to others. If this girl didn't like driving from the beginning, Li Yu wouldn't do the opposite. After that, he went to find the distribution center for interstellar mail and found the Xingyu No. 4 potion that he had asked Zhang Xingyu to deliver. He put it in batches into the cockpit of the Xiangwang Mecha. The potions he had drunk before were basically common goods. Although the effects were good, they were not as suitable for his physical condition as Xingyu No. 3. Now that he had a lot of money, he naturally spent a lot of money again, basically spending all the original star coin reserves to buy potions beyond the accumulated quota. Now, he really didn't have many star coins left. As for the war merit, there were still 600,000. The value of this thing could not be exchanged for star coins, but its value was naturally countless times higher than star coins, and it could not be generalized. Moreover, he now had 2 affiliated positions, which could contribute at least hundreds of thousands of star coins to him every month, so he didn't worry about the problem of daily expenses. What he needed more at the moment was all kinds of high-grade divine radiation. In addition, he also brought a complete A-level divine core with him this time. The volume was almost the size of a small house, which was really not small. This Heavenly King mech is indeed a divine mech over 100 meters long, and its cockpit is much larger than that of the Pluto mech. In addition to placing these nutrients, he can easily fit one of these A-level divine nuclei, and there is still a lot of space left inside. Of course, he only stuffed one A-level slime creature, and there would not be enough space for more. The reason why he chose this one is that the divine nuclei of this slime creature are of the highest quality, although they have not been completed mecha and can be released infinitely. But to be honest, since this thing is so large, it will take dozens or even hundreds of years to decay into waste stone, so he is not worried. 12 divine mechas set off from the kindling base and flew to the star division not far away next door amidst the flickering flames. Among the crowd, the heavenly powerful Chen Tongchen needs to take turns to guard the base, and these 12 people are the brothers Chen Jianbao and Chen Jianhu, who are responsible for leading the way, as well as Li Yi and 10 others. What Li Yi activated this time was undoubtedly the Heavenly King mech. Among the 12 people present, no one's mecha is taller than his, which is also strange. Chen Jianbao and Chen Jianhu are both in the middle stage of the 3-in-1 integration, and their progress is similar, but Chen Jianhu's divine mecha is taller, a B-level Vulcan sequence, a 128-meter Fireblade mecha. The body of this Fireblade mecha is red with white armor, with a blade-shaped pattern on the forehead. The body is streamlined, the armor is light, and the edges and corners are not obvious. It is a speed-type mecha. Chen Jianbao's is also a B-level Vulcan sequence, 122 meters, a drought mecha. The body proportions of the drought mecha are even more slender, with a flat waist and long limbs. The whole body is dry and burred with thin red skin, like a skinny skeleton, but the eyes are abnormally huge, like black holes inlaid in the round eye sockets, with needle-like scarlet dots in the black holes, and the overall shape is very weird. When Chen Jianbao, a fat man, was driving the Hanba mecha, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. In response, Chen Jianbao spread his hands and said, "Don't be surprised why my figure can match the Hanba mecha. I am also very surprised. Anyway, my conclusion is that maybe I am the most flexible among the fat people. I am quite special, so I have this honor to drive this Hanba mecha with a magical legend." The so-called magical legend naturally refers to the name Hanba. In the ancient legends of mankind, when Hanba appeared, the land was scorched for thousands of miles, and its power was really good. By the way, the name of each divine mecha was not given by humans out of thin air, but the name that the driver automatically knew when it was successfully started. This name does not have any language or information, but after the initial startup, the driver will silently know how to call this divine mecha. The whole process is very magical, and it is also one of the problems that humans have not yet solved. Among the divine mechas discovered by humans, some can match various myths and legends and have names familiar to humans. For example, Xiuran mecha, Gonggong mecha, Hanba Mecha, etc. are typical. After all, according to the current evidence, humans are mostly not of the same origin as the ancient divine civilization people, whether in terms of genes or other situations, and are not even branch species. In this regard, humans can only explain that perhaps the name may not be such a name, but because the driver is a human, its naming function automatically finds a matching name from the powerful impression in the human mind. Therefore, as long as a human drives this mecha, he can have the same name. Of course, this is just a guess by human experts, and whether it is true or not is still unknown. The mechas traveled together at a very fast speed and soon arrived at the target area and stopped outside a mountain pass. This mountain pass should be a giant volcano, more than 3,000 meters high, with a jet diameter of about 250 meters, which is quite wide, like a giant catfish exhaling to the sky. The 12 divine mechas flying around the crater also seemed not so tall. Is this it? Yes, follow me and fly in from the mountain pass, Chen Jianbao explained, and then controlled the Hanba Mecha to fly into the crater first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Yu followed closely behind in the Xianwang Mecha, and soon found that the inner passage of the crater became wider and wider. However, as he fell, the light became sparse. Soon, the mechas landed one after another. A huge dark space with a faint glow appeared in front of the mechas. The height was about 600 meters, and the front and left were all out of sight. In various places in front, some huge mechas standing quietly showed extremely amazing outlines in the dim light. Most of them were mechas over 100 meters high, and a few that were not 100 meters high were also 80 meters high. There were no less than 30 mechas in total. It really deserves to be the remains of the Earth. There are so many masters gathered on the periphery in just one sub-district. Li Yu looked forward, and there was a faint invisible passage in front of the space. There were obvious footprints on the ground, and it was obvious that there were divine mechas going deep into the passage. Looking to the side, there should be some passages in the distance, but there were fewer divine mechas waiting around. The distance between each passage was about 1 kilometer, which showed how vast the internal space was. Even Li Yi suspected that this space was already another dimensional space. Because according to his spatial thinking, the shape of this mountain pass and the entire space was so inconsistent. Chen Jianbao said, "This is the first division of Starlight, and it is also the first division for group battles. Basically, everyone who has not yet become a heavenly rank is challenging here. What you see in front are basically the young masters who have ranked in the top 10 in previous competitions or are local to the Earth. Because the main areas of the Starlight division have basically been conquered by us humans, the danger level of the outer areas is basically not high. Only a few divisions, or the deepest parts of the divisions, are there some dangers. So this is often the place where group battle teams that do not cooperate with strong people come most often." Here, a divine mecha seemed to recognize Chen Jianbao and said with a smile, "Old Chen, are you going to bring newcomers again? How is the quality of the newcomers this time? Is there anyone who can fight with me, the King of War Knife?" Chen Jianbao said with a grin, "Old Zan, you are flattering yourself. Today I brought a super big whale. I guarantee that I will scare you as soon as it gets into the water," Old Zan said in disbelief. "Just brag, who is it? Let me come and try. See if you can block my 3 swords." As he was speaking, someone over there shouted that Old Zan's crew had arrived. Seeing this, Chen Jianbao smiled and said, "Go and challenge me, and don't try to cause trouble." Then he said to everyone, "Ignore this lunatic. This guy likes to bully newcomers the most. He's known as a military ruffian. You are not fully prepared now, so don't run into him. Let's focus on improving ourselves first." Everyone nodded, and Chen Jianbao took the opportunity to talk about other topics. Su Weilu asked curiously, "How is this team battle fought? Is it different from normal exploration of ruins?" Chen Jianbao said, "The team battle is mainly to deal with opponents of various races refreshed by the ruins themselves. There are all kinds of things. According to experts, many of those races are prehistoric divine creatures, and most of them are opponents of the same era as the divine civilization, so, the team battle division is essentially very similar to playing in virtual reality, because the monsters here will be refreshed as long as a divine mecha enters, and the total amount of energy and divinity is huge and unlimited. This mechanism is almost the same as our human games, so the Earth ruins are also considered by experts to be the training base of the divine civilization and the cradle of war. Unlike the heritage ruins you discovered, there is more emphasis on knowledge and basic inheritance education. While here it is more focused on killing and fighting, Don't look at me comparing it with virtual reality, but this place is not so gentle. If you lose here, you will be seriously injured. In very serious cases, you may even die in battle, so once you sense something is wrong, you must decisively withdraw from the battle group, so that those monsters will no longer chase you. Remember this. Although the mortality rate in the first few group battle zones is not high, it does mean that people will not die. When you challenge, you should run when you should. Don't hesitate. Understand? Everyone nodded slowly. Chen Jianbao said, let's go. There are many people queuing in the first group battle zone. We can go to the single training zone next door. There is no need to queue there and you can enter at any time. At that moment, everyone immediately drove the divine mecha and flew to another passage. The single training zone is more of a test of technical and tactical levels. Everyone going directly. There is no strategy. Just go in and do it. Everyone, try to last 7 days in the first wave and come out. Chapter 209 Speed Kill. The mechas quickly entered the training area. As they flew in, they felt strange waves, as if they had received a very hidden teleportation. Then, they saw a strange scene. It was a huge transparent crystal ball that was as big as a small planet. Inside the ball, countless huge grids were neatly arranged up and down. Each grid was a standard cube with a length, width and height of 500 meters. In these square grids, there were many divine mechas, fighting against various monsters. At first glance, the huge divine mechas looked like small insects trapped in countless grids in the crystal ball, densely packed and shocking. Chen Jianbao said, this is the combat training area. We call it the combat crystal world. There are tens of thousands of combat spaces here. Each space is a single player platform. You must defeat opponents from different races layer by layer before you can enter the next space. After defeating one space, you will be randomly assigned to other spaces to continue to fight divine creatures of other races. Each space must be resolved within 1 hour. If you exceed the time limit, you will be eliminated. Everyone was a little shocked. These tens of thousands of spaces, 1 hour per space, 24 machines per day, 168 machines in 7 days, such a terrifying number. Can they be defeated? Everyone can clearly see that the opponents faced by each divine mecha are taller and heavier than their own. In other words, all opponents are on the same level, or slightly higher. Moreover, there are other divine mechas fighting between the upper, lower, left and right spaces. Is this using such a large frame to practice individual battles in the divine mecha group battle? After all, although the left and right grids are isolated, battle fluctuations may be transmitted at any time, causing the dual area to constantly shake, which greatly affects the combat of each divine mecha and makes it difficult to stand firm. Chen Jianbao smiled and said, there is also a hidden achievement here. If you defeat 1,000 different races cumulatively, you will gain a higher intensity of radiation penetration, which is extremely effective and can allow the single nucleus of the heavenly rank to grow quickly to the full state. Defeat a total of 3,000 different races, with higher quality, which can allow both heavenly rank cores to grow to the full state. Defeat a total of 6,000 species, and the 3 cores will be instantly full. If you defeat a total of 10,000, even if you don't have a nucleus, it can catalyze your generation speed and help the 3 cores merge into one. Or if you go directly to the strongest divinity route, you can basically achieve perfection on the spot and practice the strongest divinity. The above data were all completed by predecessors. Among them, the one who completed the cumulative achievement of 10,000 is Zhang Shengfeng, whom you are all familiar with. He first relied on the 3-core method to achieve the heavenly rank, and then defeated 10,000 opponents, thereby condensing the star divinity. His strength is top human. As for the most powerful achievement of 30,000, and the perfect achievement above, no one has succeeded yet, and I don't know what the effect is. Everyone was stunned. This single training area actually has such a powerful effect? Moreover, there is actually someone who can defeat opponents of 10,000 races? Everyone immediately looked at Li Yi. Li Yi is the only one who has the hope of doing this, right? Liang Zhishan couldn't help but ask, Captain, how long did it take to complete this chapter? Chen Jianbao pondered. It should be about 10 years, which is very impressive. The one who completed the 6,000 achievements is said to be a top master of our human race. It took him 30 years to slowly complete it. Generally speaking, those who have completed the 3,000 stage are the limit that the mainstream masters can achieve. Within the current record range, there are only about 30 strong people who have completed the 3,000 achievements since the discovery of the Earth ruins. Like me, I have only completed more than 200 species in total, Su Weilu asked curiously. What I'm more curious about is that since you can brush it repeatedly, how can you accumulate enough opponent races by spending time? Chen Jianbao shook his head and said, no, the opponent will only get stronger and stronger. Of course, if you get stuck, you can also keep thinking about the opponent's style of play and crack it in a targeted manner. This is what I said, everyone can basically get a good enhancement in 2 or 3 months. Li Yu asked curiously, if we fight too fast, and kill hundreds of divine creatures in 7 days, will there be any extra rewards? Or do we have to accumulate 1,000 to get them? If someone else asked this question, Chen Jianbao would definitely mock him for overestimating his abilities. But since he was facing a golden thigh, he was much more sensible and said, there is no precedent for this, so I don't know. Li Yu nodded slightly. That's right. After all, this is a continuous high-intensity battle that requires at least 7 days of persistence, which is not a small test for everyone. Maybe those strongest people have the ability to accomplish this after becoming stronger, but by then they have already cleared the records of low-level opponents, and they can only choose stronger ones at the beginning, so they can't deal with hundreds of opponents in 7 days. Okay, everyone, this lecture is endless again. Let's not talk nonsense anymore, just fight and it's over. You will know the situation gradually. While speaking, the Hamba Mecha and the Huron Mecha had already rushed into the huge crystal ball first. Everyone did not hesitate and followed them and quickly entered. Feeling the strange fluctuations as if entering the water, the Xianwang Mecha had appeared in one of the transparent frames. Looking around, there was a mech fighting on the left, and the right and top of the head were empty. There was a divine mech fighting with the opponent in the empty space under the feet and behind. This wonderful three-dimensional feeling was like participating in a point-to-point fight in a dense square array. It was like a dream back to the universe version of the spring and autumn period on Earth. That era was also the era when the square array was the most important in war. Opponents began to appear in front. It was a 132-meter-long divine creature like a giant gibbon, with a body covered with tough brown long hair and an unusually strong body. This beast had a hideous face, a row of sharp teeth under its chin like a ridge, and a long black tongue that tickled and jumped. It seemed to be very hungry. When it saw the Xianwei mech, it immediately became excited and rushed straight towards the Xianwang mech. Boom! The Xianwang mech pulled out a B-level building-cutting broadsword mounted on its crotch slot and slashed it casually. Swish! The big ape was directly split into 2 halves, and his body turned into light particles and disappeared on the spot. Li Yu was not surprised. If this first opponent was so strenuous, then his fighting skills above perfection would make people laugh. Moreover, although the big ape in front of him was the same height as him, the pressure he gave him was worse than the weakest slime creature he encountered in the Xianshu ruins before, which shows how weak this opponent was at the beginning. In a blink of an eye, Li Yu was unstoppable all the way, one by one, and defeated 28 opponents with almost no effort. He originally wanted to save time and successfully pass the first 7 days, and first take down the guaranteed high-penetration divine radiation. But when he saw the intensity, it seemed that he could do it, so he immediately decided to speed up the progress appropriately. It was not until the 31st that he encountered a little pressure and needed 2 swords to solve the opponent. Not long after, several people noticed that the speed at which Li Yu's Xianwang Mecha killed opponents was simply unbelievable. Li Yu estimated that the number of opponents here should increase little by little. About every 10 opponents, there will be a small step up. 30 opponents will almost increase the difficulty from the initial stage of the 3 elements integration to the middle stage. He observed the battle situation of the surrounding divine mechas and figured out the increase in the strength of the opponents in the heavenly stage. That is, in the heavenly stage, one needs to have about 60 opponents to cross the first stage before you can start to have the strength of the second stage. By analogy, when you reach the 4th stage, you need to cross 90 opponents. From the initial stage of the 3 elements integration to the strength of the 4th stage of the heavenly stage, you need to cross 360 opponents to challenge. It is no wonder that many people need to think for a long time before they can cross the first 7 days. After all, even if you drag and fight one for half an hour, you need to cross several levels of opponents. And the strong ones in the 3rd and 4th stages of the heavenly stage can basically hold on for the first 7 days. The stronger ones are estimated to be at least the 5th and 6th stages of the heavenly stage, or even stronger, to last for 2 weeks. He now has the blessing of the Heavenly King Mecha, And with a recent small increase in strength, he can completely challenge opponents of the 4th and 5th stages of the heavenly rank. In other words, if he drags it out for half an hour every time, he can easily complete the basic goal. However, this is really a waste of time for Li Yi, so he would rather fight faster and fight against some strong opponents. At that moment, he made up his mind to maintain the speed of the battle until he met an evenly matched opponent, then control the rhythm and practice slowly. This can not only improve quickly, but also ensure that the reward is obtained. And if you are lucky, you can really brush through hundreds of opponents of different races within 7 days, and maybe you can really trigger the hidden reward. The plan has been decided, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. At this time, Li Yi himself can't count how many opponents he has defeated, and his fighting intensity is getting higher and higher, and the time consumed is getting more and more. He only knows that the opponent's strength is now comparable to the A-level mecha controlled by the 4th stage of the heavenly rank, and he needs to launch a 3.0 burst skill to kill. Basically, it takes dozens of rounds of fighting, or controlling the rhythm, to seize the opportunity and kill successfully. Fortunately, the current fighting style is mainly close combat, and the opponent's characteristics seem to be restricted, and there is no burst of characteristic advantages. Therefore, he was relatively relaxed throughout the battle. Even if the opponent was comparable to the divine mecha controlled by the 4th stage of the heavenly position, his endurance was sufficient. Moreover, he was also slowing down the rhythm appropriately during this period, dragging time, and giving himself more opportunities to rest. I should have defeated nearly 300 opponents now, and it's almost the limit. Li Yi didn't expect that his early fight speed was so fast, and in a blink of an eye, he pulled the opponent's strength to such a high level, and only half of the time had passed. Next, he also planned to drag time to the extreme, and by the way, hone the use of various characteristics. The good news is that during these 3 days, the intensity of the battle was indeed not low, and the stimulation given to him was not low. Therefore, the 23rd divine gene was successfully generated. This one came from the A-level divine nucleus obtained before, with friction characteristics. He had only been in possession of this one for about a week, and it was able to condense so quickly. This could only be attributed to the problem of physical adaptability. The friction property is very interesting, and it can directly enhance the effect of the sticky word skill. It can also improve the efficiency of converting divinity into energy. Moreover, it seems to be quite helpful for his burst skill to be upgraded to a new version. For example, reducing the friction of blood throughout the body can increase the flow rate. Increasing the internal friction of muscles in various parts of the body can temporarily enhance the density of the body, making the body more resilient and able to withstand more loads. However, he has not had the opportunity to try it out completely. He needs to go out and find a few mice to experiment with before he can try it on his own body. At this moment, the opponent in front should have reached the 5th level of strength, which is also the strength he has never defeated in the characteristic spire before. The appearance of this divine creature is very rare. It is one of the few species that humans currently know that do not have similar animal forms. It has black skin all over its body, and its shape is a bit like a multi-legged spider, but its face is a human face, with 8 pairs of oblique and long thin eyes. When the lips are split, fine and continuous sharp teeth can be seen, and a fishy wind will spray out when the mouth is opened. At the same time, the body has 16 slender and hard legs, and it is crawling quickly, and it has already rushed towards the Heavenly King Mecha. In the cockpit, Li Yu took a long breath and activated the 3.1 version of the burst skill. All the characteristics of his body were activated. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, and white gas rose when he opened his mouth to breathe. This time, his 3.1 version of the burst skill can already hold back a little, so as not to use up the endurance after the fight. Now let's see if the combat power of the increase of 2 divine genes, the superposition of the heavenly mecha, and the 3.1 version of the burst skill can fight against the opponent of the 5th level of strength. Immediately, the Heavenly King Mecha also began to rush forward, holding the building cutting knife, and the blade was sharpened by the divine entanglement, adding to its sharpness. Then, cut. Clang. The 8-eyed creature opened its mouth to bite, and actually turned its head to the side, took the knife with its face, and bit the blade firmly with its mouth full of sharp teeth. Chi-chi-chi. As sparks flew, the 8-eyed creature raised 12 long, hard legs and pierced the Heavenly King Mech in different directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a fierce scream, the Heavenly King Mech immediately dodged backwards. But the eight-eyed creature did not stop moving. 4 of its long legs stepped forward at a high frequency like a precision machine, moving forward quickly and rapidly, while the other 14 kept piercing. The two superimposed, with surging power, forced the Heavenly King mech into a corner in an instant, and it could only run to the side. After all, this was only a 500-meter-long field. Once the battle between the two sides started, there was no room for maneuver. Clang. 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 After a while, the Heavenly King mech was forced into a corner and could only chop quickly with a knife to protect itself from the densely stabbing hard legs. After a while, the blade collided with these legs dozens of times. The huge movement caused by this confrontation even disturbed the 100-meter-long divine mech that was fighting next door, and was directly defeated by the opponent. It was really dangerous. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Ghost Dog. In the middle of the fight, suddenly, beep. A scarlet ray shot out from the 8 slender eyes of the eight-eyed creature and hit the side of the Heavenly King mech. Zzz. The sky-white fluid suddenly emerged on the surface of the Heavenly King mech, blocking most of the scarlet ray. However, the scarlet ray had a very high penetrating power. After a slight blockage, it immediately penetrated the absolute fluid of the Heavenly King mech and continued to shoot towards the body. Fortunately, Liu reacted quickly and controlled the body of the Heavenly King mech to deflect. At the moment when the absolute fluid was penetrated, it had already moved aside and dodged this ray with extremely strong piercing power. Very strong. In the cockpit, Liu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he encountered an energy attack that even the absolute fluid could not resist. At that moment, it was definitely not a trick that could be achieved by highly condensing the divinity, but a more subtle change in the nature of the divinity. He had learned a lot of tricks of changing properties in the conversion spire of the Heritage Ruins before, but he had never seen such a powerful one. Fortunately, after the eight-eyed creature shot out this extremely penetrating ray, it was obviously visibly exhausted and did not continue to pursue, which gave the King of Heaven Mecha some time to rest. The two sides confronted each other for a while. Each of them moved their feet lightly, circled around the frame, and looked for new attack opportunities. Up to now, a rare 40 minutes have passed. It can be regarded as the longest battle that Li Yi has passively extended so far. Before this, no opponent could fight him for so long. Even if he took the initiative to delay time, he quickly resolved it within 30 minutes to prevent accidents. Li Yi also clearly felt that the strength of the 5th stage seemed to have reached a new level, much higher than the first 4 stages. He had been stopped by the 5th stage masters in the characteristic spire many times before. Now, after 10 days, he had gained 2 divine genes, changed to the Heavenly King mech and B-level weapons, and his combat performance was actually better than before, from being unable to fight to the stage of barely holding on. Of course, the strong attack and killing instincts shown by the eight-eyed creatures were also the reason why the battle balance could not be overturned. If it was the 5th stage masters he met in the characteristic spire before, he would never feel so difficult. Come again. The Heavenly King mech moved its steps, and its body suddenly shot forward, swinging its knife to cut. The eight-eyed creature drove 12 hard long legs and stabbed at the Heavenly King mech like a rainstorm. Suddenly, the body of the Heavenly King mech moved down, which was actually a method of changing shape and shadow. After deceiving the 12 long legs of the eight-eyed creature, the Heavenly King mech leaned down, and the building-cutting knife swept across the ground. The tip of the knife rubbed the ground and suddenly vibrated, emitting a surging force. Swish! The blade flashed a long arc, and a toe broke and flew to the side. This blade was unexpected, slashing sideways, aiming at the direction where the long foot had been hit many times before by the building-cutting knife. Originally, the hardness of this long foot was so strong that even his sharpened blade with divine entanglement could not break through it immediately under the blessing of the eight-eyed creature's divinity. It was so hard that it was comparable to A-level divine weapons. The eight-eyed creature did not expect to be cut off so cleanly by the King of Heaven Mecha, and suddenly became furious. The slender 8 eyes suddenly opened wide, and 8 side-by-side scarlet rays were shot out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rays pierced the air and shot in front of the King of Heaven Mecha in the blink of an eye. When the eight-eyed creature opened his eyes, Li Yu had already predicted the signs, and controlled the King of Heaven Mecha's divinity to infuse and entangle the building cutting knife, shook it in the air, and took the initiative to meet the rays, and chop 8 times in a blink of an eye. These 8 slashes were not fancy, but they all hit each ray accurately, splitting it from the middle and directly breaking up the extremely condensed ray. At this moment, Li Yu had already found the trick to deal with the eight-eyed creatures, knowing that the deceptive style of play was more effective. He immediately used a series of operations learned in the Vision Spire before and fought forward. When the time was about to reach 58 minutes, the Heavenly King Mecha cut off the forelegs of the eight-eyed creature with a knife, then jumped up and slashed down with a building-cutting knife. Swish! A bloodline extended from the forehead of the eight-eyed creature to the lower end of the body, completely separating. In the cockpit, Li Yu took a long breath, quickly replenished the nutrient, opened the bottle cap, kept looking up and drinking, and digested it quickly. He was almost out. Fortunately, it was all worth it. After such a high-intensity battle, the 24th divine gene was also generated. This one, from the A-level nucleus of the mucus creature, also has the deformation characteristic. In this way, his explosive skills will also become stronger due to the continuous enhancement of characteristics. This divine gene is a timely rain, both strength and explosive skills have been enhanced, and we should be able to continue to fight. Outside the single training area, Tan Haode, Hu Yidan, Long Jinshan, Su Weilu and others have been eliminated one after another and are discussing their experiences. 3 days have passed. Even if everyone keeps delaying time, they can defeat 60 or 70 divine creatures of equal strength in a row. This is the limit level that can be achieved by relying on the thick armor of the divine mecha and good skills and tactics. Although the dozens of opponents at the beginning are not too strong, they are gradually increasing their strength according to their own strength. In this way, even if the opponent at the beginning is of the same level as the divine mecha, it will undergo qualitative changes in the later stage, and the height and strength will become higher and higher, and naturally it will gradually fail. At this moment, Chen Jianbao also came out early and said with a smile, as one of the top 10 in the youth competition, you can persist for 3 days in your first challenge, which is already a qualified level. There is no need to be discouraged. There are at least thousands of species in the low ranks. Although you may not encounter them every time, it is enough for you to slowly brush them before your strength improves. Like me now, I am also in the top 10 of the previous sessions. I have reached the middle stage of the 3-element integration from 27 pieces. The 3-element integration has not been achieved yet, so I can only stack the strength. It is really getting harder and harder. There are fewer and fewer low-rank races that can be brushed out. Unless you advance to the heavenly level, you don't have to consider coming here to earn divine penetration in the future. Later, I guess I can only go to other solo training areas. Su Weilu was surprised. What do you mean? My performance can reach the qualified level? Chen Jianbao smiled and said, yes, everyone in the first wave is about the same, and most of them appear on the 3rd day, because although these divine creatures are of good height and strength, the 100 or so brushed out in the early stage are basically average in playing style and defense, even at the same level. Different species will show vastly different combat capabilities due to their different forms and fighting styles. After the first 100 species, if your strength has not improved much, you will need to focus on studying the form and fighting style characteristics of various divine creatures in order to win. After the first 200 species, if your strength has not improved much, you need to focus on studying the flaws of their divine skills if you want to win. In short, when you gradually enter the stage of the 3-element integration, each god will be initially integrated. If you focus more on their characteristics, you should be able to hold on to the first 7 days and win the first high penetration within half a year at the worst. This high penetration can help you condense at least 2 or 3 divine genes, or quickly integrate the 3 elements. Isn't this speed of improvement extremely fast? Everyone was excited when they heard it. On average, it should take 3 or 4 months to complete the first time. In addition to the high-intensity battles, it is a bit tiring, but the improvement is indeed clear, and it is also much more efficient than before. Su Weilu said, it's just that we don't know yet whether our divinity matches the Starlight divinity. Chen Jianbao smiled and said, what are you afraid of? This is just a training area. Basically, there are all kinds of divinities. If you want to match it with the Starlight divinity, you can go to other areas to test it later. It's very quick. As they were talking, Lin Guotao, Zheng Chaoquan, Liang Zhishan and others also came out one after another. As soon as they left the area, they immediately ejected the insertion cabin, exhausted. After 3 days of high-intensity fighting, if they stayed in there any longer, a little bit of straw-like load would be enough to crush them. On the ground, Zheng Qiuquan looked around and said, Lin Xiu, this guy actually came out so late? Ning Fiao and Li Yi are fine, but Lin Xiu is so fierce. Lei Guanggao, the rough man, lay on the ground without any image, panting with his tongue sticking out. Zheng Qiuquan, I didn't expect that you are actually as good as me. I still remember that you were kicked down by me several times in the second round, Zheng Qiuquan said with a grin. If I can't surpass you after 2 months of enhancement and learning from the inherited relics, it only proves that I am a fool. The two men met each other several times in the surrounding areas during the battle, so they gradually became familiar with each other over the past 3 days. Zhang Qiuquan said, speaking of which, Li Yi is really awesome. I've seen him enter several different frames from the side. Every time he would kill his opponent with one sword, and he would quickly leave our low-rank area. Liang Zhishan said, Li Yi has been able to kill ordinary A level in seconds. I'm not surprised at all by his performance. The low-rank area is the spherical bottom layer of the crystal world. Some people are on the east side, some on the west side, and they may not be able to see each other. Lei Guanggao stood up and said, what's even more outrageous is that I saw Li Yi's Heavenly King Mecha in a rank area several levels higher. This kid is really outrageous. Facing a divine creature that is obviously mid-level A, he was able to kill it quickly. Chen Jianbao was slightly stunned at the side. Are you sure you see that? Mid-level A, that's a huge difference, Lei Guanggao said. How could I be wrong? The detection system is on. Chen Jianbao reluctantly believed Lei Guanggao's words and said, Li Yi is so powerful? I thought it was already very good that Li Yi could reach the threshold of the heavenly rank. He estimated Li Yi based on the strength of the first place in previous years and combined with the deeds he had learned before. He didn't expect that Li Yi could actually reach the mid-level A. Isn't this outrageous? Liang Zhishan smiled and said, that's just the beginning. Haven't you heard about his battle record? The latest one, he single-handedly slashed a 162-meter-long divine mecha, and then forced back another A-level mecha. Chen Jianbao wiped his sweat and said, is it true? I thought it was a record exaggerated by the front line to create a god, such as transferring the results of a team battle to Li Yi. In this way, although he is strong, it still feels very reasonable. Speaking of which, why is Li Yi so powerful? I'm not questioning your statement, I'm just curious, how did he break the limit of his strength and achieve such an amazing record? After all, normally, a heavenly level driver already has a human strength, with a strong body and can withstand a greatly increased load, right? That's why his combat power is very strong. But how did Li Yi do it? This question resonated with some people. Lei Guanggao said, actually, I don't understand it either. Su Weilu spread her hands and said, if I knew, I would learn it quickly. Liang Zhishan said slowly, I have witnessed Li Yi's growth all the way, and I have some understanding of it. Upon hearing this, everyone was cheered up and hurried over. Liang Zhishan raised his index finger and said, first, his fighting skills are very strong. The kind of strong that crushes others. All the strong men I have seen, including Mu Xianlai and Lin Wenzhong, are no match for Li Yi in close combat at the same level. Second, even if Li Yi's opponent's reaction speed is at least several levels faster than his, as long as the difference is not huge, he can rely on his superior intuition, or predictive ability, to attack the moment you make a move, and be the first to arrive, thus making up for the difference in reaction speed. Third, he has a high degree of control over his strength. He can perfectly transmit and utilize the strength of his whole body and even the acceleration kinetic energy in a nearly lossless way. Therefore, even when facing a master who is much stronger than him, he still has the power to break through the defense. Fourth, he is also good at using various characteristics to enhance his explosive power. Fifth, he has a strong learning ability. He can learn any new tricks immediately, and it is difficult for the enemy to be effective against him a second time. Chen Jianbao was dumbfounded. Is this still a human being you are talking about? Is this really something a human can do? Are you exaggerating too much? He was so surprised that he asked 3 sole questions. Liang Zhishan smiled and pointed at the other people present, and said with a smile, then ask those who have fought with Li Yi or seen him fight, ask them whether what I said is true or false. Chen Jianbao immediately turned his eyes to Lei Guanggao, Zheng Qiuquan, and Su Weilu, who are obviously strong. Seeing that they all gave affirmative eyes, he scratched his head immediately. Who is so awesome that he is exaggerating so loudly? As they were talking, they found that a strange A-class mecha flew out of the passage in front. This A-class mecha is 218 meters long, with green skin and black armor, a single horn on the forehead, red face and fangs, a protruding chin, and tiny and dense needle-like spots on the skin. The face is like a common hill monster in myths and legends, with an evil aura. The body is sturdy, the arms are like huge hard horns, and the arm tips have no hands or fingers. The shape is very strange. It is the ghost dog mecha of the alien god sequence. It seemed that this person had just been eliminated from the battle crystal world. The detection system was still on, and as soon as he came out, he heard what Lin Guotao and others were saying. When Chen Jianbao saw this A-class mecha, his face changed slightly. He whispered and quickly said, "This is a martial arts fanatic named Zhao Menghao. He is considered a young and strong master on Earth. He is a 6th level Xianwei, but he can defeat aliens of high Xianwei. He has also defeated 7th level Xianwei masters many times on Earth. He is almost invincible at the 6th level of Xianwei. He likes to challenge those with high technical and tactical levels the most. Keep a low profile. If Li Yi is targeted by him, I'm afraid he won't have a good life these days." On the other side, Zhao Menghao's laughter came from the ghost dog mecha. Xiao Bao, you think I don't know what you are talking about just because you can transmit the sound? Do you think my detection system is in vain? Next time you transmit the sound, move your lips less, otherwise you will still fall into my hands." As he said, the insertion cabin popped open, and a tall and strong man jumped down from a height of more than 200 meters, without any buffering. Instead, he made a divine push and shift acceleration action behind him, and fell straight down. Boom! The extremely hard ground shook slightly, splashing dust all over the ground. A muscular figure of 2 meters and 6 meters tall emerged from the dust. When the dust cleared, in the dim light, everyone soon saw Zhao Menghao, whose appearance and figure both interpreted the word macho. Zhao Menghao walked forward. In a kind of tyrannical pressure that seemed to have been through many battles and could kill the enemy invisibly came to everyone. In a moment, everyone present, including Chen Jianbao, Lei Guanggao, and Zhang Qiaoquan, felt that their bodies could not move at this moment. Among all the people, only Hu Yidan, who was also a martial arts fanatic, performed slightly better, but he also had a little sweat on his forehead. Su Weilu gritted her teeth secretly, thinking of Mu Xianlei whom she had met before. At first glance, Mu Xianlei and Zhao Menghao seemed to be macho men, but in fact, Mu Xianlei was rough but delicate, fighting steadily, and his style of doing things was also gentle. Zhao Menghao, on the other hand, was obviously a tough guy who was used to winning. He had an overbearing attitude of "If you want me to shut up, you have to beat me first, and if you are weak, you are not worthy of being my friend." In short, Zhao Menghao was the type that Su Weilu hated. She turned her head to look at the others and found that the expressions in everyone's eyes were the same. Zhao Menghao glanced at Su Weilu at this time, and she felt a little cold in her heart. She actually felt a sense of fear of being stared at by a prehistoric beast, but she was more courageous and barely held on. When she turned to look at others, she found that they were all sweating like crazy. Is this the pressure of a strong man who is invincible at the 6th level and has a high level of reverse slashing? The gap is too big. At this moment, everyone had this thought in their hearts. At this time, Zhao Menghao looked at Lin Guotao, his thick lips slightly grinned, and said, "Where's the fighting genius you just mentioned?" Chapter 211 Patience. Faced with Zhao Menghao's question, several people were sweating coldly. So direct? Chen Jianbao put on a smile, came forward and rubbed his hands, saying, "Captain Zhao, we were just bragging just now. You know, these people are newcomers who just came in, from small places. How can they have seen such a big world and so many strong people? This is probably the first time they have seen a top master like you in their lives. It's normal for you to be arrogant and brag. There is no need to embarrass an evolver who hasn't even achieved the 3-element integration, right?" Zhao Menghao glanced at Chen Jianbao indifferently. "You are quite good at fooling people. Look at these people. They can remain relatively calm under my pressure. They are also the best at the same level. This is what you call people from small places? Do you think I'm blind, or do you think you are very capable?" As he said that, he looked around and said, "Well, newcomers to the Mecha competition who are coming in for the first time? And also the first time to challenge? It just so happens that I just finished the game and need to take a break, so I will chat with you kids and wait for your genius." He didn't mind the dirty place, and directly found a small stone pier to sit down. "You guys chat, brag more, I love to listen to these genius stories." Liang Zishan and the others were not in the mood to chat at this time. When facing strong people with different attitudes, their mentality is naturally different. If it was Mu Xianli, they could still joke around. When facing Lin Wenzhong, they could also communicate freely under the other party's nose. And Zhao Menghao's posture really didn't care about his own dignity as a strong man. When he heard that someone could fight, he mingled with them, who were not even at the heavenly level, without any dignity. He was really domineering and rogue. Everyone silently complained in their hearts. Liang Zishan laughed and smiled. "Speaking of which, Lin Xiu hasn't come out yet. I didn't really expect that this kid is really hidden." "Brother Chen, Lin Xiu hasn't come out for 3.5 days. Is his level not bad?" He planned to pull out another target to reduce Li Yi's firepower. According to Chen Jianbao, as long as a person can fight, he will probably be stared at for a long time before he subsides. As for when it will stop, Liang Zishan estimated that it was probably very random based on the tone of Chen Jianbao's previous introduction. Chen Jianbao was stunned for a moment, then said, "It is indeed a very good level. Generally speaking, those who can stay for 72 hours for the first time are qualified, 75 hours are good, and 80 hours are excellent. I just took a look and it's almost 80 hours. Zheng Chaoquan understood and said solemnly, "Lin Xiu is indeed a good kid. When I challenged him just now, I saw him kill his opponent in seconds. This kid is probably good at hiding his strength and is good at fighting." Su Weilu also saw the intentions of the few people and immediately added, "Oh my god, it turns out that Lin Xiu is so powerful. I must have a good fight with him next time." Zhao Menghao sat leisurely, with a funny expression on his face as if he was watching a monkey show. "I say, your acting skills are too poor. You can't even act. There are too many flaws. Next time you want to play a human, learn more skills. Acting is a job that relies on instincts and has many flaws. You must have skills. Understand? First have skills, then you can be vivid. For people like you, I can only give you 6 points. It's barely qualified. You can fool ordinary people, but not me." Then he pointed at Zhang Chaoquan and said, "That fat guy, yes, it's you. Your expression just now was very fake. Do you know why? Because when a person is really amazed, the dilation of the pupils and the opening and closing of the eyelids can't be hidden. You have to practice." He then pointed at Su Weilu and said, "You, women, are good looking, but your expression is too restrained, which doesn't match your lines at all. You can either be more plain, so that it can at least match your expression, or be more exaggerated, and use more force in your tone. At least your words and actions should be consistent. Understand?" It was also strange that Zhao Menghao actually started to enthusiastically instruct several people on their acting skills. Then, he pointed at Liang Zishan and said, "Your acting is pretty good, so consistent that even I can't tell that you are lying. It seems that you are quite talented in acting and lying, and your combat wisdom must be quite high. It's a pity that your teammates are not very strong." Liang Zishan didn't expect to get such a high evaluation from Zhao Menghao, and hurriedly said, "I am ashamed to say that Commander Zhao's comments are good. In fact, I just learned a few more tricks in the Vision Spire of the Heritage Ruins." "The Heritage Ruins?" Zhao Menghao raised his eyelids slightly. "The Heritage Ruins have been discovered? Why didn't I receive any news?" Liang Zishan mentioned the Heritage Ruins with the intention of diverting Zhao Menghao's attention. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Zhao Menghao really took the bait and said with a smile, "It seems that Commander Zhao should have stayed in the Battle Crystal Realm for at least 10 days this time. The Heritage Ruins were discovered by us at the Youth Mecha Master competition a while ago. At that time, we also encountered some magical changes. I think, with Chief Zhao's authority, as long as he goes out, he will definitely receive the corresponding news." Zhao Menghao's eyes turned and he smiled. "You want to lure me out of the ruins and then take the opportunity to run away? That's a good idea. Since you are participants, just introduce the situation. I have level 8 authority. Your matter is not confidential to me. Just tell me directly and give me the details in detail." Liang Zishan had no choice but to pick out some key points and introduce them to Zhao Menghao through voice transmission. Zhao Menghao raised his eyebrows and was very curious about the mysterious thoughts. He asked many details. When he was almost finished, suddenly, Outside the passage, Lin Xiu's evil ghost mecha suddenly flew out and landed slowly. Immediately afterwards, the insertion cabin was ejected. Lin Xiu climbed up from the insertion cabin exhaustedly and gasped. It seems that Lin Xiu also ran out of ammunition and food and could not bear the load, so he had to choose to leave the battle crystal world. And this is not over yet. Another Yuan mecha also flew out. Zhao Menghao stared at Lin Xiu and Ning Fei above for a while, and shook his head slightly. Not bad, but just good. He was patient. Although Liang Zishan and others changed the focus of bragging to Lin Xiu, he didn't like Lin Xiu after all. He didn't make any moves. He changed to lazy posture. Lying on the stone pier, closing his eyes, as if he was also recuperating the energy consumed in the previous battle. Half a day later, everyone had rested for a round and finished their repairs. Seeing that Zhao Menghao had been lying there without moving, they discussed continuing to challenge the battle crystal world. As they were talking, they heard Zhao Menghao close his eyes and said lightly, "If you want to challenge, go ahead. I'm just waiting for the genius you mentioned. You can move around as you like." Everyone was sweating. Zhao Menghao was blocking here, and he was still called to move around as you like? But they didn't say anything. They entered the divine mecha one after another and flew back into the entrance. Ning Fei and Lin Xiu, who came out more than 10 hours late, had not rested well yet. They could only lean on their own divine mechas and wait for their energy to recover. On the public channel, everyone started to communicate. Zhang Qiaoquan asked, "Brother Bao, is this Commander Zhao usually so free? He can actually wait." Chen Jianbao said, "Commander Zhao pays great attention to combat masters, and is generally willing to give time to wait. Sometimes, in order to fight with a young combat master, he will deliberately disguise himself as weak and go to challenge him. Moreover, he is not the type who will give up after a fight. Instead, he puts a lot of restrictions on himself, or restricts a certain move, or restricts a certain heavenly characteristic. In short, when he faces a decent master, he will not give up unless he fights with him for more than 10 or 20 rounds. Liang Zishan listened and nodded slightly. "Then isn't it okay if you put it that way? Would Li Yi have an extra powerful sparring partner?" Chen Jianbao said, "It's different. Commander Zhao is a strange person. The more skilled the opponent is, the more he wants to humiliate the opponent. When fighting, he keeps insulting and hitting the opponent's mind in various ways, constantly stimulating the opponent's fighting desire, and he can't wait to kill him with his own hands. So, every master who has been ravaged by him, many of them have exploded their mentality, and even seriously broken their defense, and it takes a long time to recover." Everyone was secretly shocked. Su Weilu said in surprise, "Isn't his style of work a disaster for countless geniuses, and no one is in charge?" Chen Jianbao shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I heard that some masters have recovered their mentality and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I think it is these masters who have improved by leaps and bounds that have kept Chief Zhao's reputation at a relatively good stage. Some people will defend Chief Zhao for this and say that they are very grateful to him. Anyway, I don't recommend this kind of radical and extreme improvement. It is easy for a person with a weak mind to plummet in his cultivation speed, which is not worth a loss." Everyone understood that Zhao Menghao probably still grasped the scale to make things not so excessive. Moreover, there are people who like to spit trash talk in battle, but it is still outrageous for someone like Zhao Menghao who likes to spit trash talk at a level like him. Anyway, being targeted by Zhao Menghao is not a good thing. Chen Jianbao said with a wry smile, "Besides, I guess Liang Zishan praised Li Yi too much before. Anyway, I have never heard of any Xianwei strongmen who can achieve this level. Maybe he can do 3 of them, but there should be no one who can master all 5. Of course, if it is those big guys above the Xianwei, I don't know much, so it's hard to be sure. But what is clear is that at least those below the high Xianwei can't achieve this level, so as long as Li Yi is really as strong as you say, I think you should worry about him. If he is weaker, maybe Commander Zhao will not be interested at all, and he will be luckier." Liang Zishan said embarrassedly, "I didn't expect that there would be such a weird strongman in our group of mecha divisions." Chen Jianbao said, "The stronger the strength, the more prominent the personality. It's actually normal. Be careful next time and don't bring trouble to your teammates. Of course, this is also my fault. If I hadn't asked, I'm afraid you wouldn't have introduced it in such detail." Everyone was speechless. Su Weilu said, "According to what you said, Li Yi has not come out yet, which may make Chief Zhao more and more interested and expectant. Chen Jianbao said, "Then I hope Li Yi's mind is strong enough to withstand Chief Zhao's fancy trash talk." Tan Haiyou said calmly, "I don't think it's a big problem. Li Yi is definitely not an ordinary person. You are too worried." In the blink of an eye, 6.5 days have passed since Li Yi entered the battle crystal world. Ling, the heavenly king Mecha, chopped off the head of the divine creature in front of it with a knife, and then chased after it, kicking the other party's body like a graphite disc onto the transparent diaphragm, creating a shock wave like water waves. Plop. Watching the opponent's body turn into light particles, Li Yi immediately stopped the 3.1 burst skill in the cockpit. Then, he seized the only gap in the refresh frame and quickly entered the dream plane. He quickly grabbed 2 memory fragments that he had stored before and directly integrated them into his body to replenish his mental consumption. After a little digestion, he immediately woke up and drank Xingyu No. 4 nutrient in big gulps. Since defeating the 8-eyed creature, his strength has been slightly improved, and he has been able to hold on to the subsequent challenges. The reason for this increase is that his own strength has reached a small critical point, and after having the 24th divine gene, his combat power has increased a lot. Secondly, he has not only mastered the various deceptive fighting methods learned from the slender armored man in the characteristic spire and the illusion spire, but also expanded many wonderful uses. In particular, the deceptive fighting method is quite useful when facing opponents of various races. Many times, he can deceive the opponent's ultimate move and then take the opportunity to take it away in one wave. Therefore, he has been playing steadily all the way, trying his best to delay time, so as not to fight too fast and hide a stronger opponent. However, even so, in the past few days, he has basically brushed more than 50 opponents equivalent to the middle strength of level A. Of course, most of these middle strengths are equivalent to the floating divine creatures of the 4th or 5th stage of the heavenly position. It's not that after he defeated the 5th stage, he would only produce the 5th stage, but it fluctuates within a certain range. However, it should be almost to the limit. Li Yi knew it well, and estimated that the next few games would be the time when his endurance would be at the limit. He was quite satisfied with this. If he didn't have the 2 immortal divine genes, he would have been exhausted 2 days ago at his crazy advancement speed. However, although he has accumulated nearly 400 kill frames now, he has achieved the goal he set for himself before entering. But there are still some small regrets. It's a pity that the early stage was still advancing too fast. Now it's still a little short of 7 days. No matter how much I delay now, I'm afraid I can't delay it, unless I can enter the flow state of my own mind. He has explored a lot of the spiritual realm of my own mind, but he still lacks a little feeling. If he can enter this flow state, his consumption in battle will probably be lower, which is expected to help him survive the 7th day. The next opponent is also a type with a very strange form. It is 194 meters tall, and its body is like a large, colorful lobster walking upright. Its abdomen is covered with numerous cilia, its claws are thick, and its calves are thin, which looks very strange. On the outside of its body is a heavy armor with 7 colors alternating, like a colorful zebra, with diagonal strips and parallel layers, which makes this lobster more majestic. Its eyes are round and protruding like huge black pearls, but they are crooked, which makes its face more funny. However, Li Yi did not relax at all, but became more vigilant. There is no other reason. According to his understanding of the style of the battle crystal world, the more casual the form, the more unreasonable its fighting style is, and it cannot be easily predicted. Maybe for the same level, these are all fine, but for Li Yi, who needs to rely on prediction to narrow the gap in combat power, it will naturally be weakened a lot. While thinking, the lobster has already rushed towards the Xianwang Mecha with a slightly slow pace. Then, it swung its claws suddenly. In the air, the sound of gas explosion was comparable to thunder. The moment it was swung, it disappeared and smashed towards the King of Heaven Mecha. Fast, too fast. The initial speed of the sudden release of the claws was extremely outrageous, and there was basically no sign, so the King of Heaven Mecha almost didn't react. Bang! The building-cutting knife collided with the shell of the extremely powerful claws, and countless bright sparks exploded, falling to the ground, burning the transparent membrane on the soles of the feet, and popping out transparent ripples like water waves. The King of Heaven Mecha continued to retreat, dissolving the turbulent impact brought by the swift claws. Li Yi in the cockpit also felt the massive information load brought by this claw. This big lobster is not only extremely powerful, but it can also carry information impact and produce a soul special attack on the driver? Just as he was shocked, the big lobster had already pounced out of thin air, holding both claws horizontally, and suddenly struck forward like a gong. Boom! The double clamp struck fiercely 30 meters in front of the Xianwang Mecha, emitting a terrifying high-frequency vibration sound, which suddenly penetrated the head of the Xianwang Mecha and penetrated into the cockpit. This vibration also carried a huge amount of information load, which once again traumatized Li Yi, who had not yet completely resolved the load. Damn! If it weren't for my lack of endurance, Li Yi was suppressed by the second consecutive information load. His soul sank, and he cursed for the first time, trying to improve his mental state to prevent fainting at this moment. Although he could wake up instantly, at this moment, the opponent might also rush overturn him, so he couldn't be careless. Chapter 212, Soaring. Li Yi controlled the Xianwang Mecha and swung his sword on the spot. He slashed 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. The 100-meter-long sword broke through the air, and countless sparks suddenly appeared from the tip of the sword, like inconspicuous debris thrown at the lobster in front. The lobster didn't care about it. When it was about to continue to use its claws, its hard shell had already touched countless sparks. Then, it exploded. A huge flame burst out. Boom! The lobster was startled and paused slightly, and didn't rush over immediately. This spark was a bluffing trick that Li Yi learned from Zhou Changling. It was only louder at the moment of contact, but it had no lethality at other times. In the cockpit, Li Yi took this opportunity to resolve the load brought by the massive amount of information. In his breath, his heart moved slightly, as if he had grasped a hint of inspiration. The self is called the controller of soul power. The load he feels now is to use the redundant memory stored in a soul superego to offset the load. This was also a trick he often used to dissipate the load, but just now he was hit by the second consecutive information load, which actually created a short reserve vacuum. At this moment, he grasped some mysteries deep in his heart. Yes, with my talent of dreaming at any time and rich memory experience, I might have entered the stage of the self-consciousness long ago. It is probably because I habitually store too many undigested redundant memories in my soul, which leads to the stagnation of my next self-control. Moreover, sometimes in order to obtain a certain knowledge essence as quickly as possible, I don't spend time to use meditation to slowly digest the redundant memories. After a long time, even if I use the self-steal stamp to assist digestion, it can't keep up with the growth rate of soul strength. In this lightning moment, Li Yi has already figured out the reason why he's stuck in the bottleneck. At this time, the big lobster in front also saw through the reality of the burst of flames, and continued to rush forward. The big claws in his hand disappeared from the spot like lightning and smashed towards the Xianwang Mecha. In the cockpit, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he controlled the Xianwang Mecha without dodging, and the building-cutting knife rushed forward to meet it. Bang! The knife and the pliers collided. The airwaves rolled wildly, and sparks flew. The contact point between the building-cutting knife and the pliers suddenly transmitted a large amount of information load to Li Yi in the cockpit. This time, Li Yi did not resist much, but let the impact of this information go deep into his soul and directly offset the large amount of redundant memory stored in his soul. And by the effort of offsetting the redundant memory, he gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his soul, but instead felt a kind of pleasure of clearing his soul. Yes, that's the feeling. This kind of comfort of being cleared of the chronic disease. The accumulation of redundant memory is naturally harmless, but if it accumulates too much, it will always interfere with the rapid operation of the soul. Immediately, the King of Heaven Mecha ignored it and chopped at the lobster frantically, constantly accepting this information load, and constantly offsetting those useless redundant memories. Not long after, even though there was still a lot of redundant memory left, he clearly felt that his mind had unconsciously entered an extremely wonderful state. At that moment, the self had a thorough feeling of observing the lines on the palm of his hand about the generation and activities of all its own consciousness. The reaction speed seemed to have broken through a limit, allowing his predictive ability to take a leap. With the breakthrough of Li Yi's heart flow realm, his control over the battle has leaped again. Moreover, when the information impact of the lobster could not work, the amazing speed and explosive power of the claws posed a threat to him. In a blink of an eye, the two sides had already passed 30 moves. Bang! In the stalemate, the Xianwang Mecha burst out with 10 folds of air steps, and its body quickly accelerated. The 100-meter-long sword swept through the air, leaving an extremely straight slash mark, and swept across the lobster's head cleanly. Crackling. The small gap at the connection of the lobster's hard shell directly expanded, and then the head and body separated and fell to the ground with a plop. Immediately afterwards, the lobster began to turn into light particles and slowly disappeared. In the cockpit, beads of sweat fell to the ground on Li Yi's forehead. Tired, too tired. He didn't expect that the ego's thoughts would consume so much brain power. This was the result of his continuous strengthening of the brain's transcendence technique. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted after just launching it. Yes, I still have a lot of redundant memory. Although the battle just now offset a lot, it only reduced a small part after all, so if you force yourself to enter the state of ego's thoughts, it's like a child swinging a sledgehammer. It's not a little bit free after all. After returning from this battle, I have to add an hour of meditation time every day to continue to purify the redundant memories. This is better. The digestion speed of the self-steel stamp is fast, but it is restricted by the speed of soul growth. There is no way to digest these redundant memories in one breath. Although my soul is growing very fast, it is still slow compared to the speed at which I absorb memory fragments now. It seems that I have to find time to focus on deciphering the soul secrets I learned in the Soul Spire before. It just so happens that the deciphering skills have been perfected, and the translation difficulties should be minimized. While reviewing the game, Li Yu took out the Xingyu No. 4 potion and drank it continuously to replenish his body's consumption. As for mental exhaustion, he had just found time to enter the dream plane and absorb memory fragments to recover quickly. Although the fatigue caused by long-term consumption still exists, with a self-consciousness, it should be enough to hold on for a few more games until the end of the first wave of 7-day time limit. Outside the passage of the single training area. At this moment, except for Lin Xiu and Ning Fiu, everyone else has come out and is waiting to witness this miraculous moment. After 2 rounds, Li Yi has not come out, nor has he been seen in the battle crystal world. This means that Li Yi has reached a progress far beyond everyone else. For those of them who are still active at the bottom, it is becoming increasingly difficult to see the battle scenes a few floors higher. Liang Zhishan looked at the time displayed on the communicator and slowly walked to the last second of the 7 days. His eyes were already widened to the limit. Chen Jianbao murmured, "Fuck, is it really that powerful? It's the first time to last for 7 days? Has there been a precedent in the past few hundred years?" Zhao Menghao, who seemed to be practicing some secret technique, stopped breathing and waited for this moment. His huge eyes, like copper bells, were full of expectation. This level and this performance, even in his early years, he could not do it. This shows that his 4-day wait is completely worth it. Half an hour later, Liang Zhishan was also shocked. It's been so long. Li Yu can still hold on. This kid won't have another breakthrough in there. Although everyone has rested for a while, they all want to wait and see what kind of miracle Li Yu can create. Calculating the time in his mind, for the sake of insurance and to prevent mistakes, Li Yu decided to fight another opponent to avoid failure. Fortunately, with his deliberate slowing down of the advancement speed, no masters comparable to the 6th stage have been spawned yet. Otherwise, if it is a 6th stage master, he will probably have no hope if he plays all his trump cards. Finally, he grinded for a long time and finally defeated the opponent. While refreshing, he chose to leave the battlefield. At the moment when he chose to fly away from the frame exit, suddenly, an unprecedented mysterious force surged into his body. Here it comes. Li Yi's expression moved slightly. This was probably the high penetration effect of the A-level divinity. According to Chen Jianbao, this force could generally help generate 2 to 3 divine genes in an instant. His soul strength was now sufficient for the divine genes, and he had just experienced a war, so every divine gene in his body was very active. Moreover, this force seemed to have some kind of intelligent effect, waiting for Li Yi's will to drive it and choose which divine gene to generate. So, which one should be generated? Since it was A-level, the immortal divine gene would definitely not work, as it was an S-level divine gene. He knew that divine radiation could be compatible downward, but not upward. So, the biggest improvement in combat power at present was the deformation, microelectricity, and extreme hardness characteristics. Immediately, he drove this force to the divine genes corresponding to these 3 characteristics. In a moment, this force was divided into 3 and injected into the divine genes corresponding to these 3 characteristics. Soon, these divine genes, as if copied and split, each had 1 more. The whole process was very fast, and it only took a short while. Soon, his body slowly strengthened with the addition of 3 divine genes. Is this the limit of the conventional upper position? Li Yu was quite amazed. He naturally knew that he was still a long way from the heavenly position. Because others took a single route, when 27 divine genes of the same sequence were successfully condensed, they could try the 3-element fusion to prepare for the condensation of the divine nucleus. But he was different. According to the plan, if it was the 9-core method, he would have to condense 27-8, or 218, at least. If it was 3-core, he estimated that according to the current soul strength margin and speed, it would take about 1.5 to 2 years to get it done. If it was 9-core, it would take about 4.5 to 6 years. Because he didn't need to consider the problem of 3-element fusion for the time being, he just needed to pile up divine genes without thinking. The problem of soul strength growth for others did not exist for him. Of course, if the soul growth speed could not keep up with the growth of divine genes in the later period, he should be able to get 5 or 6 cores at least. This result was not bad. Considering his combat power, he will probably be able to speed up a lot in the earth ruins, and it is estimated that he may not be stuck for a long time. Now I am so strong with this basic skill, combined with the burst skill, it is hard to imagine how strong I can be with the accumulation of divine genes. Will it be until the later stage, when I have condensed more than 200 divine genes, I don't even need to combine the 3 elements into one, I can directly blow up the 100-meter class divine mecha with one punch. Li Yu estimated the growth of his physique brought by each divine gene, as well as the growth of the total amount of divinity and characteristics, and felt that it might not be impossible. Moreover, if the longevity divine gene accumulates enough, his lifespan will be long, and it seems that he doesn't have to worry about the problem of combining the 3 elements into one. Will I really find another way of evolution? Li Yu laughed in his heart. He was slowly feeling the disappearance of the mysterious power. Suddenly, another power surged in. Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he was happy. It seemed that these 7 days were not in vain. He defeated hundreds of opponents quickly in 7 days, and there was indeed a reward. He felt a strange power, which was about twice as strong as the previous one, and nodded slightly. After all, the opponents he was fighting were mainly at the level of the 3 elements and the initial stage of the heavenly rank, so it was not bad to get a double reward. He did not hesitate and still chose the divine genes corresponding to the characteristics of deformation, microelectricity, and extreme hardness. These 3 have the strongest effect on his explosive skills, so naturally he would give priority to enhancing these characteristics. Although the characteristics that his explosive skills need to use are not strong, what is needed is the enhancement of the essence, not the enhancement of the quantity, and a few more will not have much impact on the total combat power. However, the corresponding increase in the total amount can also improve the endurance of the explosive skills, which is not bad. So far, he has condensed 2 of them in the past 7 days, plus the 9 strengthened by the ruins. The total has increased to 33, which is really amazing. However, after increasing to 33, there was no drastic transformation from the initial stage to the middle stage before, which surprised Li Yu for a while. Although the enhanced strength is not bad, there is no such essential transformation after all. But it makes sense. Xian Ozhuang, for example, also condensed 33 divine genes, but his physical fitness did not change dramatically and was still in the upper category. This means that if it is just a little more than 27, it will only make the body younger. If you want to transform, you probably have to accumulate more divine genes, no matter what. Continuous high-intensity combat is the way for a soul as strong as mine to quickly condense divine genes. In addition, I have increased so much in one go. During this period, I have to work harder on soul strength to maintain enough soul margin, so that the condensation of divine genes can be done in one go. Unlike other people, one needs to hold back for several months, even years, or even more than 10 years. Slowly reviewing the changes in the environment ahead, he found that a passage had been opened and he could leave the battle crystal world. Liang Zhishan and others waited for another half an hour, waiting impatiently. Finally, the white body of the Heavenly King Mecha slowly flew out of the passage, found a position, and then stopped. Click. The insertion cabin popped out, and Li Yu's tired face emerged from the long cone-like hatch of the insertion cabin. He took a big breath of the outside air, releasing the excessive load accumulated for 7 days. Although his body was greatly improved by the strange power and his spirit was also replenished, If he continued to fight in one place, he would eventually feel mental tension and fatigue in the depths of his soul. There was no way to deal with this kind of fatigue in the depths of his soul except to sleep and rest. Or maybe he could ignore this kind of fatigue when he advanced to a high enough level one day. However, even so, his condition was still very good. It was only his mental state that was tired, but his body was still as hot and strong as a blazing furnace, ready to fight at any time. He jumped down from the Xianwang Mecha, started the kite step, and landed lightly. Everyone immediately surrounded him and asked questions. There were many questions, but without exception, they were all to confirm whether Li Yi had really cleared the 7 days and got the reward. After all, they walked in the middle and didn't see anyone, so there was still a last bit of luck in their hearts. Li Yi nodded and said, "Yes, I got through 7 days and got 2 so-called A-level radiation high penetrations. The effect is indeed extraordinary." Chen Jianbao said, "Wait, twice? Does the ruins have extra rewards for those who can complete 7 days of persistence in the first entry?" Li Yi shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about this. It may also be because the advancement speed is relatively fast, and I defeated opponents in more than 400 frames. In these frames, there are few repeated races, but most of them are different races. There should be more than 360 races, right?" Chen Jianbao was shocked and said, "How many? 360 races, more than 400 frames, damn, are you a monster? You can beat so many in 7 days? The limit of 168 for normal people is enough." His fat face was squeezed together and he became incoherent. On the contrary, Liang Zishan and others felt that since it was Li Yi, it was unreasonable for him to have such an achievement, and they had not formed a complete concept of the number of openings. Just as he was talking, Papa. Zhao Menghao had come out of that state of cultivation without knowing when, clapping his hands and slowly walked over. "Yes, it seems that my wait these few days is really worth it. I can actually meet a big fish like you." Very pleasantly surprised. "I am so happy today." Li Yu looked up at Zhao Menghao and squinted his eyes. "Very strong. The man in front of him is definitely the strongest one among the masters of the heavenly rank he has ever seen." As for He Guangzi, he knew that He Guangzi was very strong, but because He Guangzi had been restraining himself, he did not feel it deeply. But this one, with a dragon-like and tiger-like step, a look of contempt, a transcendent aura, and a fierceness in his eyes, is a master of fighting at a glance, and most of them have never lost in a battle of the same level. And, this is actually a master of the perfect level of fighting skills. The moment he judged this, Li Yu's eyes couldn't help but reveal excitement. How long has it been since he mastered the dream talent and practiced fighting skills to the perfect state? He has never seen anyone who can practice fighting skills to perfection. Although his current realm has long surpassed perfection and is above the realm of force like flowing water, he has also dug deeper and continued to improve, trying to touch the micron-level realm of his goal. But it is very rare to meet such a master. A master who can reach perfection in the fighting skills mountain, even if his realm is not as good as his, but if they can practice and learn from each other, it will be of great help to him. "Excuse me, sir, Zhao Menghao. I heard that you are very good at martial arts, so I came here specially to fight with you and practice." Zhao Menghao's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Now that I see you, I am even more looking forward to it. You are really extraordinary. Even your casual breathing and your calm gaze have a unique aura. Since you have just experienced a battle, I will not disturb you. You rest first. After you have rested and your energy is full, then you and I can have a fight. How about it?" "Of course, I will definitely suppress my strength and fight with you at the same level." Li Yu laughed long and stretched out his hand to push away the crowd. He walked forward and said, "Why not? It's what I wanted, sir. However, we don't have to rest for too long. You just need to wait for me for 2 hours." Zhao Menghao waved his hand and said, "It's up to you, it's up to you. A fighting master like you knows your own body very well. You can rest as long as you want. For a master like you, I can wait for this little time." Everyone watched the two people talking, and they were also looking forward to it. Chen Jianbao was particularly optimistic about the duel between Li Yi and Zhao Menghao. But now, for some reason, he felt more confident. Liang Zishan poked Chen Jianbao secretly and said, "Didn't you say that Commander Zhao likes to talk trash? Why didn't he just talk trash?" Chen Jianbao said, "Not sure, maybe he will talk trash after the battle starts. We'll know after a while." Chapter 213 Tyranny. 2 hours passed in a flash. Li Yu woke up from his rest and sat up. Zhao Menghao also stood up from the stone pier on the other side as if he had received a signal. Li Yu, right? Since I'm the one who invited you to fight, then you get to decide the way of sparring. Tell me, what do you plan to choose? At this time, Chen Jianbao reminded him through voice transmission, Li Yu, this Commander Zhao is a classic martial arts fanatic who loves to talk trash. You should be careful later. By the way, the reason he asked you to challenge him to fight is that this is only the first game. He will probably have to challenge you to fight more than 10 or 20 games in the future. In short, be careful and don't be careless. Although you are very powerful and definitely the most powerful person below the heavenly rank that I have ever seen, you should also be careful not to be shut down by the criticism. This Commander Zhao has defeated many top-level warriors of the heavenly rank at the 6th stage. Li Yu nodded slightly and responded through voice transmission, okay, thank you. He immediately said to Zhao Menghao, I see that the commander's fighting skills are strong, but I don't know how his divine character fighting skills are. If you want to fight at the same level, I'm afraid you are not my opponent. How about this? The commander suppresses his speed and strength to the 5th stage level, and we fight directly with our physical bodies, and there is no restriction on the use of characteristics. How about it? Li Yu wanted to see if he could defeat a strong man who was at the 5th level, had perfect fighting skills, and could use the characteristics of the heavenly rank. The reason why he didn't pick the 6th level was that he hadn't finished all the opponents of the 5th level races before, which meant that before he condensed 9 divine genes, he couldn't deal with them with his conventional full strength, 3.0 burst skills. Now that he had these 9 more genes, his basic strength and speed were greatly improved, but the opponent also changed from an unintelligent opponent in the battle crystal world to a strong man among humans, which was not the same. It's better to be conservative. After all, the opponent in front of him can use 5 heavenly characteristics at least, and he is also a master with perfect fighting skills. The opponent in the battle crystal world can only use 1 characteristic at most. Moreover, when he used the divine mecha to fight in the battle crystal world before, even if the opponent he faced was powerful, his fighting mode was single and he didn't have superb skills and tactics, which was completely different from the highly intelligent race like humans. Although there is also a strong fighting power brought by the form and different characteristics, as long as he is familiar with it and has a decent endurance, he can win after all. When Li Yu said this, Zhao Menghao hadn't spoken yet, but everyone else was shocked. What the hell? Li Yu is confident that he can fight Zhao Menghao in the 5th stage. Is he too arrogant, or did the 2 previous power enhancements really make Li Yu too strong, and he can already compete with Zhao Menghao? Everyone looked at Li Yu with puzzled and surprised eyes. The moment Zhao Menghao heard Li Yu's words, he was also slightly stunned, and then said, it seems that your strength is stronger than I expected. You are so confident, this is a good thing. No matter where your confidence comes from, I will do as you wish and fight according to the intensity you said. If you can't bear it, don't let me beat you up and scold you, and spray you until you become autistic. Li Yu smiled and said, Sir, stop talking nonsense and start. It's rare to meet a master of human fighting skills, and he is also eager to try. Li Yu walked forward and took off his driving uniform directly, revealing his strong and sturdy upper body. As an evolver, the density of muscles, bones, and even neural networks is much higher than that of normal people. When reaching the upper limit stage, some people's muscles will even swell extremely exaggeratedly due to differences in personal genes. But Li Yu is different. Before becoming an evolver, he had already perfected his fighting skills and reached the peak of the human body. Therefore, his strong foundation made it easy for him to break the limit twice, and he had strong self-control, without letting his body show too many inhuman characteristics. From the outside, his state is actually not much different from that of ordinary people. Zhao Menghao, who was also taking off his shirt in front, saw Li Yu's body and couldn't help shrinking slightly. He immediately understood one of Li Yu's tyrannical confidence. He laughed loudly, threw off his uniform, and revealed a body of terrifying muscle knots like steel rock, with dense blue veins on the surface like a snake's nest. The 2-6 tall strong man began to stride forward and accelerate. First, let me show you my first heavenly characteristic, ghost muscle, boom. Wherever he stepped, the air wave rolled wildly, and the extremely hard ground of the ruins shook slightly. Then, the speed became faster and faster, and suddenly disappeared in front of everyone in the dim light. Here, Li Yu was also launching a 3.0 burst skill, and his characteristics were activated. When he opened his mouth to breathe, white air rose. He just stood there, waiting quietly. Suddenly, whoosh! A fist as big as a sandbank suddenly appeared beside Li Yi. The huge muscular body, with surging momentum, hit Li Yi's head silently. Bang! Amid the air wave, Li Yi leaped back and retreated lightly with a kite step. Zhao Menghao's first attack was powerful and silent. In the dim light, it was even more powerful. But Li Yi had predicted it and easily blocked it. Commander Zhao, this is all your strength at the 5th stage. Isn't it too weak? Li Yi laughed. I haven't started to criticize you yet, but you're the first to criticize me? Fine, fine, I was just testing your strength just now, so I can't break your head with one punch. Now I won't hold back. As he spoke, Zhao Menghao's huge body did not continue to rush forward, but stretched out his big hand, exerted force with his palm, and pushed hard. Swoosh! A surging air shock wave suddenly gathered and blasted forward, instantly splitting the layers of air on the ground and pushing away large pieces of dust. Then, it hit Li Yi at high speed. At the moment of being bombarded, the dark blue absolute fluid on Li Yi's body surface emerged, dissolving the surging and crushing force in the air shock wave, but there was still a strong and extremely powerful momentum, pushing his half-floating body back continuously. At the same time, Zhao Menghao slightly bent his body, exerted force with his feet, and his black snake-like blue veins jumped as if alive, and then, bang! The air wave spread in all directions. The hard ground under his feet was directly shattered and cracked. This figure jumped out in an instant, and came to Li Yi's side in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fist and swung his arm. The tip of his fist cut through the air, and with a deep whistle, it hit Li Yi's arm that he hastily stretched out to block. Bang! The concentrated force of the Guan character skill came through his arm. Li Yi leaned back, and the repulsive force in front of him was activated, which ejected his body backwards, actively dissolving the force, and flew out like a cannonball. Then, after pulling away for a certain distance, the translucent divine long wings behind him stretched out, shaking the air. With a clattering sound, he stood still in midair, and it seemed that he had already dissipated the momentum of Zhao Menghao's attack, and then he slowly landed. Good, Zhao Menghao did not continue to pursue, but hovered in midair, shouted loudly, and roared. Ayo! The heavy whistling sound like a hammer carried the divine power of the ghost dog, and suddenly spread, and attacked together with the sound waves. This sound wave can be said to be pervasive, and it immediately invaded Li Yi's entire body. The tearing power hidden in the divinity immediately caused countless bloodshot on his skin. However, Zhao Menghao, who saw this scene, knew that the trick did not work. He hid his divinity in the sound wave and spread it, which was a unique skill. He didn't expect that Li Yi could actually detect something wrong the moment he was hit. A layer of imperceptible absolute fluid flashed outside his body, quickly offsetting this move. The remaining bloodshot was really irrelevant. Okay. Continue. Zhao Menghao knew that the speed and power in the 5th stage state would definitely not be able to defeat Li Yi with only one heavenly characteristic, so he immediately activated the second heavenly characteristic, Ghost. At that moment, Zhao Menghao's body clearly did not make any movements. He stood in place, grinning with white teeth at the corners of his mouth, and glanced at Li Yi in the distance. Suddenly, at the moment when he looked at Li Yi, whoosh! The tall and strong body disappeared silently. The moment they looked at each other, Li Yi's scalp numbed slightly, and his body jumped up as a reflex. Immediately afterwards, a pair of thick fleshy palms suddenly stretched out from the shadow of the soles of his feet, grabbed Li Yi's right foot with a snap, and pulled it down fiercely. Bang! Li Yi's body was smashed directly to the ground. The moment he landed, Li Yi's deformation and super elasticity characteristics were activated, and his whole body turned into extremely soft meat paste. His body was elastic and easily dissolved the impact force of the ground. Then his right foot deformed and shrank, and pulled away from Zhao Menghao's palm. At this time, Zhao Menghao had already stuck half of his body out of the shadow on the ground. Seeing this, he was stunned at first. No wonder you are so confident. You actually mastered a heavenly characteristic with a higher body. In his opinion, being able to control the changes of the body to such a large extent with characteristics is no different from heavenly characteristics. He laughed loudly, and controlled the shadows on the ground to explode suddenly, piling up like squeezing dough, and groups of shadows were lifted up, wrapping around Li Yi's body and pressing away. Li Yi's body recovered instantly, and the wind and fire properties outside his body continued to fuse and explode. Bang, bang, bang. Amid a series of explosions, the air waves swept outward, pushing away the shadows. Immediately afterwards, the long divine wings behind Li Yi's shoulders fluttered with a huge wind force, and at the same time, his footsteps exerted force, and his body suddenly rose into the sky like a rocket, and he escaped from the shadow control area in an instant. This was not over yet. The shadows on the ground climbed upwards, constantly shooting out from the ground like floating tentacles, one by one soaring into the sky, bringing with them a violent whistling of air, and piercing towards Li Yi. Li Yi's long divine wings behind his shoulders danced lightly, and his body turned around like a butterfly flying through flowers, avoiding these shadow tentacles. At the same time, he mastered the divinity and kept rubbing it, and with the blessing of the friction characteristics, it quickly transformed into a divine energy ball, compressing and compressing. It was the unique skill that Yi Guangzi had taught before, the bare-handed divine energy cannon. Seeing this, Zhao Menghao also realized something, and the dim light in his eyes suddenly became brighter, as if some kind of eerie and terrifying power had condensed in an instant. It was the third heavenly characteristic, the ghost eye nail. Whoosh! The dim light in Zhao Menghao's eyes suddenly shrank and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, Li Yi felt a very slight and hidden piercing sensation outside his body. This piercing sensation was everywhere, randomly jumping outside his skin. The moment he realized it, he acted decisively, and the absolute fluid outside his body emerged and flowed loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It's not enough. Li Yi instantly realized this and knew that the absolute fluid had been restrained. He immediately activated the extremely hard characteristic, and all parts of his body continued to condense the extremely hard characteristics with these extremely mysterious spikes, and used the super hardness formed by the instantaneous stacking to deal with the spikes. For a while, it seemed that countless spikes were piercing his body at different times, and he kept blocking them. At this time, Zhao Menghao did not stop moving. His body soared into the sky from the shadow ground. His muscles suddenly swelled up, and he punched Li Yi with great force. Li Yi noticed this and punched back. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged hundreds of punches in the air like lightning, and they were temporarily deadlocked for a while. The spectators were already stunned. Fast, fast, too fast. Li Yi could actually fight Zhao Menghao, whose strength and speed were suppressed to the 5th stage of the heavenly rank, with his physical strength. Moreover, it was not a case of limiting the opponent's heavenly rank characteristics, but a case where Zhao Menghao activated several heavenly rank characteristics. Everyone was dumbfounded throughout the whole process as if they had seen a miracle. Chen Jianbao swallowed and said, "Why do I feel that your previous description of Li Yi seems to have underestimated him a bit? His current performance may not be covered by the previous description, right?" Su Weilu said solemnly. "Chen Jianbao, let me ask you, did Commander Zhao hold back?" Chen Jianbao hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but in the few battles I have seen him fight, I've never seen him fight so quietly. Before, he would definitely keep talking trash, scolding others for wasting so many resources, scolding others for having a silver spear and a wax head, scolding others for fighting more chaotically than a dog. Anyway, he would just scold them in various ways." Liang Zheshan said, "It seems that Li Yi is too strong. After all, he came to fight him with a superior body across so many levels, and he has activated several heavenly characteristics, but none of them worked. I'm afraid that with Commander Zhao's proud character, he can't even curse at him." Everyone nodded and agreed with this speculation. As for why Li Yi mastered the heavenly rank characteristics, or was called heavenly rank characteristics by Zhao Menghao, the others had some ideas, and knew that it was probably the effect of the characteristic spire. After all, Li Yi had made great progress in the characteristic spire, and it was normal for him to strengthen his characteristics to be close to heavenly rank characteristics, or even to have the characteristics of heavenly rank characteristics. "It looks like they will have to fight for a long time. Shall we take a break?" While they were talking, Lin Xiu, who had not come out yet, and Ning Fiyu, also came out one after another during the fight between Li Yi and Zhao Menghao. At this moment, seeing such an intense and surging scene, they could not help but be stunned. It turns out that when people reach heavenly rank, hand-to-hand combat is so fierce and exciting, and each one is comparable to a human fighter, no, a human bomber, Ning Fiyu said in surprise. Lin Xiu's eyes also sank, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, and he remained silent. Chen Jianbao said, I don't understand the fight between these two. It depends on how long they can fight and what stage they can reach. As he was talking, many divine mechas that had passed by and finished the challenge saw this exciting battle and gathered one after another. For a while, during the 1-hour fight between Li Yi and Zhao Menghao, many divine mechas gathered to watch. However, since most people had just finished the challenge and their load capacity was full, they all left the insertion cabin and fell to the position where Liang Zishan and others were watching the battle, and slowly gathered together. In a blink of an eye, the two sides continued to fight for more than an hour, and the news spread more and more widely, and even several divine mechas that were obviously high-level A-level flew over. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, an S-level divine mecha came. The moment they saw this S-level divine mecha, the onlookers were shocked. It's Zhang Shengfeng, he's here too. Chapter 214 Zhang Shengfeng. Zhang Shengfeng's S-class mecha is extremely tall, 421 meters high. When it entered the outer area of the ruins, it was like a huge shadow, blocking everyone's light. When it landed, even though the force had been released, the ground still rumbled. At this moment, the whole space became darker, and only the entrances of various passages were still shining. Fortunately, at least everyone present was an upper-level extreme evolver, with good eyesight, and even in this dark night, the vision was still clear. It can be seen that the proportions of this S-class divine mecha are extremely in line with human aesthetics. It is thick where it should be thick, and long where it should be long. It is covered with a layer of jade blue light armor. There are countless complex patterns on the armor surface, forming a sense of exquisiteness and symmetry like spiral carvings. Its head is a square and thin human face. There are 2 pinpoints of scarlet light under the long diamond-shaped eye sockets. The gilded crown armor on the head makes its face, which is handsome enough in human eyes, more majestic. He wore sword-shaped waistcoats on his shoulders, and 2 conical thrusters were mounted behind his shoulders. The thrusters were of a rare type, and there were faint strange ripples at the ends that trembled slightly, as if they were outputting extraordinary thrust. The chest armor had a square outline, and the arm armor and leg armor were neither round nor angular, which was also a rare shape. This was exactly Zhang Shengfeng's exclusive mecha, the S-level alien god sequence, the Tanya mecha. This huge mecha flew from a distant challenge area and was not originally near this challenge area. It seemed that he had just completed the challenge and heard the news, so he came here by the way. With a click, the insertion cabin of the Tanya mecha opened, and a strong body jumped up from the insertion cabin, riding the wind, and flew lightly to the circle of those A-level high-level members. Although this person's body was strong, it was also strong in the category of ordinary people, and his appearance was still quite muscular, without the terrifying muscle lumps of Zhao Menghao. He was wearing a common driving uniform, with a slender figure, but his face was also thin and handsome, and his face was very similar to that of the Tanya mecha. Moreover, even though he had restrained his terrifying pressure, he still had a unique aura while walking. When the surrounding A-level high-level warriors saw Zhang Shengfeng coming, they all started to greet each other. General Zhang, you're here too, General Zhang, I didn't expect you to join in the fun. Zhang Shengfeng smiled slightly, with a hint of wonder on his handsome face. I heard that there is a top genius in the younger generation who can fight Zhao Menghao, who is suppressed to the 5th stage, to draw. Even Zhao Menghao's several proud tricks didn't work on him. Of course, I was very curious. I even thought it was just a rumor. Anyway, I was on the way, so I came to stay for a while. Now I see the battle on the field. It is indeed very exciting, and the battle wisdom is outstanding. Although his strength and speed are obviously weaker than Zhao Menghao, he still has such a performance, which makes me amazed. Chen Yanxiang, a strong man of the 8th stage of the heavenly rank, touched his white beard and smiled lightly. General Zhang, you are too modest. Didn't you have similar achievements when you were young? Zhang Shengfeng shook his head and said, I accumulated my strength and slowly showed my combat power in the high stage of the heavenly rank. In fact, I was not very noticeable when I was young, but you are used to hearing those propaganda news and ignored it. Chen Yanzhang was slightly surprised when he heard this, then he laughed and said, yes, it's been decades, I have forgotten what you looked like when you were young. Another bald 8th-level strongman Chu Kuogai patted his head and said, don't talk about these glorious years. Why don't we make a bet on who will win and who will lose next? Let's bet on the benefits of a group battle exploration. Another black-faced strongman of the 7th level of the Xianwei, Mo's Henkong, his eyes lit up and said, okay, When we witness history like this, how can we not make a bet? Come on, I bet on Zhao Menghao to win. Zhao Menghao still has a lot of cards up his sleeve, very stable. Chen Yanxiang glanced at Zhang Shengfeng, then said with a smile, then I'll bet on this young man. It doesn't matter if I lose. It's a good start. After all, young people are the future. Tu Kuogai smiled and said, originally, I also wanted to bet on the young man, but since you, old Chen, bet, I'll do the opposite to avoid one-sidedness. Zhang Shengfeng smiled and said, what a coincidence, I just want to bet on this young man too, so that 2-2 is not bad. Everyone was pleased to see the growth of young people. They didn't mind who won or lost, nor did they mind paying for one more team battle. After all, this was a rare good thing, and they were happy. Even though they thought Li Yi had a low winning rate, no one analyzed how he would play and how he would win next. After all, everyone had already experienced hundreds of battles and had their own judgments. On this side, Li Yi and Zhao Menghao had been fighting for more than 3 hours, and had learned Zhao Menghao's 4 heavenly characteristics of Ghost Muscle, Ghost Shadow, Ghost Eye Nail, and Ghost Howl, and each had its own response. For Li Yi, Zhao Menghao's fighting style was strange and changeable, his fighting skills were very strong, and his physical strength was much better than his own. It was indeed very stressful, and it was completely different from the opponents he had encountered in the Battle Crystal world before. Fighting with those simulated races tests the continuous endurance and the ability to find flaws. As long as you have these two, you can continue to win. Facing Zhao Menghao, the test is more about the ability to respond. Because Zhao Menghao's fighting skills combined with various heavenly characteristics are more dangerous and changeable than the common divine fighting skills, and it is not easy to predict. Therefore, he has not yet won the chance to win, and is still in a stalemate with Zhao Menghao. Neither of them has achieved a stronger result against the other. He originally wanted to activate the divine energy cannon with his bare hands, but he didn't expect that Zhao Menghao also had a very clear understanding of this sign. Knowing that it was not right, he immediately made a move to interrupt his brewing. Moreover, as time goes on, his weakness of insufficient endurance will continue to increase, and he will be more and more exhausted. In the fight, Li Yi decided to take a risk. At this moment, his body kept moving in the air, dodging Zhao Menghao's group of ghost tentacles, and then swooped down and directly avoided Zhao Menghao who was coming from the other side. Then, Li Yi mobilized the blood and ki in his body, directly activated the characteristics of his whole body, and directly entered the state of 3.1 burst skills. In an instant, the blood in his body flowed rapidly, his body's surface turned red, and the white gas rising from his body kept gushing out like boiling water. At the same time, his mind entered the ego's essence, and synchronously activated a brain superlifting technique, instantly entering a state of rapid brain power consumption. Then, while flying in the air, he suddenly released the translucent long wings behind his shoulders, picked an area without shadows around, and landed lightly. Just standing on the ground, countless divine energies were swirling in his palms. Under the state of ego's essence, his control power increased greatly, and the dim light of the divine energy in his palms continued to gather, emitting an oppressive pressure like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Then he just waited quietly, not afraid that Zhao Menghao would come forward to interrupt. When Zhao Menghao saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly, but he did not directly activate the ghost shadow feature to drill into the shadows. Instead, he stood on the ground, staring at Li Yi, preparing to activate the 5th heavenly feature. In his opinion, it has been proven that it is impossible to catch Li Yi, who has an extremely quick reaction, with a ghost shadow feature alone. If the situation continues to stalemate, it seems that it will be completely useless if the 5th heavenly characteristic is not activated. At this moment, countless faint divinities are released from Zhao Menghao's body, forming groups of divinity clouds, spreading to the surroundings. These divinity clouds continue to gather, and suddenly spread out the 30-meter area in front of them, forming an extremely amazing divine gas group, and no one knows what the purpose is. At this moment, both sides have entered the state of brewing big moves at the same time, and no longer fight in close combat. Obviously, both sides know that they must decide the outcome as soon as possible. However, the mentality of the two is slightly different. Li Yi's endurance is insufficient, so he has to concentrate all his efforts, hoping to achieve success in one battle. Zhao Menghao has not been able to defeat Li Yi for a long time, and he is also a little proud in his heart. He is unwilling to use the method of grinding endurance to win this victory. Everyone on the field held their breath, and their hearts were thumping. The battle fell into a brief silence, and it seemed that the final moment was about to come. It depends on whose big move will be better next. While Li Yu was compressing the divine energy in his hand, he was also staring at the divine cloud in front of him, observing the movement in it and guessing its effect. Zhao Menghao narrowed his eyes, as if the divine energy released from his body had already been stored. Then, at a certain moment, he began to move forward. Step, step. At first, he walked slowly, then slowly accelerated, and then accelerated violently. With each step, his muscles shook amazingly. Boom. His acceleration was not fast, but it was solid and powerful, driving the dark divine clouds that were emanating and rushing forward. This divine cloud, as Zhao Menghao accelerated, continued to shrink and condense, and a very tearing airflow flowed inside. Chi-chi, chi-chi. Wherever he passed, the ground, which was so hard that even the divine Mecha could not smash it when it fell to the ground, was plowed with fist-sized tears. In the blink of an eye, this dark cloud with a very strong tearing effect, as Zhao Menghao moved forward, suddenly pounced in front of Li Yi. At the last second when being touched by the dark cloud, Li Yu also suddenly launched a move. He took a step forward, pulled his right palm back, and pushed forward suddenly. Swoosh! This extremely condensed divine energy group seemed to have a hole, and suddenly shot out a thin, straight, and quiet needle-shaped light column, which pierced the sky in an instant and shot into the dark cloud. At the moment of shooting, countless tearing air currents suddenly gathered and kept tearing at this extremely condensed thin light column. However, because the force-bearing area of this thin light column was too small, these strange air currents that could probably tear open the outer shell of a 30-meter class divine mecha did not have much room to play, and were penetrated all at once. Although this thin light needle was weakened a lot, it still pierced Zhao Menghao swiftly. Swish! The divine shield that emerged from Zhao Menghao's body was directly pierced again. He realized that something was wrong and moved to the side, but he was a step too late. His shoulder blade was penetrated directly, and a burst of blood splashed on the ground. At the same time, Zhao Menghao's tearing airflow in front of him also hit Li Yu directly. However, Li Yu was the first to injure Zhao Menghao, causing his control to decline. The tearing airflow that rushed over was much weaker. Then, he used the absolute fluid and the last-minute spin skill to cover and strengthen his whole body with extremely hard characteristics. In the end, he managed to resist this extremely turbulent tearing airflow. Although there were some signs of damage on the surface of his body and his body was covered with wounds, he had strictly guarded the important areas and his combat power had not declined seriously. On the contrary, Zhao Menghao was penetrated by the extremely condensed divine energy needle, which was also extremely burning and hot. It immediately hit Zhao Menghao's entire shoulder, causing blood stagnation and greatly reducing his strength. However, with Zhao Menghao's strength, strong physical nature, and other recovery skills, this injury only needs to last for a while before it can be recovered immediately. After all, unlike Li Yi, whose endurance is about to reach its limit, Zhao Menghao still has a lot of endurance, and he can completely use endurance to exchange for physical recovery. In theory, he can still continue to fight. However, Zhao Menghao laughed. I lost. It was very enjoyable to fight today. Li Yi, you are very strong. Zhao Menghao, admire you. It seems that Zhao Menghao is now demanding himself with a 5th stage speed standard and has no intention of fighting again. Moreover, he also activated the 5 heavenly characteristics and indeed used all his strength. Li Yu took a long breath, released his explosive skills, and said with a smile, I have to thank Commander Zhao for showing mercy and not using all 5 characteristics. If I had used all of them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have won. Zhao Menghao shook his head and said, No, I don't have your strong ability to distract and control multiple characteristics at the same time. Although I did have some reservations, I didn't have as many as you thought. Li Yu smiled and said, even if Commander Zhao didn't activate all 5 characteristics at the same time, 2 or 3 would definitely be fine. The two of them boasted about their business for a while. The people off the court were still not satisfied, feeling that the battle seemed not to be over yet and there was still a lot to fight. After a while, some people from different circles around the Sanyuanhei and Cheyenne Wachudan also started to discuss. On this side, the Shukan Ningfiayu's eyes slowly faded, and he pondered, referring to Commander Mu and Captain Lin we met before, Commander Zhao's fighting style is indeed more bizarre and fierce. However, the move that was penetrated by Li Yi in the end still lacked the flavor of his previous bizarre changes, and was more like a fair fight. He reduced his advantage and was eventually defeated by Li Yi. It was probably because he made a wrong decision in the end, which led to the failure of the last move, which was extremely lethal and could even break the defense of the divine Mecha. Liang Zhishan said, I couldn't keep up with the latter part, I couldn't keep up at all. It was only with this last move that I felt a little bit of mystery. In short, the whole process was very exciting, but I think the final game was a bit regrettable. Tan Haod asked curiously, what's a pity? Liang Zhishan said, before the decisive battle, the two should have had a psychological game, waiting for the opponent to make the first move. I guess whoever makes the first move will reveal the bottom line and have a way to deal with it. It was because Commander Zhao made the first move that Li Yi decisively launched that highly condensed attack instead of the conventional energy cannon. Li Yi won because Commander Zhao is a high-ranking strongman and didn't want to keep dragging time. If it were a life-and-death fight, who would make the first move might have another exciting test, so I think it's a pity. Everyone listened and felt that it made some sense. Li Yi and Zhao Menghao were just about to go back after a simple business talk. Suddenly, Zhang Shengfang's group walked towards the two of them. Li Yi had just focused on the battle and had not really paid attention to the outside world. He didn't know who Zhang Shengfang was. But at this moment, when he saw the person and his eyes met, he immediately felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being stared at by a humanoid divine Mecha. Very strong. Very strong. Just the casual glances alone had such a pressure, which was undoubtedly a big level stronger than Zhao Menghao. I just inquired. You are the first in this youth Mecha Master competition, Li Yi from Yaoqi ship, right? I am Zhang Shengfang. I have seen you fight with Lao Zhao. To be honest, I am very happy, you fought very well. Your basic skills are perfect, your fighting style is perfect, your judgment is perfect, and your spiritual realm is perfect. You are simply impeccable. Zhang Shengfang was very friendly. He showed a gentle smile and praised him generously. Li Yi was surprised. This is the human legend that he had heard all kinds of fierce rumors about since he entered the Yaoqi ship. A strong man above the heavenly position? So approachable? Commander Zhang, you are too kind. How can my methods be called perfect? I can only say that I have tried my best and strived for perfection. Zhang Shengfang smiled and said, young geniuses like you can't be too modest. You have to be more public and let more people feel your presence, otherwise, there is no way to go further and reach the strongest. For a genius like you, the strongest is not enough. Li Yi knew that the so-called strongest was the name given by humans to the realm above the heavenly position. However, this is already the strongest, how can there be one above it? Could it be the demigod level that I heard from Katusi before? Among the aliens, the level is called above gold? Li Yi said, please enlighten me, Chief Zhang. Zhang Shengfang nodded, looked around and said, this is not the place to talk. Lao Zhao, you come too. It just so happens that I have some new discoveries in the ruins of the earth. You all come too. I will tell you what I found in the depths of the Xingmeng district. Chen Yanzhang behind Zhang Shengfang was slightly startled. Have you visited the inner 7 districts of the Xingmeng district? Zhang Shengfang nodded slightly. Yes, I walked around the outer periphery of the inner 7 districts and found something. On the other side, Zhao Menghao walked over. What did you find? Zhang Shengfang saw everyone gathering together, so he lowered his voice and slowly said, we found a living ancient divine civilization person. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression was shocked. Zhao Menghao was stunned and said, old Zhang, are you serious? Zhang Shengfang nodded slowly. Let's go. There are too many people here and I will explain the details to you later. Li Yi, you come too. Drive the divine Mecha and follow us. Chapter 215 Deep. After Li Yi greeted Ning Fiayu, Liang Zhishan and others, he boarded the Heavenly King mech and followed the huge mech of Zhang Shengfeng and others to leave under the envious eyes of everyone. Seeing this, Ning Fiayu's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and said, Li Yi has achieved such an achievement. As a peer, we can't drag our feet. Let's go. After witnessing the miracle moment, it's time to continue to challenge, Lei Guanggao said silently. Indeed, we are all from the same competition, and we are still passers-by, while he has already stood up. This really can't be too different, otherwise it will be embarrassing. Everyone woke up from a dream, knowing that it was true, and kept that shock in their hearts, and rolled up. Several hundred-meter mechas continued to go deeper into the ruins of the Xingmeng division. In front of the Heavenly King mech, there were several high-level A-level mechas, each of which was more than 200 meters. Liu knew that these were the high-level Xianwei masters who had just gathered with Zhang Shengfeng. As for the one with a ferocious dog-like appearance, it was most likely Zhao Menghao's ghost dog mecha. At this time, Zhang Shengfeng had already pulled Liu into public channel and briefly introduced the other masters present. Liu greeted them one by one, and everyone was very friendly. It seems that although his battle with Zhao Menghao did not mean that he really had the true combat power of a high-level human, he had already recognized his existence and believed that he could be on par with them in combat power at any time, or even surpass them. He also roughly knew the situation of several people. The one with medium height, white face and fine eyes, thick and gray hair, a beard under the chin, and elegant temperament was named Chen Yanxiang, the second chief of staff at the Qinling base. He was at the 8th stage of the heavenly position and drove the A-level ice god sequence, the Xingyu Mecha. The Xingyu Mecha was 262 meters long, with a slender body, and frosty white fine scales on the skin, about the size of a human body, long and oval, densely gathered and stacked on its body, reflecting the light, and refracting rainbow-like colors, which was very beautiful. It is covered with simple armor, and there are no large pieces of armor on the body. Only the shoulders, elbows and knees have sword-shaped armor. The body lines are streamlined. It is an ultimate speed-type mecha, which is significantly lighter than the conventional speed type. It is worth mentioning that the face is a horned head, with big eyes and long jaws, a round helmet on the head, and no horns. Another bald, 2-meter-tall, honest temperament with a hint of banditry is called Tu Kuogai, the captain of the mecha team of the Qinling base. The 8th stage of the heavenly position, driving the A-level alien god sequence, the Jinpeng Mecha. The Jinpeng Mecha is 265 meters long, with golden armor wings on its back, and the common thrust jet propulsion is mounted on the wingtip slot. The flame is a rare red gold, which is extremely dazzling. The body proportions are extremely strong. The bionic muscles on his arms and chest were so large that even the armor couldn't completely cover them, revealing a large lump of flesh the size of a house. Combined with the heavy armor and the huge armored wings, he was obviously very good at air-land combined combat. The last black-faced strong man, Mo Zhengquang, was the captain of the garrison at the Qinling base. Liu learned from the simple greetings that this man was actually Mo Chenlong's great-uncle. He was nearly 300 years old, the oldest among the group, and the direct descendant of one of the first mecha masters of mankind. He was at the 7th stage of the heavenly rank, driving the A-level ice god sequence, the Ice Lizard Mecha. The Ice Lizard Mecha was 239 meters long, with a body proportion of long arms and long feet, a slightly short torso, and was heavily armored. The face was like a giant lizard face, with a mask covering the eyelids, revealing a round eye socket with a little scarlet light flashing in the eye socket. The lower jaw was neither long nor short, revealing sharp short teeth like Magatama on both sides. Although Liu's Xianwang Mecha is also extraordinary, it is as inconspicuous as a small karami around these huge mechas that start at 200 meters. During the flight, Zhang Shengfeng introduced, as you all know, on the outskirts of the inner 7 districts, there are 18 S-class mechas with highly coordinated characteristics that cooperate with each other. The overall threat is very high, and even I find it difficult to break in, but just 2.5 months ago, I found a strange footprint, with 4 big toes and a half-moon-shaped sole. The ground is a special alloy. To leave such a footprint, it must be a species with extraordinary power. However, I estimate that the height corresponding to that footprint is probably only 2 or 3 meters high. Therefore, this aroused my suspicion, because a species of this height and with such extraordinary power can only be possessed by the best of the strongest among us and the aliens. Moreover, looking at the situation of that footprint, perhaps the strongest is just a minimum estimate, and it may be even stronger. Then, something happened that confirmed my suspicion. No, it should be said that it far exceeded my expectations. Just 2 days after I found this footprint, I found that one of the dozen S-class mechas had suffered relatively serious damage. Moreover, more footprints of the same size were found around the outer passage. Although these footprints are much shallower, they were mostly produced during a fight. At this time, Tu Kuogai asked hesitantly, "Do you mean that the owner of these footprints directly fought with the S-class mecha with his physical body?" Zhang Shengfeng said, "If I'm not mistaken, that's exactly the case." Hearing this, Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Since Li Yi has not yet had a direct understanding of the power of the S-class, he didn't react as surprised as everyone else. However, from everyone's reaction, it can be seen how outrageous the intensity of fighting between the physical body and the S-class mecha is. To convert it, it is said that Zhang Shengfang has a record of breaking a 100-meter mecha with his bare hands. The threshold of 100 meters is B-class, so the person whose physical body can fight with the S-class mecha may be 2 levels stronger than Zhang Shengfang's physical body? No, because the strength of humans cannot be compared with a divine mecha, perhaps those who can achieve that level should be stronger. Thinking of this, Li Yi was also secretly shocked. Then, Zhang Shengfang said, "In order to explore the situation of this footprint, I sent it to experts in ancient civilizations. They judged that it was likely from the ancient divine civilization. The reason why we are so sure is that the footprint is consistent with the soul bones found in many tomb-like relics." Hearing this, Li Yi was slightly surprised. It turned out that humans had already discovered the remains of the ancient divine civilization. He had always heard and found out about what the ancient divine people looked like and what kind of existence they were. Therefore, he always thought that these corpses had long disappeared with time. Just like the dinosaur era that became extinct more than 60 million years ago, there were very few traces of their existence except for fossils. But now, when he heard it, he immediately understood that it was another issue of confidentiality. But why did humans have to conceal the relevant information of the ancient divine civilization? With doubts, Li Yi listened patiently. So from then on, I often wandered around the outskirts of the inner 7 districts, trying to find traces of the footprints, but I haven't found any in these days. Later, I went to observe again and found that the repair speed of the damaged S-class divine mecha was still very slow. It's been 2 months, and the gap has only been repaired a little bit. I think more and more that it is most likely a revived, or a divine civilization person who has not yet died. Perhaps, it is because he knows the core defects of the divine mecha, or the manufacturing principle, that he can cause such an effect. With that degree of damage, with the recovery speed of the S-class mecha, it would probably take a few days to recover. So, I guess that the reason why I haven't found any footprints for so many days is that maybe on the day of the fight, after defeating an S-class mecha, I took the opportunity to break into the inner 7 districts. Therefore, I made preparations the day before yesterday, found the rotation time of the damaged S-class mecha, and when it was guarding the main gate, it suddenly accelerated to appear, and took the opportunity to quickly defeat it and break into the inner 7 districts. Hearing this, Chen Yanzhang frowned and said, "Too dangerous. If you go in alone, it will be a big trouble if you get trapped. You are the last few strongest people left here. If the alien strongest people find out this and sneak into our hinterland, everything will be over." Li Yi listened patiently. The last few strongest people left? The other strongest people are not on Earth? Is it really okay for him to hear such a major secret so quickly? Zhang Shengfang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I came out safely now, right? Don't worry, I have made sufficient preparations before entering. After all, such a terrifying existence was discovered in the main area we occupy, and I can't sleep or eat well." Everyone also knew that this made sense. If the existence that can destroy the S-class mecha with its physical body really becomes hostile to humans, everything will be difficult to predict. Tu Kuogai said, "So, what did you gain? What did you discover?" Zhang Shengfang shook his head and said, "As soon as I entered, there was an unbearable huge load transmitted to me. I could only hold on for a few minutes with difficulty and had to withdraw as soon as possible. Moreover, in that fleeting glance, I didn't find any trace of the footprints, not even a trace. Maybe I didn't enter at all, of course, maybe I missed it. Or made other misjudgments. It also looks like a huge palace in there, quite gorgeous. There, I saw many huge, dilapidated and unrepaired mechas, all of which were 1,000 meters high. Looking deeper, there seemed to be traces of fierce fighting inside. Countless special alloys were smashed to the ground, and there was some light red liquid flowing slowly between the cracks in the stones, with a strange fragrance emitting. I thought it might be some kind of strange treasure, so I collected some and sent them to experts for testing. I wanted to communicate with you, but I didn't expect to encounter the duel between Li Yi and Lao Zhao by chance." As they spoke, the mechas had swept into a huge passage and entered a wider space. This space is over 1,000 meters high. There are bold mountains in front of it. The ground is dry and scorched. It seems to be a battlefield. Zhao Menghao said to Li Yi at this time, "Boy, This is the middle 14th district. Generally, the intensity is suitable for challenge for the middle and upper stages of the heavenly rank. The main areas occupied by us humans are the middle 14th district and the 28th district just now. This sub-district we passed by is called the Blood Battle Zone. Such battlefields will be refreshed every day. In this battlefield, defeating a divine creature we named Blood Protozoa can obtain an S-level divine radiation called the Blood River. Now that Lao Zhang is leading the way, we can pass through it easily. Further into the inner 7 districts, it is an area that we humans cannot challenge yet. The intensity is very high. Thank you, Chief Zhao, for your explanation. Li Yu was a little surprised. From this short sentence, he could feel Zhao Menghao's obvious kindness. Before, he heard Chen Jianbao's description of Zhao Menghao, and saw his temperament and state, and thought that he was a difficult person to get along with. After all, that kind of domineering feeling is indeed impossible to conceal. He could only think that it was his strength that won Zhao Menghao's respect. There was another passage at the end of the bloody battle zone. The mechas passed through and saw a larger place inside the passage, with a height of 3,000 meters. There were countless huge flags and tall stone statues erected in various places around. These statues were of different shapes, including some races that Li Yi had seen in the Battle Crystal world before, and many of them were inconsistent in shape. They ranged from 100 meters to 400 to 500 meters, lifelike, and their faces were vivid. Zhao Menghao continued to explain to Li Yi, "This is the 10,000 Races Road. These statues may be races that appeared in the era of divine civilization." Then, the mechas continued to move forward, crossed the 10,000 Races Road, and finally approached the inner 7 districts. During this period, there were actually some tyrannical divine creatures staring at both sides of the 10,000 Races Road. But when I saw the leading Mecha, they just stopped at various places, watching coldly, and never launched an attack. Li Yu could see clearly that although he didn't know whether these divine creatures were real or fake, judging from their height, they were generally about 300 meters tall and very strong. They were also different from the macrophage mucus he had encountered in the Xianshu ruins, which was very solid and powerful. Soon, the mechas crossed this passage that was hundreds of kilometers long and entered the so-called inner 7 districts. In front of the outer perimeter of the inner 7 districts, as Zhang Shengfang described, there were 7 super gates over 1,000 meters high arranged horizontally. Behind the gates was a super castle that could not be seen through at a glance. There were faint starlights shining everywhere in the castle, and it seemed that there were miniature stars hanging high in the castle. The sky was shrouded in clouds and mist, blocking the view. Li Yu turned on the detection system and carefully estimated that the height of this super castle was close to tens of thousands of meters, which was quite amazing. You know, this is different from the small peak on the border star, which is just a long column. And this super castle, the vertical and horizontal length of the land, is conservatively tens of kilometers. With such an area and such a height, one can imagine how vast the interior of the castle is. The divine mechas that appeared here were like pawns, extremely small. Li Yu was indeed somewhat shocked by the majesty and greatness of the divine civilization everywhere. As he explored the various relics of the divine civilization, he felt more and more that humans were like ants that had entered the world of giants. In front of the gate, there were 18 huge mechas 350 meters high, holding long spears, like guards, guarding the gate tightly. The crowd did not approach, but stood 8 kilometers away from the periphery, turning on the detection system to observe the front, so as not to arouse the vigilance of those huge mechas. Zhang Shengfang said, "Li Yi, the next step is up to you. See if you can see something from the footprints. For example, help me confirm clearly where the footprints are going." Li Yu was pointed out, and was still a little surprised. Zhang Shengfang had exposed his foundation so quickly? Even the things he was good at judging traces knew? He sighed in his heart that he was worthy of being the strongest person in the human race, and the information authority was high. He kept saying, "Okay, I'll take a look." Although everyone was puzzled, Zhang Shengfang did not explain, and let Li Yi play to see what was going on. Immediately, the Xianwang Mecha floated slightly in the air, raised the field of view, and then Li Yi in the cockpit activated his microscopic detection skills and carefully observed the messy footprints around the bottom of the gate. Soon, he came to a conclusion and said, "Commander Zhang, the footprints did enter the inner 7 districts, but from the traces around, they only entered for a while and left immediately. As for the present, maybe it hasn't left very far, and is wandering in a certain location, Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised. Mos Hung Kwang asked, "It's understandable to judge the opponents coming and going from the footprints, but how to judge that the opponent is wandering around here? There are no obvious footprints around here, right?" Li Yu shook his head and said, "Not only the footprints, but also the smell. That creature has a strange smell hidden on it, and it is still floating around here. As for the footprints, because it didn't directly fight those guard mechas, its landing movements were very light. It can't be seen on the ground, but it is actually there. As for the smell." He took the time to further derive and master it from the airflow disturbance observation skill he had mastered before because he didn't have Zuo Ying's assistance. His physical state is not very sensitive to smell, just the level of a regular upper-level evolver. But in the state of the detection system, this skill is very superior. Zhang Shengfang frowned and said, "That is to say, this divine civilization is still around here." Li Yu nodded slowly and said, "We can still track it, so Commander Zhang, do we need to chase it? With our current lineup, if it is hostile, are we sure to deal with it?" Zhang Shengfang laughed and said, "My personal control of the Tanya Mecha may be slightly weaker than its physical combat power, but with your assistance, I believe we can win." In this way, Li Yu understood what Zhang Shengfang meant. "Okay. Then, commanders, follow me." As he said, the Xianwang Mecha floated slightly in the air and set off to the side. At this time, Tu Kuogai said, "Be careful, don't get close to the guard Mecha within 8 kilometers. Once you get close, you will trigger their attack, and then you will be in big trouble." Understood. The gravity thrusters behind the shoulders of the Xianwang Mecha slowly started, driving the Xianwang Mecha to fly forward at a relatively slow speed. Li Yu said, "Commanders, because the traces are relatively shallow, it will take some time to identify them, and the speed will not be fast for the time being." Chapter 216 Contact. Following the lead of the Heavenly King Mecha, the mechas flew along the outer path of the super castle, straight from gate number 1 to gate number 7 at the end. Then, they continued to go deeper and came to the junction of the inner 7 districts and other districts. During the process, Li Yu asked, "Excuse me, officers, what is the next zone below this bloody battle zone?" Chen Yanzhang said, "It's the Pangzhou zone. It also refreshes super heavy rain every day. The impact is very strong. Even when I enter, my speed will be reduced by 5 points. Moreover, if a Vulcan sequence goes to this zone, the combat power will be weakened by at least 50%. This is also the only 2 zones in our central 14th zone that have not been occupied. The other unoccupied central 14th zone is also next to the Pangzhou zone. It is the ocean zone, where there is a vast sea of mucus. The water there is sticky but not thick. The water surface is clear, but it is like a swamp. It can easily cause the divine Mecha to sink and absorb the divinity. We once had an A-level colleague who tried to cross to the other side of the mucus sea. Unfortunately, he has never returned since he set out. Most likely, his divinity was absorbed and he was lost in the mucus sea. These 2 areas, together with the blood battle area, are listed as 3 restricted areas. Unless there is an S-class Mecha leading them, they are absolutely inaccessible. Li Yu listened to the introduction and found that the target trace had turned, so he controlled the Xianwang Mecha to stop, pointed to a passage leading to the middle 14th area in front, and said, "So, this passage is not the vast ocean area." Everyone was stunned when they heard what Li Yu said. "This is indeed the vast ocean area," Tu Kuogai said in a deep voice. "You mean, the ancient divine civilization person entered here?" Li Yu said, "Yes, I can be sure, and after entering, he did not come out from this passage." Zhang Shengfang said, "Li Yi, there are passages leading to other middle areas in this vast ocean area. Please confirm whether there are any traces of him entering and exiting in other passages." Li Yu said, "Okay." The officers continue to follow. I will go around the periphery first to see if there are any suspicious locations. After passing the passage of the vast ocean area, it is already a bit far away from the super castle of the inner 7 areas. Then, everyone spent 2 or 3 hours speeding up and circling along the outer area, and followed Li Yu to see the passages of the subsequent 11 middle areas. After walking through all the sub-areas, the circle was not completed, which shows how big the entire Xingmang sub-area is. Among them, Li Yu listened to the introductions of several high-level Xianwei and gradually understood the situation of the remaining sub-areas. The blood battle area is sub-area number 1, facing the number 1 gate of the super castle in the inner 7th area. The Pangzhou area is sub-area number 2, facing the number 5 gate of the super castle in the inner 7th area. Starting from the number 3 area of the Wangayang area, it is already some distance away from the super castle. After that, in order, it is the Xianhe area, a strange area where the sky and the sea meet. Every day, the seawater rises and connects to the sky, and the seawater falls at sunset. There are countless islands inside, which have been occupied by humans and used as areas for divine mechas to practice water battles. Then there are the Gorge Mountain area, the Yuga area, the Hengsan area, the Mayazian area, the Rainbow area, the Pinglin area, the Wanchao area, the Xianai area, the Talon area, and the Barred Bone area. Each has its own style and challenge. However, since humans have completed the strategy and occupation, except for a few challenge areas, other places are more like places for divine mechas to train. For example, air combat, land combat, underwater combat, surface combat, extreme environment combat, abnormal environment combat, etc., are all very suitable for training in different scenarios. After walking such a distance, Liu also outlined the bird's eye view of the entire star-shaped division in his mind. This is probably like a snail spiral that continues to spiral inward, and the center point is the super castle of the inner 7 districts. Extending from the inner 7 districts are 14 median divisions numbered from the blood battle zone to the bone burial zone, one grid connected to the next grid, until the very end. And extending from the 14 median divisions, wrapping them, are the 28 outer divisions of the spiral extension. Is this really a super snail shell? Liu's mind flashed, and with his superior spatial thinking, he did outline a very symmetrical three-dimensional picture of the snail shell. He didn't think deeply, because just when his thoughts were floating like this, the middle 14th district had been completely walked through. Zhang Shengfang asked, Liu, how did you see it? Liu shook his head and said, I've checked it. It's not in any of the middle divisions. Maybe it's still in the ocean area, or it may have left the ocean area and gone to the outer division. Zhang Shengfang murmured, it may not be likely that it has left the ocean area. I once tried to cross the ocean area. When I saw the opposite channel with a distance of more than 10 kilometers, my divinity had been almost absorbed by the ocean area. If I continued to move forward, it would be impossible for me to stay. Therefore, with the last 10 kilometers left, I gave up halfway and had to try my best to fly back. The ocean area is very strange. Whether you go from the outer channel to the inner channel or take the opposite path, there is no pressure at the start. The closer you get to the target, the more divinity is absorbed. Then, once you choose to return, there is no pressure. That may also be a training mechanism for ancient divine civilizations to enhance the total amount of divinity, because after returning, it was found that the total amount of divinity increased by 3%. Although it is not much, it is indeed good. Hearing this, Liu thought of the infinite spire of the heritage ruins. In the infinite spire, he also increased the total amount of his body's divinity storage and benefited a lot. Mos Hunquan said, assuming that the physical strength of the ancient man is similar to Lao Zhang's Tanya Mecha, then we can indeed refer to your data. In other words, if we want to find the ancient man, we just need to wait for him here. Liu said, according to my observation, the ancient man should have stepped into the ocean area 3 days ago. Commander Zhang, what was your round-trip data at the time? Zhang Shengfang said, it took 5 days to go there and 3 days to return, a total of 8 days. I was not moving at full speed at the time. Assuming that the ancient man was faster, the round-trip time was probably around 5 days. Mos Hunquan said, are we going to wait here for the ancient man to return? Is it possible that he has a way to avoid having his divinity sucked away? Everyone felt that something was wrong. Zhang Shengfang said, Old Chen, go contact a few people who are still in the outer 14th area, and ask them to keep an eye on whether there is any unusual movement in the outer passage corresponding to the Wangayang area. Liu pondered for a moment and said, Captain Zhang, where's the original footprint of the ancient man? Why didn't I find any trace after walking around just now? If I can find that footprint, maybe I can find out where this ancient man came from. Zhang Shengfang said, it's just 300 kilometers east of Wanzhou Road. That's where I first discovered the footprints. There are many S-level divine creatures guarding there. If you are sure that you can trace his origins from the footprints, then let's go over and take a look. Maybe we can find out something. As for here, Old Chen, please choose a safe place to be on guard. Don't get into conflict first. Hide when necessary. Chen Yanzhang nodded and said, leave it to me. Liu didn't hear any objections from others, so he knew that Chen Yanzhang should have mastered sufficiently sophisticated concealment skills, or corresponding characteristics, and was confident that he would not be discovered by the ancient man. At that moment, except for Chen Yanzhang's Hankyu Mecha, all the mechas followed the Tanya Mecha and flew towards the direction of the Wanzhou Road. After a while, all the mechas appeared from the outer perimeter of the Super Castle Gate number 1, looked around, and then flew towards the Wanzhou Road inside. Whoosh! 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 Then, circling to the east side of the Wanzhou Road, the Tanya Mecha began to speed up, and the conical thrusters mounted on the shoulder armor began to stimulate strange ripples, and the speed became faster and faster. AWW. A sharp whistle kept shaking, and countless gravel on the ground kept shaking. In the cockpit, Li Yi saw an amazing scene from a panoramic perspective. It was a 330-meter tall, upright, and roaring tiger. The tiger had an inverted triangle shape, with slightly smaller legs and unusually thick arms and chest. The huge body was much taller than the surrounding statues, and was extremely angry, staring at the Tanya Mecha from a distance. There were some human features in that face, with thick cheeks, arrogant eyes, and full of power. Then, it opened its mouth and sprayed out a column of energy as thick as a skyscraper. At this time, the flying Tanya Mecha was also unambiguous and did not prepare. It also opened its mouth and sprayed out a more condensed jade blue energy column. Whoosh! The Tanya Mecha's attack was obviously better, directly dispersing the opponent's energy column and shooting at the giant tiger in one breath. The giant tiger did not resist, but the Tanya Mecha's firing speed was too fast, directly beyond the giant tiger's reaction range, and it was pierced through the head in an instant. Then, the body turned into light particles and dissipated. Zhang Shengfang said with a smile, "Don't be fooled by the majesty of this giant tiger. It is actually one of the weakest divine creatures around the Wanzhou Road. Although it is refreshed every day, it is really vulnerable." Mo Hongquan said with a smile, "Li Yi, don't listen to Zhang Shengfang's boasting. When he was with me, he spent several years just fighting this giant tiger." Zhang Shengfang did not refute, but just smiled. "Captain Mo is right. When I just entered the high stage of the heavenly rank and had not accumulated a good enough combination of characteristics, I did spend a lot of time here." Hearing this, Li Yi immediately knew that Zhang Shengfang could reverse kill S-level divine creatures when he was at the high stage of the heavenly rank. Even from the tone of his voice, even Mo Hongquan could do it. Although divine creatures are naturally weaker than divine mechas of the same level, and being reversed is a common thing, it is believed that it is rare for a high-level A-level to reverse kill an S-level. Thinking of this, Li Yi exclaimed, "Several officers have such strength, which is really amazing. They are the goal I want to learn from." Hearing everyone say this, only Zhao Menghao looked strange. The giant tiger is actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In fact, its strength is only 60% of that of a real divine creature. Although it is difficult for a high-level A-level to reverse the attack, it is not so outrageous. After all, it can be refreshed and practiced repeatedly. The local high-level A-level players basically use the giant tiger to practice. These guys are so bragging, they are really shameless. In a blink of an eye, everyone, led by the Tanya Mecha, gradually went deeper, and solved several virtual divine creatures that blocked the way, and finally came to the place where the footprints were produced. It was 3 or 4 meters in front of a 100-meter statue. The statue outlined the form of an armored creature, which was very similar to the armored man that Li Yi had seen in the characteristic spire, but this statue was larger, and the proportions of the face and body were slightly different. Looking down from above, the armored man was wearing heavy armor, with tiny pieces of armor in the shape of needles, neatly stacked, forming symmetrical and neat vertical and horizontal lines, which was very geometrically beautiful. He wore a stone helmet that covered the back of his head and eyelids, revealing his nose and mouth. His body proportions were similar to the golden ratio of humans. He held a sword and shield in his hand, raised the sword to the sky with his right hand, his eyes were wide open, and he gnashed his teeth, as if he was shouting something. Such a lifelike statue, even if it was not as tall as the divine mecha of everyone, still gave everyone present a strange visual impact. There was no other reason. There were so many statues around Wanzhou Road, but there had never been such a face that looked like it had lived. No matter how lifelike the surrounding statues were, they were dead objects after all. Only the one in front of him seemed to be conveying different emotions. When he saw the statue of the armored man, Li Yi heard someone exclaim in the public channel. Judging from the sound, it should be from Mo Hongquan. Zhang Shengfang said at this time. It seems that Captain Mo has an impression of this armored man. Mo Hunquang shook his head and said, I remembered something I encountered in my early years. Let's not talk about this matter for now. Li Yi, you take a look first. Business is more important. At this time, Li Yi had actually finished looking and said, this footprint was formed out of thin air, and the signs of activity around it also appeared after this footprint. The signs of activity around it are quite flustered. Maybe this ancient man has just completed his resurrection and is still a little confused, or is still in the memory before death. After a few seconds of movement, this ancient man began to fly outward. Perhaps, the ancient man was resurrected out of thin air, or it has something to do with the statue next to him, because the ancient man kowtowed to the statue 3 times before taking off and leaving here. As for the time of appearance, I calculated. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 89 days ago. Just when he said this, Li Yi was stunned. Wasn't this the day when they witnessed a mysterious thought launching a jump and moving the northern ruins away on planet 33 of the Stardust Corridor? Are there any connections between the two? Thinking of this, Li Yi asked, Commander Zhang, may I ask if you have arranged people to track and capture the northern ruins of the heritage ruins after they broke away? Zhang Shengfang's eyes moved slightly. I know about this. We have already dispatched many powerful people for this matter. Are you saying that the appearance of this ancient man is related to the mysterious thoughts of the northern ruins? Li Yi nodded. Combined with the time when the two appeared, it is hard for me not to doubt this. I think maybe we can find an expert to use tools to make an accurate calculation, and maybe we can determine a more specific time, if there is really a connection between the two, or there is consistency at some key nodes, then it is not impossible to determine it as the same event. Zhang Shengfang nodded. Very good, this is indeed a very important thing. In addition, do you see any other situation? Li Yi pondered for a moment and said, there is one thing that is not very certain, but several commanders can also refer to it. The appearance of this statue is exactly the same as the armored man chessboard trial I experienced when I explored the characteristic spire of the heritage ruins. Except for the difference in height, I can confirm that they are of the same race. Mo Hunquang sighed and said, it seems that I can also talk about the incident that happened to me in my early years before I became a mecha master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Appearance. Everyone suddenly became curious and shouted, tell me quickly. Tu Kuogai touched his chin and said, compared to Lao Mo's old story, I am more curious about what Li Yi said. According to this statement, the ancient people who appeared out of thin air may also be armored people. Because they are born with armor, they have a special liking for all kinds of armor, and then they developed all kinds of divine mechas. Zhang Shengfang said, you will know your question when you meet the ancient people. Let's talk while walking. We have wasted a lot of time here. As he said that, the Tanya Mecha stood up and led the team. Everyone also knew that after all, they couldn't let Chen Yanzhang stay there alone. It was too dangerous, so they didn't say much and took off directly. On the way, Mo Hunquang said slowly, let me tell you about the strange things I encountered at the beginning. You all know that my father was one of the first divine mecha masters. At that time, he was a fighter of the martial arts school. Before he became a divine mecha master, I was 10 years old. That year, the year when humans discovered the Starmang ruins and Kindling Mountains, the Federation not only arranged for the army to move in, but also relaxed restrictions to allow free people such as fighters, explorers, and bounty hunters to enter and explore. It was at that time that my father resonated with a divine mecha by chance and successfully controlled it. At that time, there were many divine mechas that had lost their mobility parked in the outer layer of the Starmang ruins. Those with strong physical fitness and good luck can basically resonate with these divine mechas, but at that time, there were actually only more than 30 people who could find where the insertion cabin was and successfully started it that year, and at that time, my father was also valued by the Federation because he was one of the few lucky ones, and was frequently arranged to enter the ruins. At one point afterwards, he secretly brought back a palm-sized statue of an armored man and told me that it was a very mysterious treasure that could improve my qualifications to become a mecha master, and you must have thought that this statue of the armored man is exactly the same as the 100-meter statue we just saw. Everyone was slightly moved when they heard this. Tu Kuogai was surprised and said, "This is really a wonderful coincidence. Old Mo, why haven't you mentioned this? Moreover, can this armored man statue really improve your qualifications?" Mo Hunkwang nodded and said, "It should have improved it. I'm not sure anyway. I was one of the first people to achieve the heavenly rank in the early years, surpassing many people who had first mover advantages. Of course, the uncertainty of the early promotion method did have an impact, but it is undeniable that when I advanced to the heavenly rank, the current Federation manager was not born yet." Tu Kuogai asked, "Where did the statue go later? Why haven't you mentioned it?" Mo Hunkwang shook his head and said, "It disappeared. It disappeared completely in the 3rd month after I owned the statue. And from the day it disappeared, I felt my mind was clear and my body was much stronger. But, because I was growing at the time, I didn't feel much." Tu Kuogai was surprised and said, "Could it be that the armored man statue was integrated into your body to improve your qualifications? Have you felt the existence of the thought stamp?" Mo Hunkwang said speechlessly, "I really have a thought stamp. As the earliest heavenly mecha master of mankind, I may have destroyed the then weak civilization, or even led it to a completely different development direction. Do you still need to doubt it?" Tu Kuogai laughed and said, "Just a joke. I know that you, Old Mo, cannot be controlled." Li Yu listened in a low-key manner all the way. He felt that in addition to the increase of divine genes today, he also heard a lot of high-level secrets, which was also interesting. At this time, Zhang Shengfang pondered and said, "Captain Mo, about the origin of this armored man statue, didn't your father say anything later?" Mo Hunkwang shook his head and said, "He never mentioned it later, and I was young at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to these. When I realized the importance of this thing, he had already disappeared in the invasion war with the aliens. Later, I found that he was probably bombarded by the opponent's strongest man and died without a complete body." For a moment, everyone was silent. Mo Hunkwang smiled and continued, "It's a small matter, don't mind it. Let's continue talking about the statue of the armored man. In fact, I have paid more or less attention to the development of the ruins in the Xingmeng district over the years, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything related. I even found the predecessors who explored with my father and survived to investigate this matter, but they had no impression at all." Tu Kuogai nodded and said, "No wonder you, Old Mo, have been holding this matter back. It turns out that you haven't found any clues." Mo Hunkwang said, "Yes, if it weren't for Zhang Shengfang taking us to the depths of the 10,000 Races Road today, we really wouldn't have found this thing." After such an exchange, he became more and more curious about the identity of the armored man. In particular, if Li Yi's statement is correct, it proves that this armored man is very likely the true appearance of the ancient divine civilization. Not long after, everyone arrived at the Huagang district and met up with Chen Yansang. "They haven't come out yet, let's wait a little longer," Zhang Shengfang said in a deep voice. "Li Yi, Lao Zhao, I'd like to remind you now. According to my estimation, there is a high possibility that the ancients will leave the ocean area within 1 or 2 days. In case the other party is hostile, in case of a war, you two should stay as far away as possible. My request is very simple, just fire long-range energy cannons. If you see that the situation is not good, leave with all your strength, don't hesitate. Although I know that you are strong, the other party is a master who can break the S-level divine mecha with his physical body. Maybe one rise and fall can penetrate the head of your mecha, understand?" Zhao Menghao naturally knew that he must not show off at this time, and said, "Don't worry, Lao Zhang." Li Yu also responded, indicating that he received it. If such an S-level war really happened, he would naturally not be stubborn and take risks. Zhang Shengfang continued, "As for Lao Chen, Lao Tu, and Captain Mo, you are experienced and have long endurance. You have already figured out powerful tactics with your Cheyenne Wei characteristics. I won't give you any more instructions. If I am in a slump, help me hold the line and give me time to prepare my bend move. If we are evenly matched, you can play your part and relieve my pressure appropriately." As soon as the business was brought up, the other Cheyenne Wei high-level players all said they had received it seriously. The mechas each found a place to stand and waited quietly. And Li Yi, in the cockpit, also decided to take the time to decipher the soul secret method. Originally, he was going to continue to decipher the experimental record paper of the Gourd Man, but after the last battle in the Battle Crystal world, he also knew that the most urgent task was to increase the growth rate of the soul. Therefore, the focus was still on the soul secret method. Moreover, There was a lot of knowledge in the gourd man's experimental record that he could not use for the time being, and perhaps he had to wait until the later stage. At the moment, he recalled the complex information flow he had recorded before and began to try. And this time he found something different. The parts that needed to be guessed before could now be roughly understood at a glance. The parts that needed to be guessed before can now be selected to select several suspicious contents, and slowly guess the contents close to the original meaning. At least, it is no longer zero progress. On top of this, he suddenly realized a truth. Maybe the complex information patterns on the divine mecha are the soul language of the armored people. It is not a verbal language, but a language that can communicate with each other at the soul level and consciousness level. Or, it can also be said to be a standard for information transmission. Just like the human power system and information system, they can only be interconnected on the basis of formulating a unified transmission standard. Then, it can generate electricity from the southwest and receive it in the northeast, realizing a flow span of thousands of kilometers. The soul language of the divine mecha transcends the physical level and allows the operator to quickly judge a large amount of information, thereby greatly increasing the control speed of the divine mecha. It seems that if the ancients were to control the divine mecha they developed, their reaction speed might be even stronger than that of humans of the same level. Converting the information of the detection system into language that the soul can quickly understand is the key to achieving various exquisite micro-manipulations in battle. Liu realized this and was also surprised. Although he knew that due to the difference between his race and the ancients, he could not truly receive those complex information flows seamlessly like the ancients. But he believed that once he completed the complete decoding of these complex information flows, he would be able to take his reaction speed when controlling the mecha to a higher level. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, everyone waited in the same place for 12 hours. During this period, Liu also made some progress in decoding the soul secret method, and initially decoded the first part of the cultivation method. He named this first part the spiritual vacuum cultivation method. The principle is to release the soul self, contact with the vacuum of the universe, and use the vacuum of the universe to remove the impurities in the self, so as to achieve the purpose of strengthening the essence of the soul. He pondered this method for a long time and felt that it was a perfect match for his own situation. Because he absorbed a lot of memory fragments, although they all belonged to himself in the parallel world, there were basically no impurities. But he couldn't stand the large amount he absorbed, and impurities would accumulate over time. And the soul secret method can just strengthen his soul essence and consolidate his foundation like forging iron, which is not inappropriate. However, he was not in a hurry to practice. First, because the full picture of the secret method has not been seen yet, practicing rashly may affect the subsequent arrangements. Second, because the war may come at any minute, and this place is not on the vacuum of the universe, it is not very convenient to practice. Therefore, he still chose to continue translating and wait for the opportunity. And time passed slowly again, and it came to the 17th hour. Finally, outside the passage of the ocean area, a mysterious figure slowly flew out, arousing the vigilance of everyone. The moment he saw the mysterious figure, Liu heard the sound of a sudden change in breathing rhythm on the public frequency. That was the adjustment action spontaneously generated from genetic instinct when he saw that he could suppress himself from a far distance in terms of biological strength. Looking closely, the mysterious figure is 70% similar to the appearance of the 100-meter statue. He is 2.1 meters tall, with a sturdy body, wearing a black pointed helmet. The helmet covers the nose, revealing slender eye sockets and white pupils in the eye sockets, as well as a straight nose and slightly pursed thin lips, which are somewhat similar to human faces. Wearing heavy armor, long boots, and empty hands, he showed 5 thick and long fingers that were completely different from humans, and a half-moon-shaped flesh palm. It is worth noting that each finger has 8 wide knuckles. Compared with the 100-meter statue, this mysterious armored man has a little more indifference in his eyes, and his expression is no longer as angry as the 100-meter statue, as if he is paralyzed. Compared with the appearance that everyone expected, it is obviously the aura of this mysterious figure that arouses everyone's vigilance. Very strong, very strong. The moment Liu saw the other party, he felt the terrifying pressure of the armored man without restraint. This pressure is even stronger than the oppression given to him by Zhang Shengfang's Tanya Mecha. It is obviously just a 2-meter-long body, but it has such strength. Could it be a demigod-level strongman above the strongest, or even stronger? At this time, The mysterious armored man's eyes swept around and fell on the tallest mecha in front. He spoke a word. In the distance, Li Yi, who heard the sentence through the detection system, was slightly startled. Isn't this the same language as the big black ball found in the heritage ruins last time? The accent has changed slightly, but there is no doubt that both are variants of the ant-fly language. He immediately said on the public channel, "Commanders, I have deciphered similar languages before. If I heard correctly, the other party is asking Commander Zhang which unit he belongs to and asking you to report your identity. It seems that the other party may not have figured it out yet. This is no longer the era of ancient people." Everyone was slightly surprised. It can't be such a coincidence that humans are really going to come into contact with ancient divine civilizations? Zhang Shengfang pondered for a moment and said, "Li Yi, tell me how to ask the other party what unit he belongs to. Also, tell me all the short questions, answers, etc." Li Yi opened his mouth and said a few extremely difficult sentences. Zhang Shengfang tried twice and quickly learned them. This learning ability made Li Yi secretly praise him. He is worthy of being a genius at the top of human beings. Soon, the armored man's answer came over. Li Yi was slightly startled and said, "Sir, he said he is the captain of the 13th Squadron and is about to carry out a top-secret mission. Please provide a starship for him to leave this planet." It's just that when he said this, his tone was a little strange. Because of the different accents, I can't figure out why his tone is abnormal for the time being. Zhang Shengfang thought for a moment and said, "Tell me the pronunciation of this sentence. Please ask him to report the mission clearly, and I will make arrangements as appropriate." Li Yi said it immediately. When Zhang Shengfang said this, the armored man's face suddenly changed. I don't know what touched the armored man. The originally paralyzed face obviously had a bit more inexplicable anger. Then, the armored man shouted a few words loudly, and without waiting for Zhang Shengfang to respond, his eyes turned cold, and he jumped up. His body seemed to cut through the sky, as fast as lightning, and shot towards the mecha at once. The mecha did not hesitate. It had already prepared for the hostility of the armored man. It immediately drew out the A-level 300-meter long Zanpakuto, cut through the air, and slashed down at the dust-like body in front of it. With Zhang Shengfang's strength, it would not be the case that the big weapon could not cut the small target. It hit the armored man flying at high speed accurately. Bang! With a loud noise, the armored man actually used an extremely unreasonable method. A huge amount of divinity burst out from his palm, like a tide in a sea, and he actually used his small body to block the slash of such a big sword. Seeing this, several high-level A-level mechas around did not hesitate and rushed out. The battle broke out in an unexpected way. Chapter 218 Miraculous. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the mecha quickly chopped 12 swords. Each sword was accurate and sharp, and the whistling was low and dense. Each sword was like slashing a bird flying in the air, but it always hit the target accurately. And every time it hit the target, the divinity in front of the armored man would burst out with a blazing flame that was enough to illuminate the sky, tightly blocking the sword of the mecha. With a mere 2-meter flesh body, it was so easy to dissolve the huge kinetic energy brought by the 400-meter divine mecha, which really shocked everyone present. At this time, the 3 mechas of Hankyu, Jinpeng, and Binglizard rushed out quickly and fired the divine energy cannons that had been brewing for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. They were not far away, and although they were using cannons to shoot birds, they did not lose their accuracy. In the blink of an eye, 3 divine energy cannons of different colors had seized the opportunity and shot the armored man who had just taken the attack of the mecha. Bang! An unprecedented incandescent flame burst out. The mecha took the opportunity to rush forward and slash. On the public channel, Zhang Shengfang's voice came at the same time, saying, "Don't rush to attack. The divine energy cannon will most likely have no effect on him, it can only interfere. Wait for me to test the armored man's trump card, and then you can charge up for the big move." Li Yi and Lao Zhao, "Don't move without my signal, just wait." The moment the voice fell, the mecha charged up and slashed down steadily. At this critical moment, the armored man shook his arms outward, and the shock waves of the 3 divine energy cannons were scattered all at once, and then the muscles of his arms bulged obviously, and the palms burst out with a blazing and dazzling divinity, pushing forward to block the huge sword that was approaching. Bang! In an instant, the air wave surged like a super hurricane, sweeping wildly. At this moment, the armored man still resisted the swift sword of the Mecha. However, due to the huge impact force brought by the Mecha's pre-charged energy, the armored man still retreated dozens of meters before he could dissipate the huge impact. The Mecha seized the opportunity and continued to chop, and the huge Zanpaku sword slashed down into the air. However, countless red flames suddenly burst out from behind the armored man, and he suddenly accelerated and passed through the huge Zanpaku sword in an instant, crashing into the chest of the Mecha like lightning. Fast, too fast. The armored man fully utilized the advantage of his small body and approached the Mecha in an instant. Swish! A jade blue divine shield appeared in front of the Mecha, blocking the armored man for a moment, and then it was pierced. The armored man still did not stop and continued to shoot forward. Bang! The Mecha's chest was hit by the armored man, and a gap the size of a house was blown out. At the same time, at the moment when the chest armor was blown up, the Mecha's left hand without the sword stretched out like lightning and grabbed the armored man, who bounced back. The timing of this grab was very clever, and it seemed that it had anticipated the position where the armored man bounced back. It seems that the blow that was blown up was already planned. Snap! The Mecha's left hand was like lightning, firmly grasping the armored man, holding him firmly in the palm, and taking advantage of the situation to continuously apply the pinching force in the palm. Then, the divinity in the palm surged and gathered, and the cutting characteristics were activated. In an instant, countless invisible and intangible cutting knives seemed to rise in the palm of the Mecha, cutting the armored man back and forth. However, the armored man's armor seemed to be extraordinary. With the blessing of its divinity, it was extremely hard. The Mecha's strongest divinity kept cutting, but it couldn't break the defense at all. For a while, the two sides entered a stalemate. This lasted for 3 hours. The armored man's resistance continued to decline, and the divinity he stimulated was also constantly weakening. In the end, he seemed to have completely given up resistance and just let the Mecha crush the armored man unconscious. Zhang Shengfeng's frowning voice was heard on the public channel. Did we catch the armored man at his weakest moment? Tu Kuogai said, I see, although the armored man's divinity is one level higher than your strongest divinity, it does not have such a huge reserve as the divine Mecha after all, or in other words, because it has just been revived, the reserve is insufficient. Mo Hengquang was surprised and said, so, we captured this strong man who is at least above the strongest without any effort. Chen Yanzhang said, everyone, don't let your guard down. The armored man, who can be revived from ancient times, is definitely not what we can imagine. Maybe there's still some tricks, Zhang Shengfeng said. That's right, don't take it lightly. Lao Chen, Lao Mo, use your freezing properties to freeze the armored man first. Once a tyrannical existence like him wakes up, the destructive power caused by him is extremely high. As he was talking, suddenly, dong, dong, the divinity that was constantly suppressing the Mecha's palm was suddenly reduced, and even its palm seemed to be corroded by some severe poison and shrank instantly. In the blink of an eye, the outer bionic coating of the hard and solid palm peeled off, revealing a large piece of biological fiber bundle. The biological fiber was just exposed and immediately dried up, as if the full moisture inside was drained. Seeing this, Zhang Shengfeng controlled the cutting characteristics to start, cutting off the eroding poisonous divinity, and the palm of the Mecha stopped being eroded. But obviously, in this process, the palm of the Mecha also lost control of the armored man in its palm and could no longer suppress him. Snap! As the Mecha's palm loosened, the armored man's body fell vertically to the ground. Bang! The outline of the armored man's agile body standing on the ground appeared in the rising smoke and dust on the ground. Everyone was speechless for a while. Sure enough, facing this person who revived from ancient times, you can't think with ordinary thinking. After landing, the armored man did not speak again, but made a sound. Li Yu immediately said, he said this is a lesson for you, don't try to speak in the so-called official language. This is what I translated, his original statement is more domineering and more direct. Hearing this, everyone understood that the armored man was showing off his muscles just now, and he didn't suddenly go crazy. However, this final way of showing off muscles was to show it by being captured first, which was really strange. Because although the left hand of the Mecha was damaged and shrunk, its essential combat power was not greatly damaged. On the contrary, the armored man also exposed other problems. Although the highly toxic divinity emitted later was very fierce, the divinity with high-intensity resistance before was indeed visibly reduced. Now, the field has returned to a state of balance again, and they are wary of each other and have not launched more attacks. At this time, Zhang Shengfang pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, Li Yi, you tell me in detail about the changes in the times, one sentence at a time, and I will tell the armored man one sentence at a time, and see how he reacts." Li Yi had no objection, and did not say that I should go to the front and say such things. Although this is a bit troublesome, it is safe after all. After all, the opponent is an existence that can even break the defense of the Mecha. If he suddenly goes crazy, no matter how powerful he is, he may not have much room to play at this moment. Originally, the armored man was still in a posture that if you don't give him a starship, he will start a war immediately. But when Zhang Shengfang said Li Yi's translation sentence word by word, the armored man asked some more questions, all of which were various, such as how is the war situation, have the enemies been killed, why do you always refuse to report your numbers, etc. While asking, before Zhang Shengfang answered, the armored man suddenly stopped in place and stopped talking. Seeing this, Mo Hengquan groaned. It seems that this armored man has probably guessed the truth a long time ago, but he just doesn't dare to believe it. After all, even if Li Yi can decipher their language, I'm afraid there are still many loopholes in the details. I saw him asking a lot of questions just now, and I know that he has realized that we are not people from the ancient divine civilization, but just other people wearing their divine mechas. Li Yi also said, indeed, this armored man sometimes deliberately changes his accent and says some special names. It seems that he is also exchanging secret codes. As he was talking, the armored man suddenly roared to the sky, and asked a question. Then, he ignored everyone and took off suddenly. His body drew an arc, avoiding the Mecha in an instant, and instantly crossed several kilometers. Before those guarding mechas could react, he rushed to the super castle in the inner 7 districts. Before everyone could react to the sudden change, they heard a strong explosion from the super castle. Boom! The 1,000-meter gate of the super castle was actually smashed open in the ground, creating a huge gap with a diameter of 30 meters. Tu Kuogai was shocked and said, "This speed is so fast, it turns out that the armored man really has a lot of spare energy?" At that moment, none of these S-level guard mechas could stop the armored man. As the super gate opened, streams of red liquid flowed out. This red liquid seemed to be the treasure that Zhang Shengfang had sent to the experts for testing. However, as the gap opened, everyone present unknowingly felt an unprecedented load force coming from the castle. Zhang Shengfang's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "Everyone! Get out of the outer perimeter of the inner 7 districts as soon as possible. This load force is definitely not something that can be borne by those below the S level." As he was speaking, loud rumbling noises continued to be heard in the super castle. Boom! 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 The violent vibrations were transmitted to the ground, making a rumbling sound, and the hard ground actually had several cracks. No one expected that the armored man would be so stimulated after hearing the truth, and would cause such a big change all of a sudden. They immediately rose up with flames behind them and flew towards the direction of the 10,000 Races Road. But just as they were about to fly out, the 10,000 Races Road suddenly made a loud clattering sound, and countless S-level and A-level divine creatures jumped out from the original refresh area, as if they smelled the strange fragrance of the red liquid and became crazy. It was obviously just a creature simulated by the ruins, but it could be like this. Everyone was shocked, and Zhang Shengfang shouted, "Take other paths and leave from the passage of Xianhe district." Li Yi's startup speed was not slow, but his keen insight made him habitually pay attention to the surrounding situation, and he soon discovered that the countless stars hanging above the super castle were constantly flickering. And as these stars flickered, some extremely terrifying aura seemed to be emanating from the entire inner 7 districts. Li Yi felt the frequency oscillations around him, and said quickly, "In the inner 7 districts, it seems that something is rushing out at a high speed. It's not an armored man, but some other huge thing." Chen Yanxiang's observation skills are also good, and he quickly said, "Several surrounding districts are in violent turmoil. If we rush out now, it may be more dangerous." For a moment, everyone found that the outer area of the inner 7 districts, which was originally safe, had become dangerous. Not only that, the mysterious load force that was everywhere was also transmitted to everyone. For a moment, everyone in the cockpit was like being stuck in a quagmire. Among the crowd, Li Yi, who had the lowest rank, was undoubtedly the one with the heaviest load. Fortunately, however, part of these loads were information loads, which he could guide into the soul to offset the accumulated redundant memories. Although this was also a harm, it was not that deep after all. Those divine creatures that broke away from the 10,000 races road also formed a surging torrent, rushing towards the red blood with great momentum. Although the mechas were deeply loaded, this was at least the outer area, and the load was not that strong. They could move more or less, and each of them took off into the air to avoid a direct collision with these divine creatures. At this time, a starlight that was suspended high above the super castle actually lost its balance and fell under a series of huge shocks created by the armored man. The starlight looked like a regular house from a distance, but when it hit the ground, it became bigger and bigger, turning into a meteorite with a diameter of more than a kilometer, falling straight down. Boom! The meteorite seemed to contain a mass thousands of times greater than its volume. When it landed, it directly smashed through the extremely hard special alloy plane, creating a huge deep pit and making a thunderous sound. At the same time, an extremely turbulent shock wave erupted under this extremely fierce impact, spreading in all directions. Along with this shock wave, the red liquid that leaked out also splashed everywhere. Whoosh! The mechas were blown into disorder by the wind pressure. Fortunately, everyone was an expert in air combat, so they were not blown to the ground by this extremely powerful shock wave. Some of the divine creatures that rushed fast lost their footing and flew backwards, almost colliding with Li Yu's Xiangwang Mecha. In response to this, Li Yu naturally avoided it and cut into the neck of the divine creature with a knife. With the power of the shock wave, he easily dealt with this high-level A-level divine creature, so that this guy would not fly back to disturb everyone. Such a skillful sword made everyone stunned. Tu Kuogai said in surprise, "Good boy, your force-generating skills are really superb. With this casual sword, you can perfectly use the opponent's impact force, which is comparable to the divine creature killing itself. Fortunately, the main reason is that the divine creature was too fast before, and was stunned by the super shock of the first wave of starlight falling to the ground, which gave me the opportunity to deal with it." Li Yu changed the subject at the right time and said, "Besides, didn't the officers realize that with the landing and explosion of the starlight, the load force transmitted to us was reduced? Moreover, the noise made by the armored man was no longer heard. I think the armored man has dealt with the danger in the inner 7 districts, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was slightly stunned. It was true. Although the decline in load capacity was very low, it was indeed decreasing steadily. Chen Yanzhang smiled and said, "Could it be that we are lucky this time and borrow the power of the armored man to break some of the mechanisms in the inner 7 areas?" As he was talking, the shock wave caused by the falling starlight slowly subsided. The stronger divine creatures had already flown to the gap of the 1,000-meter gate, and lowered their heads to peck at the red liquid and began to drink. This divine creature was in the shape of an upright unicorn, 369 meters tall, and as it continued to drink the red liquid, its body quickly swelled up. In a moment, as if blowing air, it expanded to 400 meters, 430 meters, 470 meters, and gradually when it approached 485 meters, the flowing liquid was completely drunk up, and the unicorn roared like crazy. Immediately afterwards, as the unicorn roared madly, its swollen body suddenly exploded, turning into more blood-colored liquid, splashing everywhere. The divine creatures that caught up, however, ignored the fact that the unicorn exploded, and continued to swallow the blood-colored liquid like crazy. Seeing this, everyone's scalp numbed. Tu Kuogai said, "Lao Zhang, is this the blood-colored liquid you collected? This thing is very similar to the stuff used to cultivate blood protozoa in the blood war zone." Zhang Shengfang nodded and said, "It is this kind of thing, but when I brought it back, it did not cause these divine creatures to go crazy. It seems that perhaps the actions of the armored man have lifted the restrictions on these divine creatures, but these divine creatures are clearly species simulated by the ruins. Why are they so crazy?" This question is also the question of everyone. Li Yu pondered and said, "Commander Zhang, I have learned a little bit about the virtual knowledge and illusion knowledge of ancient civilizations when I inherited the ruins last time. Maybe I have some experience and insights. I think that the ancient divine civilization has already possessed some kind of technology to turn the virtual into the real, which can turn the projection, or virtual things, into real existence. Perhaps those divine creatures also have some souls in essence, but because they do not have real bodies, they cannot move normally. I see them going crazy to grab the bloody liquid. Maybe this represents their hope of survival." Everyone was a little surprised by this statement, But they also felt that with the various powerful technologies of the divine civilization and the various signs seen in the ruins, it seemed that this might not be impossible. There was a moment of silence. Chen Yanzhang slowly said, "You do have some truth in this. Those divine creatures that we have killed will have more fear in their eyes when we see them again next time, but they still want to continue to provoke them. Once we kill too many, they will be like Lao Zhang. As long as he passes by, the divine creatures dare not come to mess with him. Like the colorful giant tiger we saw before, it hates Lao Zhang the most. Every time it sees the Mecha, it will continue to provoke, which is completely different from other gods. It can be regarded as evidence of personality. This kind of performance, in addition to having memory function, is either, as you said, they do have souls, but, do you have other evidence to prove your judgment?" Chapter 219, Secrets Revealed. Li Yu said, "Of course there is no evidence. It's just a few judgments based on my superficial understanding of the divine civilization so far. For example, in the Heritage Ruins, we found a 100-meter black ball that existed in the illusion space. When we first saw the thing, it was fighting with the Thunder Mech of Commander Mu of the Border Star Garrison Corps. After the black ball was cut open, the body parts that contained memories would be absorbed by the black fog of the ruins. When we cut a black ball to only 30 meters in diameter, we found that it had forgotten a lot of things. Then we handed the black ball over to the Biological Research Center on BioStar for research. On my way here on the starship, I communicated with a person in charge of the research there. They told me that this black ball is a very strange creature. It seems to have a physical body, weight, and can speak, but in fact, it is a special stream of information, so, its body represents its brain, knowledge, and memory, and the amazing thing is that the language this thing speaks is the same as that of the armored man just now. That's why I can understand the armored man's language, because I have deciphered the language of the black ball. From it, I learned that since the black ball became conscious, it has had an inexplicable subconscious requirement to protect the ruins and prevent foreign invasion. It doesn't know why, but it has been sticking to this mission until we inherited the ruin strategy and took it away. Since there is no trace of the black ball being implanted with a thought stamp, the head of the research institute and I believe that the black ball is essentially a highly intelligent AI created in the Heritage Ruins, an AI with a soul. I have heard before that humans have two major technologies that are completely absent in divine civilizations. They are AI and virtual reality technology. Later, as I explored the Heritage Ruins in depth and speculated on some knowledge inheritance, I discovered that the ancient divine civilization did not lack these technologies, but that other technologies replaced the role of these two types of technologies in our daily lives. The alternative to AI is artificial soul technology. AI is based on models and computing power. Artificial soul technology is based on the brain of organisms and the soul that we humans cannot currently observe but really exists. The alternative to virtual reality is the technology of turning the virtual into the real. Many of the divine creatures we saw in the Starlight Division, as well as the various illusionary levels in the Heritage Ruins, are so real that they don't require any helmets to access them, and there are no obvious in and out signals. It seems that we have encountered many monsters, but once they are defeated, you will find that the monsters are all fake. These are all obvious virtual reality technologies, or virtual technologies belonging to the ancient divine civilization. Combining these two technologies, perhaps intelligent life can be created. However, this kind of intelligent creature is obviously unable to escape from its manufacturing area, or the restricted area. At that time, after I communicated my suspicions to the person in charge of the Biological Research Institute, the other party also said that the black ball did have many traces of civilization creations, and it was not a natural creature. It is also possible that it is a fusion product of artificial souls and virtual reality technology, and the black ball, perhaps by chance, has become a life that can still exist in reality after leaving the illusion space. It is a very unique case. Of course, all this is just my guess. Whether this technology exists or not is still unknown. But at least, the inner core of the Heritage Ruins and the Earth Ruins is the most likely place to verify this conjecture. If the real core of the ruins can be cracked, it may be possible to prove it. When everyone heard this, they were secretly surprised. The artificial soul and the technology of making the real into the virtual, it sounded very remarkable. Moreover, it seemed that Li Yi had done a deep study of divine technology. A warrior who could study these things so deeply, can only say that a genius is a genius. Unconsciously, several people added 3 more labels of divine civilization research expert, decryption expert, an analysis expert to their views on Li Yi. As high-level figures of mankind, they have met countless experts in different fields, and they can naturally hear how much credibility there is in what Li Yi said. Just as several people were about to speak, Li Yi continued, in addition to the points mentioned by Staff Officer Chen, I also encountered simulated opponents who were proficient in combat methods and were like real people when I was in the heritage ruins. And coincidentally, the opponents in the corresponding levels were all armored men. When I defeated every armored man who had mastered the skills and tactics to a high level, I could clearly feel the emotions, postures, eyes, and unique personal fighting styles of living intelligent creatures. At that time, in order to find evidence of their existence, I tried to touch the green blood dripping from them. Unfortunately, the blood quickly dissipated with their failure and never let me succeed, and when fighting in the crystal world, I also encountered several opponents whose intelligence was obviously different from other low-level simulated creatures. There are many more cases that can also serve as evidence. Hearing this, Chen Yanzhang interrupted hurriedly, Okay, Li Yi, actually I agree with your opinion, but I just want to hear your analysis from other perspectives. I didn't expect that you are so knowledgeable. Li Yi shook his head and said, I said so much because I hope that all the superiors will pay more attention to these things. If we can master this kind of technology, perhaps that will be the day when our technical level completely surpasses the aliens and we can rest assured. After all, the best strategy is to attack the enemy's strategy, and the worst strategy is to attack the enemy's battle. The strategy for all eternity is to plan ahead in the long run. Although the evidence is not solid enough, Li Yi is very sure that the ancients had these two technologies. He has seen a lot of experiments on intelligent species in the various experimental notes of the Gourd Man and the two experimental cases he deciphered. He also knows that in the definition of the Gourd Man, the fundamental difference between intelligent creatures and divine creatures is whether there is an independent soul. Why did the Gourd Man have so many failed cases when trying to merge the wisdom of intelligent creatures into divine creatures? At that time, the Gourd Man's initial conclusion was that the divine gene chain was too powerful and the intelligent gene could not shake the divine gene, causing his transplantation plan to fail. After that, the Gourd Man began to study the fusion of intelligent species and divine creatures at the genetic level. Later, due to the repeated failures of the gene fusion experiment, he started a variety of attempts, and in these attempts, he created the antisocial factor virus, and used it to successively create the three species of Heng, Zhen, and Lu, which are likely to be related to humans. It was only after Li Yi had seen so many cases recorded by the Gourd Man and the corresponding experimental records that he clearly knew that divine creatures and intelligent creatures are completely different species. He believes that the divine creatures found in various ruins at this stage are likely to be experimental products made by ancient divine civilizations, or have been successfully cultivated. These divine creatures have no wisdom, only the instinct of wild beasts, a single attack mode, and a long lifespan. Many of them have survived to the modern era under the protection of the ruins. It stands to reason that such a huge divine creature has a large brain and a neural network. It clearly has the factors to produce wisdom, but it has never produced wisdom. This shows that these divine creatures are likely to lack independent souls and are manufactured war weapons. Of course, there should be real divine creatures in ancient times. In Li Yi's judgment, the divine creatures that exist in the Xianshu ruins deeper into the 7th or 8th floor are more likely to be native species. The supporting case is the mucus creatures from the bottom of the 8th floor. This thing is completely different from other species in the ruins in terms of biology. After all, among so many ruins, only the Xianshu ruins have a lower rate of material change as it goes to the next floor. If we can break through to the 10th floor of the Xianshu ruins and capture the corresponding divine creatures, we may be able to investigate this part of the situation. Chen Yanzhang praised, Good boy, you are so young but you have such thinking and foresight. You are good and responsible. Tu Kuogai smiled and said, What you said is too complicated. It is not my professional field, but seeing that you have so many evidences, it is probably possible. Zhang Shengfang nodded and said, It's a very good idea. I understand what you mean. Divine technology is complicated and has many branches and applications. It's just that which technology is the core of divine technology is indeed very important, because it determines the main root of our technology and in which direction we will accumulate more research resources to achieve overtaking. This topic is very deep and can be discussed in detail. It was triggered by today's incident. When this matter is resolved, We can call together experts to discuss the possibilities in depth and implement specific research projects as soon as possible. As for today, let's give priority to dealing with the armored man and talk about it after the dust settles. Everyone was speaking very quickly. The divine creatures in front were still fighting and bleeding. Even if they wanted to take further action and go deeper into the inner 7 districts, they could only wait for the time being. Otherwise, once they went over, they would probably be affected by the battle between the group of S-level divine creatures. Liu also saw the scene of the divine creatures in front fighting for the red blood, and he suddenly felt something. Hearing this, he said, "Of course, I was also inspired. In fact, I have something to ask Chief Zhang about those divine creatures. May I ask if Chief Zhang can observe the souls of others after becoming the strongest?" Zhang Shengfang was stunned when he heard this, and said, "I can't. But on Earth, there are the strongest and the high-level heavenly ones who have soul-related characteristics. They can observe the souls of others." Liu nodded slightly and said, "I think the information detection system of the divine Mecha has the ability to observe the soul, but this part of the information mode is very secretive and requires certain skills to master it. I discovered this when I was studying part of the soul knowledge in the heritage ruins, but I just realized it and am not sure whether it is soul information, but I just tried to use this part of the information model to observe those divine creatures and found some abnormalities. If they died after fighting, those dissipated light particles would hide some soul-like wave information. If they died after drinking red blood and exploded, not only would the dissipated light particles become extremely fine, but the soul-like information fluctuations inside would also become extremely fine." Chen Yanzhang said, "Indeed. I was just wondering why the scattered light particles were so different in the 2 ways of death. Now according to your speculation, Li, these blood-colored liquids are most likely something similar to soul information, which is fatally attractive to creatures like them who are born with defects. Every explosion caused by drinking too much will cause their soul information to flow out and turn into these blood-colored liquids. Perhaps if there is a character among them who can successfully make up for the defects of their souls without causing themselves to explode, they may be able to truly escape from the ruins and become a living divine creature." Just at the moment when Chen Yanzhang said this, roar! A 330-meter-tall giant tiger took advantage of the gap between the fights between several nearly 400-meter-tall divine creatures and drank a large amount of overflowing red liquid. When it slowly expanded to a height of 400 meters, it did not explode. Moreover, the figure seemed to become unusually solid. Between the roars, the sound shook the world, and even the blood liquid below was constantly bounced up like boiling. Then, the 400-meter-high colorful giant tiger turned its head to face the huge divine creatures fighting beside it. With 1 punch and 1 claw, with only 2 attacks, it tore apart the 2 most fiercely fighting divine creatures and threw them out fiercely. Swish! One of the divine creatures, which was like a giant eagle, fell directly into the huge pit created by the landing of the star meteorite. Its body collided with the star meteorite and exploded directly on the spot, turning into light particles. However, just as these light particles were about to disperse, they seemed to be attracted by the star meteorite and fell into the star meteorite one after another. Seeing this, Mo Zhenquan frowned and said, "It seems that this star meteorite is not a good thing. The light particles disappear, and the divine creature will probably not be able to refresh in the future." Liu was a little puzzled. Chen Yanzhang seemed to guess Liu's doubts and said, "In fact, we have also conducted experiments on various simulated divine creatures. We have tried to use some methods to absorb the light particles after defeating the divine creatures, and after that, the divine creature could no longer be resurrected and refreshed in Wanzhou Road. We considered that this would not have the effect of training high-level A-level and S-level soldiers, so we didn't do similar experiments again, and this is one of the reasons why I agree with your point of view." While speaking, Zhang Shengfang said, "The divine creatures are almost fighting. It's time for us to enter the field. We now have 2 goals. First, capture this giant tiger and confirm whether this thing has escaped the control of the virtual ruins and become a real species. Second, while the armored people are making trouble, go to the inner 7 districts to explore. Everyone, move out quickly and clear the area." Chapter 220 Attack. At this moment, all the divine mechas were dispatched quickly. There were not many divine creatures left in front, and the strong ones had their own strong ones to deal with. Li and Zhao Menghao, who were also high-level A-level opponents, had their own monsters to fight, and none of them were left behind. The Heavenly King Mecha held a building cutting knife and found a leopard-headed human body divine creature that was just over 200 meters long. With great force, it chopped it down with one knife. Swish! The tip of the knife cut a sharp semicircle and accurately chopped the opponent's leopard-headed creature's chest. At the moment of the chop, a friction sound suddenly sounded. It turned out that at this moment, there were crescent-like marks flashing on the chest of the leopard-headed creature, which suddenly added friction to its chest. With a sideways turn, it immediately resolved the slash of the building cutting knife. So it's a property similar to friction? Interesting. Seeing this, Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he controlled the Heavenly King Mecha to dodge the leaping attack of the leopard-headed creature, and chopped again with the knife. After the knife slashed, the leopard-headed creature directly crossed the building cutting knife with its arm, and used the high-intensity friction characteristics added to its arm to dissolve the swift force of the slash. In the cockpit, although Li Yu was curious about what tricks the opponent's friction characteristics could play, he also knew that it was time to make a quick decision. He immediately activated the 3.1 burst skill to quickly increase the strength of his body. In a moment, the Xianwang Mecha retreated 2 or 3 steps, then suddenly jumped up and slashed with his arm. This short-range rapid explosion not only superimposed his current maximum explosive power, but also perfectly superimposed the kinetic energy of the whole body with a state of force like flowing water, and gathered it on the sharp blade. Then, the tip of the knife drew an oblique hook. The speed was fast at first and then slow, which was the essence of his fast and slow fist. This time, it directly deceived the maximum burst point of the friction characteristics of the leopard-headed creature, and slashed vertically at the moment when its characteristics were intermittently declining. Duh! This knife directly cut off the invincible arm given by the friction characteristics of the leopard-headed creature. In an instant, the right arm flew into the air and turned into light particles and disappeared. Seeing this, Li Yu nodded slightly and controlled the Heavenly King Mech to continue charging. Sure enough, facing the opponent's ability to enhance lateral friction, slashing diagonally cannot maximize the effect. Slashing vertically and using force to cut hard is the right way. Although this divine creature is comparable to the strength of the 5th stage of Grade A, its actual combat power is naturally much weaker than that of the same stage. When Li Yu broke the opponent's friction characteristics, the battle quickly came to an end within 10 rounds. Although the intensity of this battle was not high, it allowed him to see another use of friction characteristics, which was not bad. Of course, the main divinity of the Heavenly King Mech is mainly the 3 characteristics of space, lighting, and gravity. Other characteristics must be exerted on the Heavenly King Mech, and they are also powerful. But they basically have no effect against the divine mechas of the same stage. The greater reference for Li Yu is mainly in physical combat, or the iterative upgrade of personal burst skills. Just as the divine mechas began to charge forward, another divine creature similar to a spotted python had completed its transformation after drinking the bloody liquid. Its body length expanded to 440 meters, and it was more than 300 meters tall when standing upright. It attacked the guard mecha in front very fiercely. Not only that, the spotted giant tiger, the spotted python, and other S-level divine creatures that had not transformed but were essentially about 400 meters tall were attacking the 1,000-meter gate and trying to get in. The star meteorite had just fallen, and those S-level guard mechas were closest to the position and suffered the most damage. At this time, facing the attack of 7 divine creatures over 400 meters tall, although their combat power was superior to their opponents, they were obviously at a disadvantage. These simulated divine creatures, whose initial height was close to 400 meters, disdained the bloody liquid that flowed out to the periphery when they attacked, and only picked up a few sips near the door. It can be seen that their target was mostly the bloody liquid with higher purity in the inner 7 areas. The entire area was therefore divided into 2 battle groups. In front of them was a battle group of S-class elites, with a main force attacking and killing the guard mechas. In the back was a battle between the high-level A-level and the S-level threshold. The battle point was fighting for the blood-colored liquid that flowed out, which was even more crazy and unreasonable. This part was targeted by Li Yu and his men, and they began to clear the field to prevent more divine creatures from turning into blood-colored liquid and being unable to refresh. At the same time, they were also quickly clearing the passage and attacking the key battle area where the 1,000-meter gate was located. After that, they took the opportunity to capture the transformed divine creatures. After the Xianwang Mecha dealt with a divine creature, it cleared several other high-level A-level divine creatures in succession. The efficiency was very high, which made the surrounding people look at it sideways. They didn't know that Li Yu had already brushed hundreds of divine creatures comparable to the 5th stage of A level in one breath in the battle crystal world. They didn't know that once Li Yu was familiar with an opponent of a level, the speed of defeating him would become faster and faster. They only knew that this kid was really fierce. It turned out that the ability to control the divine mecha to fight was even stronger than the performance of the same level of the flesh. During the battle, Tu Kuogai shouted, "Boy, come and try my A level 6th stage." As he spoke, the Jinpeng mecha soared into the sky, flapped its wings, and the wind suddenly exploded, blowing a 210-meter-tall divine creature away, and blew it to the side of the Xianwang mecha that had just killed its opponent. In the cockpit, Li Yu laughed. Why not? The divine creatures here are even weaker than those of the same stage in the battle crystal world. They have experienced fighting and are covered with scars. How can he be afraid of them? While speaking, the Xianwang mecha has already taken advantage of the huge impact of the opponent's blow. Stepped steadily on the ground, twisted out all its kinetic energy, cut through the air with a knife, and tore out a humming sound. Whoosh! A knife accurately cut on the head of the opponent's divine creature. Snap! The divine creature's head and body were cut in half and turned into light particles and scattered. When the dust of the battle in the outer area of the pit settled and the red blood was basically drained, everyone stopped and waited for Zhang Shengfeng's arrangement. Chen Yanzhang asked directly, "How about clearing the area here? Should we ignore the battle between these guard mechas and divine creatures, push open the gate and break into the super castle? Or should we take the opportunity to kill these S-class guard mechas?" Zhang Shengfeng was straightforward and said, "Keep fighting. It's a good opportunity to capture the inner 7 areas. These S-class guard mechas have been entangled by the powerful ones among the S-class divine creatures. It's just the right time for us to go all out. As for Lao Zhao and Li Yi, you two will form a team. The target is the 300-meter one on the right side of the door. Remember to be careful and don't be impulsive. It's better to be cautious. If you can delay the opponent, you will win. Lao Chen and Captain Mo, you two will join forces to fight the 353-meter one. It's the same. If you can fight, fight. If you can't fight, delay. Wait for me, Lao Tu, make your own arrangements." As he said that, the Tanya mecha rushed forward first, holding the A-class Zanpaku sword and killing first. Among all the divine creatures and guard mechas in the whole venue, none of them was taller and stronger than the Tanya mecha. The Tanya mecha rarely broke into the super castle before, mainly because these 12 S-class divine mechas were connected to each other. In fact, a single guard mecha of about 300 meters high was not enough to fight the Tanya mecha. Now that the Tanya mecha broke into it, and there were other S-class divine creatures pulling the opponent, it was naturally like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Even though the left hand was corroded by the armored man's divinity and shrunk, it was not yet repairable, and its combat power was still extremely strong. At this moment, the Tanya mecha had quickly flashed in front of the target opponent. Then, a sword flashed across the sky with a fierce cutting flame, and the strongest characteristics burst out. When this sword passed, the blade was like a hot knife into butter, without any hindrance, and directly cut the first S-class guard mecha into 2 pieces diagonally up and down. Then, a huge biological muscle bundle cross-section and a large oblique section of the inner structure tissue were exposed, and they fell twice, and fell to the ground with a bang. Then, the upper and lower jaws opened, condensing a jade blue energy ball, and shot it at a guard mecha that was attacking from the side. For a moment, with the addition of the Tanya mecha, the combat disadvantage of the S-level divine creature was reduced. The Heavenly King mecha and the Ghost Dog mecha also rushed over. At this time, the Ghost Dog mecha also showed the powerful power of the Heavenly Position characteristics. The Ghost Shadow characteristics was directly activated. Although this huge body could not blend into the underground shadow, it controlled countless shadow tentacles and hit the 302-meter guard mecha in front from a distance. While flying, the shadow, which was extremely thin in nature, squeezed the air and made an extremely amazing gas explosion sound, which showed its amazing speed. However, facing this amazing ghost tentacles, the guard mecha picked up the divine creature next door with a shot, and it actually felt a bit calm. Bang! 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 The guard mecha's spear danced like a dragon, the tip of the spear flickered and shook, and it dispersed dozens of shadow tentacles at once, showing a high-level mastery of spear skills. It seems that the guard mecha can be easily swept by the Tanya mecha, which does not mean it is weak, but only means that the Tanya mecha is strong. For the Heavenly King Mecha and the Ghost Dog Mecha, the strength is still very high. The Ghost Dog Mecha did not waver, and maintained its forward acceleration. The ghost tearing feature was gathered in the evil breaking knife in its hand, and it jumped out first and chopped down vertically at the S-class Mecha. Swoosh! The evil breaking knife drew a sharp blade light. Ling! After a loud sound of metal clashing, the guard Mecha's spear easily blocked the Ghost Dog Mecha's heavy slashing with a heavenly position feature, and then the spear turned sideways, the spear shaft tilted, and swept the Ghost Dog Mecha rushing forward. The Ghost Dog Mecha retreated backwards to avoid the sweep of the gun, and at the same time opened its mouth and screamed, and a series of violent sound waves with tearing force rushed towards the guard Mecha. The divine shield outside the guard Mecha suddenly emerged, offsetting the power of the sound waves. At the same time, it stepped forward, and the silver light of the gun tip flashed, and it accelerated to the head of the Ghost Dog Mecha in an instant, and it was about to pierce the Ghost Dog Mecha in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the purple-blue divine energy cannon of the King Mecha arrived accurately, pushing away the stabbing gun tip. The Ghost Dog Mecha seized the opportunity and chopped forward with the evil breaking knife. The guard Mecha circled the spear to intercept the Ghost Dog Mecha. In this back and forth, the guard Mecha showed a completely different combat quality from those S-level divine creatures, causing Zhao Mengheo's pupils in the cockpit to shrink continuously. Even though Zhao Mengheo was better in fighting skills, due to the stronger speed and strength of the guard Mecha, the battle direction was undoubtedly that the Ghost Dog Mecha was more exhausted. During the fight, Zhao Mengheo kept talking trash, and the pressure in the battle was great. Li Yu's Mecha combat characteristics did not have much room to play, so he did not immediately join the battle, but controlled the Xianwang Mecha to accelerate in the back, using the kinetic energy superposition of long-distance acceleration to prepare for a fierce attack. In the Sharp Blade, in addition to the usual divine infusion and divine separation and entanglement sharpening, there is also a friction characteristic, which continuously reduces the excess friction of the sharp edge. Chapter 221 Inner Area. In the continuous acceleration, the King of Heaven Mecha flew up close to the ground. It brought up countless gravels on the ground and drew a straight wave of air. At the moment when the Ghost Dog Mecha and the S-level guard Mecha were fighting with swords and guns, the purple-blue flame behind the King of Heaven Mecha suddenly flashed, and the output was instantly maximized, and it accelerated rapidly for the second time. When the guard Mecha was caught off guard, the huge blade swept across the neck of the guard Mecha. Chi-chi-chi. Between the flashing sparks, this accelerated attack with a distance of at least 3 kilometers was delayed for a moment by the red divinity that appeared on the neck of the guard Mecha before it landed on its neck. With a click, a huge force bounced, and the King of Heaven Mecha's sword, which carried surging kinetic energy and was enough to cut off the A-level high-level Mecha, only left a shallow mark on the neck of the guard Mecha before it was bounced away. Then, the momentum was reversed and rushed out. While flying backwards, the King of Heaven Mecha immediately rolled 5 times, dissolving a large part of the rebound force, and then suddenly landed. The 2 feet were imprinted on the extremely hard special alloy ground, plowing 2 thick and long scratches, and slowly stopped. The scratched ground had already been rubbed to high temperature by such a rapid squeezing force, burning red, and emitting a faint white gas. In the cockpit, Li Yu's eyes lit up slightly. He was not surprised that this attack did not work. After all, it was an S-class Mecha, which was far superior to him. On the contrary, he felt that there was a chance to break the defense. According to the analysis of the force just now, a knife of the same strength slashed at the same position for about 100 times, most of the time it would be able to successfully break the defense and create a crack that would allow him to cut off the opponent's neck with one knife. Of course, there is another prerequisite, that the Ghost Dog Mecha and the other besieging divine creature must be able to hold on. Thinking of this, he controlled the Heavenly King Mech to leap up with a 10-fold leap step, and took the opportunity when the Ghost Dog Mech was almost shot on the face by the guard Mech, and slashed at the guard Mech's gun-holding finger with all his strength. He was the last to strike with this knife, and was about to hit the guard Mech's finger. Suddenly, the long gun Mech's wrist shook, and the tip of the long gun suddenly turned, and the tip of the gun flashed a silver star, sweeping towards the Heavenly King Mech that was attacking. The Heavenly King Mech was not reluctant to fight, and since it had successfully rescued the Ghost Dog Mech, it immediately retreated and got out of the front line of the battle. Even if his explosive power can be pulled to the same level as the Ghost Dog Mech through various means, it still lacks the characteristics of the heavenly position. Moreover, The defense of the mech is insufficient, so it is not suitable to carry it in the front, and it can only be used as an auxiliary hand and mobile attack. On the contrary, this mobile attack is more suitable for him who has more predictive power to operate. As long as the two sides cooperate well, he will be sure to hit the target every time and do his best to create a breakthrough for the guard mech. In this way, the battle between the two sides fell into a stalemate. Although the guard mecha is strong, it cannot leave the range of the 1000-meter gate too much. Once the ghost dog mecha really can't bear it, it will retreat to the periphery appropriately, take a breath, and attack again when the opponent is ready to assist other guard mechas. The king mecha is precise guerrilla warfare. Once the ghost dog mecha is in a desperate crisis where there is no way to retreat and no way to avoid, it will predict an attack and save it, or interfere with its attack, so that the battle can maintain a temporary balance. Zhou Menghao and Li Yi also know that this kind of fighting style of the two is also the result of greatly squeezing their own endurance. Once there is an error, a major crisis will inevitably occur. Therefore, in the battle, it is also treading on thin ice. While constantly erupting, the heartstrings are also stretched to the tightest point. In a blink of an eye, 15 minutes have passed. Among the 7 divine creatures besieging the guard mecha, one of the 400 meters has been directly dispersed, turned into light particles, and then pulled in by the star meteorite behind. The second transformed spotted python was pierced through the head by the 2 guard mechas. Its huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to rumble and shake, but it never turned into light particles and disappeared. This scene was also seen by everyone. They immediately knew that Li Yi and Chen Yanxiang's guess was verified. The bloody liquid could actually complete these simulated divine creatures and let them truly live in this world. On the other side, 2 divine creatures were killed, and the Tanya mecha performed outstandingly. In just 10 minutes, it had killed 4 guard mechas in succession, showing an extremely amazing combat dominance. At this point, the battle direction of both sides gradually tilted towards the attacking side. Among them, the remaining 5 400-meter high divine creatures, with a successfully transformed spotted giant tiger as the most powerful, suppressed 2 guard mechas over 300 meters in one breath, and beat the opponent back step by step. Of course, the spotted giant tiger was not completely unscathed. Its fighting style was still simple and direct, and it was far inferior to the exquisite gun skills of the guard mecha. It was pierced by the spear tips piercing. The remaining 4 400-meter tall divine creatures were also fighting with the other 4 guard mechas by instinct. If the Taya mecha had not seized the opportunity to defeat the opponents who besieged them, and cooperated with the Jinpeng mecha's mobile assistance, these divine creatures would have been pierced by the guard mecha's spears in minutes. However, with the Taya mecha's maneuvers, the defeat of the guard mecha is believed to be only a matter of time. The battle lasted for another half an hour. The Taya mecha took advantage of the small gap left by the Xianwang mecha and rushed over to cut the guard mecha open with a knife. Then, it turned to the guard mecha, whose strength was second only to the Taya mecha. On the other side, it was the 353-meter guard mecha that was entangled by the Xingyu mecha and the ice lizard mecha. The tip of the guard mecha's gun danced, the gun sounded before the sound, the moves were both concealed and fierce, the defense was impeccable, and the moves were more accurate and efficient. It was already infinitely close to the perfect level of gun skills, and the overall combat power was a big level higher than the surrounding 300 meters. Therefore, the 2A-level high-level Xingyu mecha and Bing lizard mecha had to entangle such a fierce opponent, which was also very stressful and dangerous. Fortunately, the strength of the Xingyu mecha was also quite strong. The one-on-one actual combat level was only weaker than that of ordinary guard mechas. It was also the main force of the line, fighting fiercely with the opponent. Chen Yanxiang's technical and tactical level was not covered. As an old-fashioned Xianwei strong man, he lived for more than 200 years and naturally honed his sword skills to perfect level. Although it was not as perfect as Li Yi in comprehensive technical and tactical skills, it was naturally not bad in pure sword fighting. Moreover, the Xingyu mecha also had 8 kinds of self-created skills combined with the characteristics of the Xianwei, which had great lethality and could break the defense across levels. With the assistance of the ice lizard mech, they managed to stabilize their position for the time being. In the fight, the strongest guard mech stabbed silently with a gun, accurately stabbing the shoulder of the ice lizard mech that was wandering to the side, and directly pierced a huge gap. Snap! With a loud noise, the ice lizard mech immediately grabbed the spear, and the pressure made the guard mech slow down the speed of withdrawing the spear for a moment. The cold light of the cold dragon mech's blade condensed, and the 8 heavenly characteristics were activated one by one. The B-level air-breaking knife drew a sharp semicircle and slashed downwards. Whoosh! In an instant, a cold dragon formed by the condensation of ice blue divine energy suddenly rose from the slash and suddenly crashed into the strongest guard mech. It was the cold dragon mech's ultimate heavenly skill, the cold dragon's absolute freezing slash. Boom! The strongest guard mecha was caught off guard, and a red divine shield appeared on its body, but it was quickly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the cold dragon swallowed the strongest guard mecha. With a crackling sound, the guard mecha condensed into huge lumps of ice everywhere, and was constantly cut by the extremely strong cutting force contained in the frozen ice. In a moment, a large number of cracks flashed on the surface of the strongest guard mecha. However, this guard mecha is the strongest guard mecha after all. It was only frozen for 2 or 3 seconds before it burst out of divinity and exploded the ice. But at this time, the Tanya mecha had already arrived. After another 5 minutes, the battle came to an end. Of the several divine creatures that participated in the siege, only the last giant tiger was left. Then, with the joint efforts of everyone, the giant tiger, which was already covered with the wounds, was completely injured. It was injured but not dead, and then frozen into a huge popsicle to prevent the giant tiger from reviving. On the human side, Mo Sang Kwang's ice lizard mecha was also seriously injured and needed to be repaired. The other people's divine mechas were also damaged. Even the Tanya mecha was hit by several shots. However, the Tanya mecha was large and not afraid of these small scratches. Most of them could be automatically repaired in a day or two. On the contrary, the Heavenly King mecha was basically unscathed. He was not responsible for holding the line, but his results were not low and he was not damaged, which made everyone amazed. Everyone had expected Zhang Shengfang's strength, but they were not surprised. Instead, they were surprised that a newcomer like Li Yi could create a tiny defense in such a high-level battle. After all, although Li Yi defeated Zhao Menghao in a physical battle, the height difference between the mechas was too big. 130 meters versus a 300-meter divine mecha, there was undoubtedly a huge gap. Everyone praised, and Li Yi raised his own question, saying, why was the last slash of Staff Officer Chen so effective? Is it a combination of heavenly characteristics? Before Chen Yanxiang could say anything, Tu Kuogai laughed and said, that's right. When you reach the high level of the heavenly rank, the increase or decrease of a single heavenly rank characteristic has no obvious effect on the increase in combat power. After all, everyone has a minimum of 7 or 8. One more is not much, and one less is not much. The number is no longer the key. How to use it well is the key. Whether the high level of the heavenly rank can threaten the S-class mecha depends on whether the heavenly rank characteristics accumulated in the early stage can be combined into a strong enough combination skill. Old Chen has 3 heavenly rank skills. One is the Frost Dragon Absolute Frost Slash, one is the Ice Crack Breaking Sky Slash, and one is the Absolute O Degree Slash. Each has its own mystery, which is enough to threaten a divine mecha below 400 meters. He is the second heavenly rank of our kindling base. Even in the ranking of heavenly ranks on the entire Earth, he can enter the top 10. As for me, I currently only have 2 heavenly rank skills, so my ranking is lower than that of Old Chen. Li Yi understood. It seems that when the heavenly rank characteristics accumulate to a certain extent, the combat power of the high level of the heavenly rank will be greatly different from that of the middle level of the heavenly rank. And these high-level heavenly stages, in terms of combat power, can also be treated as a slightly weaker supreme power. Even if the heavenly stage skills are well coordinated and the effect is outstanding, it is likely that they can even beat many single-core advanced supreme powers. No wonder Zhang Shengfang brought these high-level heavenly stages here. In this way, Li Yi also understood why Zhao Menghao was familiar with several people, but was not in the same circle. Zhao Menghao's strength is the 6th stage, and he can beat the 7th stage. I am afraid that the opponent who beat him has not yet formed his own heavenly stage skills. His strength lies in the perfect level fighting. It seems that the heavenly stage characteristics have not yet formed an effective combination of skills. If a combination of skills can be formed, Li Yi and him will most likely win. After strengthening the freezing of the spotted giant tiger several times, everyone did not rush to collect the 12 damaged divine mechas. Instead, they turned their attention to the star meteorite under the pit. Before entering the inner 7 areas, this is indeed a problem that needs to be considered. Chen Yanzhang said, how is it? This star meteorite has absorbed so many light particles scattered by divine creatures. It may still be a hidden danger. How should we deal with it? Mo Hongquang pondered and said, Li Yi, you and Lao Zhao should work together to move the things away. It happens that the 10,000 races road is cleared and there is no threat. We can walk back safely. After all, the inner 7 districts are dangerous. With your strength, the danger may be great next time, Tu Kuogai said. I think now is the safest time. The armored man has probably destroyed the device that releases the load force after going all the way. According to Lao Zhang's previous description, there should be no other obstacles inside. Even if there is danger, it must be the position where the armored man goes deep, so we are not afraid. In short, it is a good thing to have one more combat force. Don't forget that there are no other strong men left in our kindling base. It will take time for other bases to come to help. It is better for us to explore roughly first, and Li Yi has the ability to translate. If he meets the armored man, he can also communicate a few words and get information. Right, Zhao Menghao said with a smile. Li Yi and I are not weaklings. Captain Mo, I don't like your arrangement. You are not strong either. There is such a big hole on the shoulder of the ice lizard Mecha. There is no need to show off. Why don't you move the star meteorite away, and Li Yi and I will stay here? Mo Hongquang's old face turned red. As the only person with a serious damage to the divine Mecha among the high-level Cheyenne Wei present, these words stabbed into his heart like a knife. I did that to create an opportunity for old Chen to attack, sacrificing the small self for the greater good, Zhao Menghao said with a click of his tongue. I think Captain Mo got it wrong. If it weren't for Staff Officer Chen's action, that shot followed by the next one, the tip of the guard Mecha's gun would have pierced the head of your ice lizard Mecha. Captain Mo, it's not that I don't respect the elderly and love the young, but you're so seriously injured, so don't go up to explore. If you die here, we won't be able to explain to your nephew when we go back. At this time, Zhang Shengfang also said, yes, Captain Mo's combat power has been greatly damaged. You might as well transport the star meteorite and the giant tiger away, and ask for help for us, and ask other bases to send a few good players over. Mo Hongquang shook his head and said, okay, old Zhao, I know you mean well, but your broken mouth still makes me sad. Say less next time, Zhao Menghao said. I wish you wouldn't hinder our exploration. Go back and recuperate. The periphery of the ruins also needs strong guards. Although you are a little weak, you are barely enough now. Li Yu listened to several people talking on the public channel and felt that he had made a wrong judgment. Maybe Zhao Menghao didn't integrate into the circle of people like them not because he was weaker and didn't master the unique skills of the heavenly position, but because he was foul-mouthed and really arrogant. The mechas pushed open the 1,000-meter gate and began to move forward. The 1,000-meter gate was indeed heavy, with a majestic weight comparable to the famous mountains on Earth. But the power of the mechas was naturally extremely strong, and it was not difficult to push it. As the gate opened, the blood-colored liquid overflowed again, forming a long and thin blood-colored pool. The mechas tacitly did not touch the blood, and the flames rose behind them and flew in. After entering, the first thing that came into view was a wide flat ground. The flat ground was no longer the pure black hard alloy surface before, but a milky white square brick, with a faint fluorescence like gemstones. However, there were quite a few broken bricks around, with cracks everywhere. The moment Li Yi saw the bricks, he immediately said, really grand, these floor tiles are all carved with divine nuclei. Chen Yanzhang took a quick look and was also surprised. Indeed, these things can actually release very faint divine radiation. It seems that when they were carved, they were definitely in good condition. Tu Kuogai said, this is strange, this super castle must have existed a billion years ago, right? How come the divine nuclei haven't decayed yet? Could it be a mechaized divine nucleus? But after mechaization, shouldn't the divine radiation decay? Li Yu frowned and observed for a moment, and said, these nuclei should be semi-mechaized divine nuclei, which have a decay period, but the decay period is very long. As he spoke, everyone's attention was attracted by the scene in front. More than 10 kilometers ahead of the flat ground, there stood 3 palaces thousands of meters high connected together, extremely majestic and extremely gorgeous, like the temples of gods in human mythology. The absolutely smooth, silver-white straight outer wall seemed to be a silver mirror wall piercing the sky. The absolutely symmetrical, tall, huge pillars reflecting the color spectrum held up the brilliant dome. Inside the wall, there were narrow and long vertical walls that were completely enclosed like a religious church. Each side turned slightly several degrees and connected end-to-end to form 3 completely enclosed internal palaces. There were 800-meter wide gates in the east and west. In front of the green path that stretched out like a snake from the palace, there was a continuous flow of rich blood-colored liquid, exuding a strange fragrance, slowly flowing towards the empty and dilapidated ground under everyone's feet. The 1,000-meter mechas mentioned by Zhang Shengfeng were lying 3 or 4 kilometers ahead in different postures. If everyone had not been distracted by the 3 palaces in front of them at the first time, I am afraid that the first thing they saw would be these 1,000-meter mechas. There were 4 in total, each of them was majestic, but also dilapidated, and the traces of damage everywhere were as new as if they were formed yesterday. Judging from the color of the armor and the body, the 4 colors of red, ice blue, blue-white, and purple-blue are arranged from left to right, which seems to be the 4 common sequences of ice, fire, wind, and thunder. The mechas approached slightly and were immediately surprised. Chen Yanzhang squinted and said, "The biggest wound of each mecha is actually a chest penetration wound." Tu Kuogai was surprised and said, "Moreover, there are no traces of battle around. Could it be that these 1,000-meter mechas were defeated by 1 blow? But if they defeated the opponent with 1 blow, where did the damage marks around come from?" Chen Yanzhang said, "Another point is that a pure chest penetration wound may not accurately hit the location of the divine core, completely destroying the divine core and causing the divine mecha to be unable to recover. This is also a strange point. It seems that these 4 divine mechas are either willing to be penetrated, or the crime is committed by acquaintances, or the opponent is more powerful than 2 or 3 levels. Although the divine core of each divine mecha is hidden in the chest, the position is not fixed. The bigger the divine mecha, the smaller its divine core is relative to its huge size, and it may not be able to be accurately shattered. As long as it is not completely shattered and a small part remains in the divine mecha, then this divine mecha has the possibility of slowly repairing over time. Of course, the price is a drop in rank and a gradual shrinkage in height. Therefore, if a divine mecha does not upgrade and loses key parts in frequent battles, it will slowly become shorter. If the parts are collected, this problem can be alleviated." Li Yi observed for a moment and said, "He is willing to be exposed. The evidence is obvious." Tu Kuogai was in high spirits and joked, "Expert Li, can you give some analysis?" Chapter 222 Exploration. Li Yi controlled the Xianwang mecha to point to the flat ground in front and said, "Obviously, although the 4,000-meter mechas fell to the ground in various postures, if they were restored, they should all be facing our direction. Their standing postures are very strange, not like the common fighting postures. Look, the cracks on these square bricks, the cracks outside their bodies are broken and more fragmented, while the cracks under their bodies are in the shape of a spider web, relatively complete. Isn't this very inconsistent?" Chen Yanzhang said thoughtfully, "Indeed, these marks are a bit strange. According to common sense, the cracks on the ground should have started to appear from the moment they reached the bottom, and the closer to the center, the higher the degree of fragmentation, and the outer part should be spider web shaped, but the reality is the opposite, which means that it is possible that they suffered penetrating injuries after falling to the ground, and the surrounding shattered marks are actually traces of battle. But this possibility should not be great, because the cracks extend for more than 10 meters, which means that they were still shattered after falling to the ground. It seems that before the penetrating wound, there were other small-scale cracks on the ground, and then the cracks were smashed to the ground," Li Yi said. Just as Staff Officer Chen said, "But in fact, there is another layer that I haven't thought of yet, that is, these cracks cannot be produced by conventional falling actions. These bricks are very strong. There are many traces of the kilometer-long mecha's activities around here, and there are also some traces of being hit, but no other cracks have been produced. This shows that these bricks themselves have additional reinforcements, and their own strength is enough to withstand the standing compression of such a huge tonnage of kilometer-long mecha. So, the correct process should be that they created these cracks for some reason, and finally suffered a penetrating wound and fell directly to the ground. It's unknown what the reason is. Maybe it's for destruction, or maybe it's some kind of combat skill." Chen Yanzhang nodded slightly and said, "That's true. But what exactly do you mean by willing to suffer this penetrating wound?" Li Yi controlled the Xianwang mecha and flew above the 4-kilometer-long mechas. He pointed at the gaps in their chests and said, "You can see that the penetration angle of each machine is slightly different, but the direction is basically straight. Although it is slightly deflected, the degree of deviation is not large. Judging from their standing posture, each of them is facing our direction." "Right, then, According to the extended angle of the 4 deflection angles, it can be deduced that the person who attacked is standing right under our feet, about 300 meters away and about 500 meters high. It should be a divine energy cannon fired from the mouth. The penetrating wound should be caused by the energy cannon of the Vulcan sequence. I believe everyone can see this. Then, according to the layered order of the ground shattering, most of them were shot one by one from left to right, not an attack launched at the same time. Then, let's imagine a divine mecha with a height of 500 meters, a conventional divine energy cannon, to penetrate the chest armor of these 1,000-meter mechas. If the opponent maintains a divine shield, can it not penetrate it? Tu Kuogai said. According to what you said, it is also possible that this acquaintance committed the crime. Li Yu shook his head and said, no, even acquaintances can't do that, because this divine energy cannon is fired one by the same divine mecha. Even if the sneak attack can injure the first one, the second and third ones will not react. Therefore, it can only be determined that they are willing, but there is another possibility for this willingness, which is to use methods such as thought stamping or mental control to make them willing to die. And if you think from this perspective, then the broken marks under their bodies and their own strange marks are mostly their struggles to break free from control, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Because all this made sense, not only did it fit all the traces around, but it also explained the many unreasonable situations they saw. Chen Yanzhang touched his chin and said, that makes sense. This way we know how the perpetrator could accurately know the locations of the divine cores of the 4 mechas and the reason for the perfect destruction, because he could ask the drivers of the 4 mechas for the specific locations. Tu Kuogai said, that's not right. How could the driver know where the divine core of the divine mecha is hidden? I'm not sure where the divine core of the Jinpeng mecha is hidden. I only know the approximate location, Chen Yanzhang said speechlessly. Are you stupid? Just because we humans don't know, it doesn't mean that the drivers of the divine technological civilization don't know. Maybe they have a way to calculate the specific location and can protect it accurately. Tu Kuogai said, what does this have to do with stupidity? I can only say that I didn't think it through at the moment. The two cursed at each other for a sentence or two and then stopped. Chen Yanzhang sighed again. The situation of the 1,000-meter mecha shows that the divine civilization people of this era may also be invaded by some kind of cult, or it is because of the excessive prevalence of ideological stamps. It seems that even if it is changed to another era, the problem still exists. Zhang Shengfang said, let's go. These 1,000-meter mechas cannot be repaired unless we find a suitable Super S-level divine nucleus. Let's go to the area where the armored people enter and take a look. Although the materials inside the mechas can be used for research and smelting, the value is still low after all. Everyone continued to move forward. Soon, everyone saw that the 800-meter gate of the palace on the left was pierced with a huge gap, which seemed to be left by the armored people. The Tai Mecha took the lead and pushed the gate open. Soon, 5 damaged 400-meter S-level mechas that fell to the ground appeared in front of everyone. Hiss. On the public channel, Li Yu heard Tu Kuogai gasping for air. Good fellow, did that armored man really show mercy to our men? Li Yu observed for a moment and said, one strike killed him. His head was instantly pierced, and the surrounding fighting traces did not exceed 20 rounds in total. However, the movements of these S-class guard mechas seemed to be slower than the gay guard mechas outside. Chen Yanzhang said, that's right, these S-class guard mechas seem to be stronger, but in fact they are easier to deal with. Old 2. Your surprise is too cheap. Observe carefully. Tu Kuogai was speechless, but did not say much. After passing the large platform on this level, there are 2 entrances and exits with a diameter of 200 meters on the top, which are unusually large. It seems that the armored man flew up. Everyone followed the traces around and found that there were no guard mechas around. They went up along the passage and flew all the way to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Everyone finally saw the armored man sitting against the wall. And this large platform seemed to reflect the stars in the universe, reflecting the star map of the entire Milky Way. The mechas were in it, and they felt as if they were suddenly thrown into space. At this moment, the armored man saw everyone and slowly began to speak. Li Yu was slightly startled. Why was the tone of the armored man so different from before? He immediately translated it, and heard what the armored man said. Welcome all the intelligent species in the Lost World to the Starry Palace. I am Dan Chenli, the resurrector of the divine second era. I just experienced some confusion, but now I finally wake up and understand my mission. You are the witnesses of my resurrection. You are not bad in wisdom. I believe you have evolved significantly and can understand what I say. Now, let me seize the last time to tell you the whole story of the extinction of the Divine Second Era. Chapter 223, The Beginning and End of Extinction. Liu listened and translated the words to the public channel. He only heard the armored man who claimed to be from the Divine Second Era say, "I have just learned through the calculation of the Starry Palace that your era should be 8 billion years after the destruction of the Divine Second Era. There may be a slight error, but I believe the difference is not big. The 8 billion years here is the Earth Standard Time translated by Li Yi. In fact, the two calculations are not very different. 10 billion years ago, the divine civilization was born. It took only tens of millions of years for it to grow from a small planet and a small civilization to a super civilization that spread throughout the universe and the stars. However, the divine civilization rose quickly and fell quickly. From its birth to its glory, it took less than 100 million years in total, and it suddenly fell like a meteor. 1 billion years later, our armored clan also successfully left the planet and entered the interstellar era. We inherited the remaining resources of the divine era and developed rapidly all the way, which was also glorious for 100 million years. During this period, we have produced many strong people and naturalized the wisdom of all secondary civilizations. We compare ourselves to the sub-era of the divine civilization, second only to the previous generation of divine civilization. We are not modest, but the divine civilization is indeed too glorious, and we have never fully understood it. We have mastered the core technologies such as divine mecha, super starships, medium-sized stargates, super arcs, and planetary colonization. We have also spread all over the universe and spread the seeds of civilization, technologies such as life creation, turning the void into reality, large stargates, time and space distortion, illusion dimension, and stellar energy are still beyond our reach, so we can only call ourselves a divine sub-civilization, a sub-era. As time goes by, the strength of our top powerhouses gradually possesses the power of stars, but even so, we are still not at ease, because the stronger they become, the more they feel that some unknown mysterious disaster that can instantly destroy our armored civilization is about to come. This premonition comes from their godlike perception of the future. And it is impossible to be wrong. They began to look for the cause, the source of the disaster, and tried to prevent it from coming. As you can see, they failed. Overnight, perhaps some action or behavior suddenly violated a taboo, and then some extremely mysterious power was activated. It is neither the power of time and space, nor a power, characteristic, or even a trick that we have seen and mastered so far. Start with the Supreme. The stronger they are, the sooner they will be found by this mysterious force. Once they are found, they will explode and die, and a terrifying change like the collapse of a planet will occur. The weaker ones also died instantly due to the sudden death of the strong ones and the drastic change in their living environment. On the contrary, people like me who are neither strong nor weak have a little time to linger. At the last moment, the remaining Supreme who was still struggling to hold on launched his last resort and petrified all of us who were still barely able to survive the drastic change into statues, and stored them in the Supreme's personal dojo. The Starry Palace you see now is the place where the Supreme has been studying all year round. It contains a lot of his remaining divinity and has the power to locate time and space. You should know where I was revived. Yes, when I was revived, all the stone statues around were my compatriots or comrades in arms. In the last moment before we were petrified, the Supreme conveyed some information to all our heads. The information tells us that the Supreme has actually grasped some traces and signs of the disaster and figured out some of the situation. It's just that the disaster came too early and too abruptly, and he had no time to do anything. He could only temporarily send the storage locations of various experiments he had done before and various massive records to all our minds. He was not sure how long the disaster would last, so he could only leave a recovery trigger mechanism. As long as the same signs of disaster occur, the trigger mechanism he left will be activated, prompting us to recover. I don't know why the Supreme didn't leave the trigger mechanism until the disaster is over. Maybe he has other concerns, or maybe there are some restrictions. Anyway, as you can see, I'm revived, and it took me 8 billion years to revive. It's really amazing. Originally, my lifespan was only 8,000 years at most, but I actually spanned such a long period. It seems that the Supreme has left all his proud time and space characteristics on us. The greatness of the Supreme is evident. Hearing this, everyone nodded. A powerful person who can turn other creatures into stone statues, survive such a long time without being destroyed, and has the means to monitor the signs of disaster is indeed great. Dan Chenli coughed lightly, and a visible decline appeared on his face. He continued, of course, it cannot be denied that my survival and resurrection also have some luck factors. Maybe it's because I also have time and space and soul characteristics. Although they are not strong, they can also allow me to cooperate with the Supreme's means and live like that. Therefore, other people were obviously triggered by the signs, but they could not complete the resurrection and died forever in the stone statue. It's just that I seem to have missed the golden time for resurrection. I wasted 2 months of resurrection time and have been in a state of memory confusion. Although I have revived, my physical condition has been as bad as possible. The madness just now has also exhausted my last vitality. If you have the means to freeze me, try to freeze me. My soul is still in that statue. If you think I am still useful and can help you a little, try to help me keep this body and freeze it. In this way, my soul will not dissipate. I am the seed of the next generation civilization that has been left for this era. Perhaps the only seed. I, who am still lingering on like this, also hope that I can play some role in your civilization and help you escape from this mysterious disaster. I hope you don't get lucky. Since I have revived, this mysterious disaster must befall within 1,000 years. My mission is to help you overcome the difficulties in the future. Don't worry that a half-useless character like me will have any adverse effects on your civilization. My purpose is very simple. I just want to find out the truth about the disaster, and give an explanation to the Supreme who has already fallen. I can't let him die in such an unclear way. Hearing this, Li Yi suddenly asked, then, do you know the truth about the destruction of the first divine civilization? Is it consistent with your destruction? Dan Chenli shook his head and said, not sure, but based on our research at the time and what I experienced later, it is probably consistent. Li Yi nodded and changed the conversation. Zhang Shengfang asked, Li Yi, tell the other party that we can freeze him, or we can find a real way to revive him, but he must tell us all the information, technology, and knowledge he possesses. Tu Kuogai pondered and said, this kid seems sincere, but he may not be so. He may also know that he is seriously injured and is no match for us, so he made up a story to scare us and let us protect him in return. We have to be on guard. Zhang Shengfang shook his head and said, no, the disaster he said is probably true. Because General Lin also said something similar. He even suspected that the news of the alien gods who had not been hurt in the past 300 years might have led him to go to the extremely distant edge of the universe to investigate this matter, except for Li Yi, who didn't know who General Lin was. Everyone else changed color. Chen Yanzhang said, since it is what General Lin said, it is probably accurate. Li Yi asked, could this General Lin be? Tu Kuogai said, yes, he is the strongest person in our human race today, the real pillar of humanity. Originally, you needed to reach the heavenly level to know about his existence, but now that you are so strong, you should know. Li Yi nodded slightly. Seeing how Zhang Shengfang respected this person, it must be that General Lin's strength is probably even stronger than his. Tu Kuogai said, since General Lin has also mentioned it, it is most likely true. However, even if it is true, we must prevent this person from taking advantage of us and opening his mouth to take advantage of us. Zhang Shengfang smiled and said, Old Tu's words are serious, so we should be cautious. However, we are now the active party, so we are not afraid of any tricks that Dan Chenli will do. Li Yi, ask as I just said. Immediately, Li Yi said to Dan Chenli, we can freeze you and find a real way to revive you. But the premise is that you need to explain clearly all the key technical knowledge you have mastered, as well as the specific storage location of the disaster research you mentioned before. Dan Chenli smiled and said, of course, I am going to spread the corresponding knowledge and technology to you. From the look of you, I know that you have fallen into the same situation as our divine secondary civilization. The scientific and technological research route is limited by divine technology. The elite minds that originally existed in their own race have lost their own advantages and their own unique way of observing the world because they have learned too much knowledge from foreign civilizations. In the end, even if we spend more time, we can't transcend the barriers brought to us by the first divine civilization. You can learn my technology and knowledge, but I suggest that you try to develop special means that belong to your species of wisdom. Each species of wisdom contains countless accidents and is the best gift given by the universe. Don't forget the things that belong to you. As he spoke, Dan Chenli coughed and his breath became weaker and weaker. Sorry. I can only give you the location information and a simple technical knowledge in my current state. Please freeze me after receiving the message. Otherwise I won't live long. After you verify the location information and technology, you can consider finding something that can extend my life." As he spoke, his eyes moved slightly and stared at the Xiangwang Mecha. Buzz! A strange wave was transmitted, and a bunch of complex information flows flashed quickly on the detection system of the Xiangwang Mecha. Li Yu immediately understood that this was a unique method of soul language transmission and compressed information of the divine civilization. He just happened to understand this part when he deciphered the soul secret method before. Although it was impossible to decipher it immediately, it was no problem to roughly confirm the situation inside. At this time, Dan Chenli continued, "By the way, I don't know what level your strength can reach in your civilization, but from a short observation, your civilization should not be very strong, and it has not been deeply influenced by the divine civilization. If possible, try to find some independent, your own technology to study. Don't be afraid of failure." While speaking, Li Yu had confirmed the accuracy of the message and informed several people. Although Dan Chenli said that the technical knowledge transmitted was a small base, the amount of information contained was indeed not small. The name of the technology is Divine Weapon Forging Technique, which includes detailed descriptions of D and C level divine weapons and various flow charts, which is extremely rich. Compared with the translucent paper that Li Yu got from the gourd man before, it is not much worse. Since the authenticity of the message has been confirmed, Chen Yanxiang controlled the Xingyu Mecha to move forward and directly froze Dan Chenli at close range. With a crackling sound, a lump of ice appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Shengfang said, "Li Yi, take us to the location specified in the information." Li Yu said, "No need to go." According to Dan Chenli, the thing is hidden in the starry palace. As he spoke, the heavenly king stepped out, walked to a flowing star image in front, and reached out to grab it. With a sound like running water, the light in the palm of the heavenly king flickered, and a very solid steel stamp fragment was revealed. However, the outer layer of this steel stamp fragment was shining, and it was obviously not an ordinary thing. It seemed that the information could be transmitted at any time. It seems that the experimental records of the things left by the Supreme Armored Man are hidden here. Fortunately, this super palace was not destroyed, otherwise the things would be gone. No, maybe this super palace itself is a backup specially built by the Supreme Armored Man. At this time, Tu Kuogai said, "Li Yi, don't rush to read this information. Who knows if these ancient powers have any means of resurrection? Let Lao Zhang see it firsthand." Li Yu also nodded and controlled the Xiangwang Mecha to pass the ball of light to the Tanya Mecha. Although Zhang Shengfang couldn't understand it, the operator was strong and could indeed prevent special means from ancient times. After the Tanya Mecha took over the light, it activated a detection system and received the message. After a while, Zhang Shengfang said, "Although I don't understand it, it seems to be fine." Tu Kuogai said, "Wait. Old Zhang, let me ask you, what were you doing at 7 p.m. on January 3rd this year?" Zhang Shengfang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Old Tu, you are cautious now, that's good. I was attending your 8th wedding that day, is that okay?" Tu Kuogai asked again, "No hurry, ask another question. Tell me the most impressive thing you had 18 years ago." When mentioning this, Zhang Shengfang's voice became low. "You are good at finding problems. That year was the biggest war between humans and aliens in human territory, which destroyed most of the planet." Tu Kuogai nodded. "Okay, you barely passed the test, pass it to Li Yi." Li Yi controlled the Xiangwang Mecha to take over Guanghu and immediately interpreted it. After a while, he showed a little surprise. Tu Kuogai was paying close attention, and immediately heard a change in Li Yi's breathing rhythm on the public channel, and asked immediately, "How is it, Li Yi? What did you find?" Li Yi took a long breath and said slowly, "It seems that the matter is actually connected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 224 Supreme. Everyone was a little surprised. What did it mean to be in contact? Tu Kuogai said, "You are keeping me in suspense again? Tell me quickly." Li Yu thought for a moment and said, "There are records of experiments corresponding to 6 hypotheses on the origin of a disaster. They are the theory of cosmic reincarnation, the theory of dimensional tides, the theory of time and space fatalism, the theory of civilization evolution, the theory of life alienation, and the theory of alien invasion, a total of 6 hypotheses on the source of the disaster. The content of the records verifies the above 6 hypotheses through various contents, and the judgment of the Supreme Armored Man is that the theory of time and space fatalism and the theory of alien invasion are more likely. Let me first give you a brief introduction to what the 6 theories are. Some of the terms here are not easy to translate. I have used my own language. Don't worry about some words, because the original text may be different. After a little precaution, Li Yu introduced, among them, the theory of cosmic reincarnation believes that the universe will restart reincarnation every 1.1 to 1.2 billion years. Originally, everything was fine. When the mysterious substance energy of divinity was discovered, all the items that used divinity failed to be reincarnated successfully. That's why they, the armored people, were able to discover the items left behind by the last divine civilization, quickly inherit them, and develop rapidly. If you want to avoid the reincarnation of the universe, you must become strong enough and major in time and space characteristics. The records provide a lot of evidence to support this view. For example, after exploration, they found that the earliest matter could be found in various parts of the universe 1.19 billion years ago as marked in the documents, which was 30 million years before the rise of the first divine civilization, more than 9 billion years ago. At that time, there was only one type of place with exceptions, where matter that existed 1.19 billion years ago in the documents was found. Hearing this, Chen Yanzhang immediately said, "Are there traces of earlier matter in the ruins of the first divine civilization?" Li Yu praised and said, as Staff Officer Chen said, "It is true. And not only that, the matter found deep in some ruins far exceeds the 1.19 billion years recorded in the documents." Chen Yanzhang pondered and said, "If that's true, then perhaps the first divine civilization is not the real first civilization. Maybe there was another one before that." Li Yu nodded and said, "This is also a point of view raised in the experimental records, but it seems to be limited to the speculation of the Armored Man Supreme himself, and it is not completely confirmed. Moreover, in addition to the possibility of cosmic reincarnation, there is actually another possibility, that is, they have not yet found an area with more ancient matter. After all, the universe is too big. No matter how you test it, there will be fish that slip through the net." Moreover, Dan Chenli's experience before his death also shows that it should not be as simple as cosmic reincarnation. Next is the theory of dimensional tides. This theory believes that the universe has countless dimensions flipping back and forth, just like the ebb and flow of the sea. In every long cycle, the amount of dimensional tides reaches the maximum, which will produce internal resonance in the universe and destroy everything in order inside the universe. The experiment of this theory mainly revolves around how to find dimensional frequencies. Unfortunately, my knowledge system does not involve this aspect, and the translation is not clear. Detailed information guidance is needed in this regard. The conclusion of the experiment is relatively easy to understand, that is, the path of dimensional frequency is not easy to find, and it requires a strong person who is proficient in dimensional characteristics to achieve it. However, there seems to be no such person among the Armored Man Supreme. Everyone understood that even if this theory is true, it is not easy to verify, and it is not easy to use this theory to find it. Li Yu continued, "The theory of civilization evolution and the theory of life alienation are also somewhat abstract and not easy to figure out. The so-called theory of civilization evolution is that when civilization evolves to a certain level, it will trigger certain restrictive devices and restrictive layouts." Chen Yanzhang said, "It's interesting, just like the restrictions that higher civilizations impose on lower civilizations. For example, aliens actually blocked our Earth civilization a long time ago." Li Yu was slightly surprised and asked, "When did this happen?" Chen Yanzhang said, "Probably from the slave age to the end of the dynasty era on Earth. During this period, the alien star tribe left a kind of wisdom blockade to suppress the development of human wisdom. It was not until the rise of the last martial saint named Chenliu King in the human dynasty era that the blockade was broken, and humans gradually entered the interstellar era. But the strange thing is that when we captured a large number of star tribes in the Xianheng Star War later, we found that the star tribe had no knowledge of this, but the blockade period debris we found in the tomb of the Chenliu King martial saint at that time was indeed made by the star tribe's manufacturing process. It's also a confusing account." Li Yu thought of the Calabash Man at this time, because the Calabash Man had also visited Earth in the early days and captured intelligent human beings. Tu Kuogai said, "You two can chat later." Li Yu, translate quickly. "I can't wait." Chen Yanzhang laughed and said nothing more. Li Yu continued to translate. As for the theory of life alienation, it is believed that the disaster originated from the strongest supreme of the armored man. When he becomes stronger to a certain limit, he will trigger the extinction device, or simply the Supreme's tyrannical energy will get out of control and cause all the changes. This theory is similar to the theory of civilization evolution. Both assume that there is a third civilization suppressing everything. As for evidence, a lot of it is also mentioned. For example, the signs and premonitions of the disaster appeared when the strongest supreme of the armored man had a breakthrough opportunity and was about to become a true god. Another point is that at the same time as the strongest supreme of the armored man had a breakthrough opportunity, his body was also undergoing unprecedented changes. This change was deliberately concealed by the strongest supreme, and this person also changed his daily dress style in an unusual way. Tu Kuogai interrupted at this time. Wait? The armored man can still wear clothes with this body? Li Yu nodded. I took a look. It should be that adding paint, patterns and double armor to their armor is their way of dressing. The so-called patterns are the evolved version of the divine characters they learned from the first divine civilization. Tu Kuogai said. Okay, you continue. Li Yu said. In short, here are recorded various abnormal points of the strongest supreme, which all show that the strongest supreme's path to godhood is not smooth. It seems that there is an opportunity for a breakthrough, but it may also trigger some limiters, leading to irreversible collapse. Everyone nodded and thought about it. Zhou Menghao pondered. Could it be that the signs of disaster on our side are because there is a problem with the strong gods on the alien side? I heard that the alien gods have completely disappeared for more than 300 years. The so-called investigation at the edge of the universe may also be a gimmick. After all, we humans should not have super strong people of that level yet, right? Everyone did not respond, and they were all thinking about the information they had learned in the past. Li Yu said, just a reminder, the supreme I translated here is according to their title, and their supreme and the aliens' titles may not be the same. According to the description, their supreme here already has the power of a star. I think the aliens are strong, but according to what I learned before, they should not have reached that level yet. Zhang Shengfang nodded and said, that's right. Dan Chenli's physical combat power is comparable to the strength of the middle stage of S level, which means that the divine mecha he can control is at least 1,000-meter mecha, and most of them are at the 2,000 or 3,000-meter level. Of course, this level of divine mecha is very rare. We humans have only seen it once in the Rainbow Light Division. It is very magnificent and far beyond imagination, judging from Dan Chenli's claim of being middle level, assuming he is a little humble. Perhaps the supreme of the next era of divinity is at least 4 major levels stronger than me, and the alien supreme strongmen are mostly just demigods, only 1 major level stronger than me. Everyone hissed at once. Yes, they almost forgot that Dan Chenli's physical body is comparable to S level. If he can control the divine mecha, he can probably sweep away most of the alien golden races, right? Chen Yanzhang smiled bitterly and said, it seems that the dispute between us and the aliens is just like a fight between children. Zhang Shengfang shook his head and said, it shouldn't be like this. Each generation has its own things to do. We are just a nascent civilization, but they have developed for hundreds of millions of years. How can we generalize? Even if the disaster is really likely to come within 1,000 years, should we allow the aliens to invade for these 1,000 years? We should fight when we need to, and create a peaceful environment so that we can have no worries and find a solution to the disaster with peace of mind. Tu Kuogai said, yes, 1,000 years may be short for them, but it is still very long for us. All our relatives and friends may not live more than 1/10 of these 1,000 years. We are short-lived and cannot be compared with him, a strong man who can live for at least 8,000 years. Chen Yanzhang frowned, then relaxed his brows and laughed. That's right, let's solve the crisis in front of us first, and then consider the future. If humans are destroyed by aliens, it doesn't matter whether there is a disaster or not. While talking, Tu Kuogai said, Li Yi, why haven't you mentioned the connection you mentioned? What is the connection? Li Yi said, don't worry, now it's the alien invasion theory. What I mean by connection is that the alien invasion is related to an incident I experienced before. The so-called alien invasion theory means that all destruction originated from a mysterious god-level strong man. The destruction of the 2 great divine civilizations seems to be a natural disaster and an irresistible force. In fact, It is very likely that it was just a plan by a god-level strongman for revival. The evidence is that they once discovered a very ancient relic of the first era of divinity at the end of their development. In the ruins, they found an extremely evil mysterious thought, like the natural enemy of the divine civilization. Through the thought stamp, it secretly invaded the soul of every strong man, then used the soul of the strong man as nourishment to help him revive. The Armored Man Supreme who left this record also explored whether the changes in the strongest Supreme were related to the invasion by this mysterious thought. Coincidentally, the breakthrough opportunity of the strongest Supreme also occurred after exploring the ancient ruins, and the changes began from there. Hearing this, everyone has already thought of the mysterious thoughts that Li Yu and others found in the heritage ruins. And thinking of the time of the mysterious thoughts transition, it coincides with the time of the Armored Man Dan Chenli's recovery. Chen Yanzhang immediately said, "What you call connection, does it mean that the mysterious thought leaving the northern ruins and Dan Chenli's revival correspond to the situation in this record?" Li Yu nodded. "Not only that, there are two more key points. First, the mysterious thought revived the Armored Man Dan Chenli after the jump. I have just taken the time to verify the time of the two, and they are basically at the same time. Then, if the mysterious thought does not jump, will Dan Chenli not revive? I don't think so. Because according to the records, the trigger device of the Armored Man Supreme is a time-space property. It was the time-space jump caused by the mysterious thought that led to Dan Chenli's revival. Therefore, that jump may have hidden other meanings. Second, the strength of the mysterious thought is very strong. A thought appearing in the real world can cause a strong thunder and transmit for dozens of kilometers. Captain Zhang, do you remember the situation of the strongest person I asked last time? I asked you if you can observe the soul, and you said no, so I know that the strength of this thought is far above the strongest." But Li Yu changed the subject and said, "This does not necessarily mean that the mysterious thought is the culprit, but it means that the mysterious thought has a lot to do with it, so what we have to do now may be to explore the true origin of the mysterious thought, or learn more about the truth from him." Tu Kuogai said, "There is a doubt. The Armored Man Supreme has done so many experiments, why didn't he leave a backup for his own revival? He is such a powerful character. And he can preserve Dan Chenli's endless vast years spanning 8 billion years to this day. He is a far-sighted character at first glance, and it doesn't seem like he didn't make any arrangements. Maybe he just deceived Dan Chenli and the others. In fact, he may have other means of revival." It must be said that Tu Kuogai is indeed cautious. Li Yu said, "About this, perhaps we can find some clues from these records." Chapter 225 2 months. Li Yu continued, "First of all, I think the possibility of resurrection that Commander Tu mentioned also exists, because in addition to the 6 theories, the experiment also tried some additional ways to avoid disasters. The stone statue, and the method of using the characteristics of time and space to transport people to the distant future, are also methods he figured out through some experiments. After all, to be able to cross such a long period of time, even if he is the Supreme, I am afraid I can do it. But it should be difficult to help those middle-level powerhouses with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years." Everyone nodded. Li Yu said, "This Armored Man Supreme, why don't we call him the Starlight Supreme for now?" He also recorded 3 ways to avoid disasters and some miscellaneous items. The first one is the Starlight Palace where we are now. The design idea is to draw the mysterious energy hidden in countless stars, transform it into the Starlight Palace, and form a stable force of space and time in the palace. The reason why Dan Chenli rushed here immediately after awakening his memory may be that he wanted to use the power of this Stardust Palace, Chen Yanzhang said thoughtfully. However, there is not much remaining divinity here, so Dan Chenli's idea failed, and he can only use the space-time characteristics here to calculate time. Li Yu said, "Most likely, time is the biggest enemy of space-time characteristics." The failure of Dan Chenli's fellow tribesmen to revive shows that the Starlight Supreme's methods can span such a long time, and there is probably a bit of luck in it. By the way, this entire super castle was originally the dojo of the Space-Time Supreme, a place to train disciples and descendants. All the areas we have seen before are the work of the Supreme of Time and Space, and the strongest divinity, the Starlight Divinity, probably did not fully display his methods, but only a very small part of his knowledge. Hearing this, Chen Yanzhang pondered and said, "It's interesting. Could it be that the 7 divisions are the dojo of the 7 Supremas of the Armored Man? Those mysterious areas we use to challenge and explore are all the places where he trains his disciples." Li Yu said, "Most of the facilities in the Starlight Division should be for training talents, but at least one of the other divisions is one of the shelters created by the Starlight Supreme and other Supremas. That division is the Golden Glory division of the Kunlun base, and the Golden Glory divinity should be the radiation inheritance of the divinity left by the Golden Glory Supreme. The function of the entire district is mainly for shelter. Tu Kuogai nodded and said, no wonder the Golden Glory division is one of the most difficult divisions to attack. It turns out that it is because it is a shelter. What about the other divisions? Are there any records of what happened? Li Yu shook his head and said, no, only the situation of the Golden Glory and Starlight divisions is recorded. By the way, the other two palaces next to us each hide two other disaster avoidance methods designed by the Star Supreme. Of the other two palaces, the middle one is called the Palace of Growth of All Things. Its disaster avoidance method is to store core genes and activate genes, allowing genes to store the soul's true self. The one on the right is called the Palace of Infinite Stars. It can transform the mysterious power of the Palace of Stardust Illumination and enhance the space-time stability of the surrounding environment. Its function is complementary to that of the Palace of Stardust Illumination, and the inside and outside are in harmony. And I think that the record of this disaster avoidance method actually hides the Star Supreme's attempt to revive. Zhang Shengfang laughed and said, it's interesting, it's true, maybe the Star Supreme really has a means of revival. With these three palaces connected and interacting with each other, I believe that as long as the genes and a trace of the soul of the Star Supreme can be preserved, it may be revived when the time comes. Tu Kuogai said suddenly, it's even possible that he has suddenly revived, Chen Yanzhang said. I think that since the fragments of the steel seal that records a lot of knowledge and experimental records are still there, it is very likely that the Star Mang Supreme has not yet revived. As for the other two halls, we should seal them off. After some discussion, Li Yi explained the various information contained in the steel seal one after another, and more than 3 hours passed unknowingly. Everyone searched the surrounding area, but there was no item. I don't know if it was cleared by the disaster, or if the ornaments did not exist at all. Let's seal it for now and wait for General Manager Lin and others to return. Everyone searched in vain and decided to return. Fortunately, they did not gain anything other than knowledge and intelligence. At least they could get the whole body materials of 4,000-meter class mechas, and the 12 S-class guard mechas at the door were all in their bag. Although there is no Super S-class Divine Core, with the S-class Divine Core, these 4 Divine mechas can be slowly restored and reduced to S-class or sub-SS class Divine mechas. It is estimated that in the case of a worse situation, it can be repaired to a Divine Mecha of 600 to 700 meters, which is not bad. Of course, it is also fortunate that this is a common sequence of wind, fire, thunder and ice, and the human side happens to have a reserve of divine nuclei of the corresponding level. If it is a rare alien god sequence, even if there is an S-level alien god sequence in stock, the matching degree is low. After all, the alien god sequence is basically one category and one feature, and the similarity is very low. The characteristics and abilities of the wind, fire, thunder and ice sequence are similar, and the compatibility is very high. After leaving the Xingmeng division, Zhang Shengfang said to Li Yi, thank you for your hard work today. The battle merit will be automatically distributed after the settlement is completed. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Remember to keep today's events confidential. We have learned too many secrets today and need to digest them well. In addition, I will adjust your authority later and adjust you to level 7 authority. From now on, the main intelligence within the Human Federation will be no secrets to you. After you go back, work hard and strive to condense more divine genes before you reach the heavenly level. Your potential is higher than mine. If possible, try to work towards 5 or even 6 cores. Among us humans, there is already a small group of geniuses who have been trying the 4-core method, and it has taken more than 10 years. Although it has not succeeded yet, once it succeeds, I believe the combat power will undergo an earth-shaking change. According to General Lin's judgment, in order to achieve more than the strongest, at least 3 kinds of the strongest divinity must be gathered, even to go a step further and reach the level of alien quasi-gods. I am afraid that the strongest divinity of these 7 divisions must be gathered before there is hope. So Li Yi, try to touch and break through the limits of human beings as much as possible. Zhang Shengfang said the last words to Li Yi alone after the several people stopped the machine and left the insertion cabin. The whole process was earnest and earnest. In response, Li Yi said, don't worry, Chief Zhang, I will also do my best to reach the limit. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since the matter of the armored man Dan Chenli was temporarily over. During this period, his deeds of defeating Zhao Menghao with a weak to defeat the strong were spread, and the name Li Yu was also famous throughout the Xingmeng division. People who were stationed in other divisions and occasionally came here to practice also quickly passed the news back to each division. Not long after, the title of the first young Mecha master gradually stabilized on his head. After all, he was originally only the first in this session, and there were many young geniuses who had come here a long time ago in the old sessions and made a lot of names. He defeated Zhao Menghao, a strong man of the 6th stage of the heavenly rank, in one fell swoop. This case is unique. Even Yang Ziliu and Ke Guangsu, who advanced early and have a great reputation, are still inferior to him. During this period, Li Yu was not alone in the Xingmeng division. He also participated in several group battles with Ning Fiyu, Liang Zhishan and others, and won many group battle modules of divine high penetration rewards. However, the strength of their group was not good except for him and Ning Fiyu. Lin Xiu did not join, and the others were still a few levels behind. Therefore, the overall reward was not generous, and the benefit to the divine gene could only be said to be acceptable. As for his solo training results, they were naturally good. Within 2 months, he challenged twice. The first time, he slowed down the rhythm of the attack and slowly grinded. He successfully persisted all the way to 14 days and won a divine penetration equivalent to S level. This time, he all pointed at the immortal divine gene for divine penetration, but he failed. It can be seen that the strength of the immortal divine gene exceeds the S level by a lot. Finally, he could only choose the old 3, deformation, microelectricity, and extreme hardness. The result also surprised him. The strength of these 3 newly generated divine genes was much higher than that of the previous split, and they had some S-level characteristics. Therefore, the divine genes soared again, reaching 36. In the 2 weeks of high-intensity combat, because there were more fish in the front and more intense in the back, only one was generated. And this one finally generated the gravitational characteristics he dreamed of, which was hard. Now the attraction and repulsion are combined, and the propulsion efficiency of the gravitational thruster can be increased a little. In the second challenge, due to his increased strength, the races equivalent to the 4th stage of the heavenly position and below were basically not available, and the difficulty became more and more difficult. He barely persisted to the 10th day, but unfortunately he could not continue to persist. But at least he got through the first 7 days and won the A-level divine penetration. This time, his soul surplus was relatively less, and with a high-intensity combat, it only increased by 3. However, even so, he now has 40 divine genes, and his physical strength has been further improved, reaching a very strong state. During this period, he and Zhao Menghao also sparred 3 times again, each time easier than the last. When he finally condensed 40 divine genes, even if he only used the conventional 3.0 burst skills, he could easily suppress the situation where Zhao Menghao's 5 heavenly characteristics were all out. As for Zhao Menghao's 6 heavenly characteristics, he couldn't be easily suppressed, and he needed to deal with it for a while before he could defeat him. After all, his strength has not been improved, but his physical body is stronger. And when Zhao Menghao's bottom box characteristics came out, his combat power also soared, and his strength should not be underestimated. On this day, he felt that he had become familiar with the Xingmeng division, so he decided to take time to collect the immortal divine cores left in various places on the earth. Then, he went to the Jin'ai division of Kunlun base to take a look, understand the situation, and see what effect the Wuxian golden light on his body could produce. Of course, he wanted to go to the Jin'ai division, and he had already formed a team with Tu Kuongai and Hikai Ongying, and agreed to go together. He currently had a good relationship with these 2 Xian Wei masters, and they could chat, so they could explore the Jin'ai division together. Of course, before that, he had to set out alone to collect the fragments of the immortal divine nucleus and speed up the growth of his immortal divine nucleus. After all, no matter whether the millennium disaster will come or not, the trump cards that should be prepared must not be less. He applied for it on the grounds that he wanted to go around the earth alone after training. Then, Li Yu drove the Xianwang Mecha alone to fly away from the Qinling base and flew all the way to the south. According to the situation he had located before, there should be a certain amount of immortal divine nucleus hidden in the south. 3 days later, in the primitive protection area in the south of Changsha City, A tall and handsome young man in a Mecha master uniform walked slowly around a dense forest. There seemed to be an invisible repulsive force outside his body, which directly pushed away the branches, insects and mosquitoes, and was very relaxed. While walking, he suddenly squatted down. Then, tie the shoelaces. He observed the surroundings and his eyes showed a bit of weirdness. This place seemed to be completely different from what he saw on the map before. Could it be that the gourd man also constructed a hidden ruin on Earth this time? Feeling the breath of the divine longevity nucleus, he groped the ground with his palm for a moment, and suddenly, he pushed hard. With a click, the ground stretched like a spring door, revealing an entrance that ordinary people could pass through. Li Yi observed for a moment, confirmed that there was no problem, and then got in. The entrance to the ground was not deep. The front was probably a normal underground space equivalent to a 30-meter building. It was quite large for ordinary people, but for Li Yi, who was used to seeing all kinds of super mechas and super buildings, it naturally did not cause any psychological fluctuations in him. It was the moment he entered this underground building space. The longevity divine nucleus pendant on his chest suddenly became hot. Then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice began to ring in Li Yi's ears. It was the voice he heard when he obtained 3 longevity nuclei in the heritage ruins before. Li Yi's heart moved slightly. Did the gourd man leave the same arrangement here? He immediately translated, I have detected the aura of the divine second era on you. It seems that, my successor, you have already come into contact with the ancient resurrectors. I don't know which one you came into contact with, or whether he is newly resurrected, but in any case, don't believe their lies. You can only believe half of the information you get from them. In ancient times, there must have been more than one who successfully resurrected and are still alive, waiting for the opportunity. Well, it seems that you have obtained more than a dozen fragments. Not bad. I have a little more time this time, so I will remind you again, if you want to find the real truth, go find the intelligent species with the endowment of the God of Destiny. Among all the divine sequences, only the God of Destiny is the mysterious divinity that my immortal divinity cannot penetrate. The source is definitely extraordinary. Hearing this, Li Yi opened his mouth and tried to ask in gourd language, my mysterious strong man, may I ask what era you are from and why you left behind fragments of the divine nucleus? What will happen if this intelligent species with the endowment of the God of Destiny is found? Just as Li Yi opened his mouth, the voice in his ear stopped, remained silent for a moment, and then said, you don't need to know where I came from. You just need to know that if you want to know the truth, you can only start from the sequence of the God of Fate. That's all I have to warn you about. I'm different from those old monsters who try to revive by borrowing corpses. I'm essentially a peace-loving, intelligent species. After all, everything I do is just to protect myself, isn't it? Li Yi noticed that the gourd man seemed to be talking a lot this time, so he asked, excuse me, what should I call this senior? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.